But her phone rang one Friday as Jasmine got dressed to leave Devon's for the weekend. She sees her mother's name flash across the screen and answers quickly. Hey, Ma, I'm on my way. Just leaving my house. Be there in 15. She tries to rush the call because no one in her life, except Lisa and Jeff, know about Devon. After a draining 10-year relationship with Chris, she vowed not to tell her family about another man unless she's sure he's here to stay. The sex is incredible, the chemistry unmatched, and their late night conversations have been deeper than she ever expected, but Jasmine is afraid. Devon makes her feel like she'd marry him tomorrow if he asked, but he had not asked, and that makes him dangerous. The last man she loved like that broke her heart, and she refuses to be a fool for another man again. From across the room, she feels Devon's eyes on her, his confusion palpable. Why didn't you tell her you were here? He asked, a smile masking the hurt in his voice. Because she doesn't know where here is, Jasmine jokes, hoping to ease the tension as she grabs her purse, but Devon steps in the doorway, blocking her exit. Are you telling me she doesn't know where I live or she doesn't know I exist? Jasmine slipped into her favorite red corset dress, its satin fabric hugging her curves. It had been a long week, and she was ready to unwind at Lisa and Jeff's housewarming party. As she arrived, she scanned the room, looking for any promising prospects, prepared to face her good side toward the most appealing one. But all she saw were overdressed, corny dudes, each one more unimpressive than the last. Of course, all of Jeff's friends looked like Carlton from The Fresh Prince, she muttered, chuckling as she poured herself a glass of Riesling. Just as she settled in, sipping her black girl magic wine, Jasmine's eyes landed on him, one of the finest chocolate men she had ever seen. Thick, well-maintained French braids framed his face, leading down to a full, luscious beard. His tight, almond-shaped eyes were intense, and his smile, God, his smile made her knees weak. He radiated confidence, standing tall, his broad shoulders filling out his fitted shirt perfectly. He spotted her the moment he walked in. Their eyes locked, and for a moment, the crowded room faded away. She could feel his energy, the heat rising between them. She savored how he looked at her, hungry and intrigued. Just as she began undressing him in her mind, he caught her lustful stare. A slow, knowing grin spread across his face, and without hesitation, he walked over. His presence was commanding, his scent intoxicating, as he leaned in, extending his hand with a smoothness that made her pulse race. Hello, beautiful, he said, every syllable dripping with swagger. Hello, handsome, she replied while shaking his hand. I'm Devon, and it's a pleasure to be in your presence. That's cute. I'm Jasmine, she chuckled. Here. He handed her his keys and pretended to walk away. Jasmine frowned, looking down at them. What are these for? She asked, already bracing herself for whatever corny line was coming next. If you're going to live rent-free in my head, might as well take the keys in advance, he said, his voice smooth and teasing. Oh, you coming in, huh? She smirked. She loved a man who could spit game, but he had to be a gentleman too. It's the only way I know how to come. He kissed her hand and placed it on his chest. I know my future wife when I see her. I'm trying to bag you before one of these Carlton Banks dudes steals you away from me. Jasmine nearly spit out her wine from laughing so hard. He had read her mind. I was thinking the same thing. About being my wife, he teased, returning her hand to his lips. About the room full of Carltons, she smirked, placing a finger on his lips. Besides, I don't think you can handle me. Let's see, he replied, gesturing toward the door. Jasmine knew this was risky, but after the week she had, she needed to release some tension, and a fine man with a good mouthpiece seemed like the perfect way to do it. If the chemistry was this hot with their clothes on, she wanted to know if it could get hotter. Let's see then, she said, leading him out the door. As the door to her apartment clicked shut behind them, the air between them grew thicker, charged with an unspoken promise. Jasmine barely had time to turn before Devon was on her, his hands firm but patient as they found the small of her back, pulling her close. His lips hovered just above hers, teasing, testing her patience. Are you sure you can handle me? she whispered, her voice a sultry dare. Devin chuckled, his finger tracing the straps of her dress, the warmth of his breath sending a shiver down her spine. Guess we're about to find out. Jasmine smirked, reaching for his collar, pulling him into a kiss that ignited something wild between them. The weak stress melted away as hands explored, lips discovered, and bodies spoke a language only they could understand. What started as raw passion deepened into something neither of them had expected. With every touch, every breathless whisper, every urgent movement, there was more than desire. There was something electric, something neither of them could quite name. And when it was over, as they lay tangled in the quiet aftermath, both breathless and still, they turned to each other simultaneously.
Did you feel that?
Devin let out a deep breath, shaking his head with a grin, his chest still rising and falling. He looked at her, eyes dark with something between disbelief and certainty. Hell, yeah, I felt that, he said, voice rough and low. What the hell was that? He chuckled, running a hand over his braids. Felt like a whole different level. I didn't even know it could be like that. Jasmine exhaled a small laugh, biting her lip. Me either. Days turn into nights, and nights blur into mornings as they lose themselves in each other. Their connection is raw and powerful, a constant craving they can't seem to satisfy. Jasmine spends nights at Devin's place, Monday through Friday, leaving only to work and grab extra clothes. Her apartment feels cold and lonely compared to the warmth she finds in his arms. Devin makes her feel at home. He clears a whole chest for her clothes, gives her a spare key, and even buys her 2 satin pillowcases so she doesn't have to wear her bonnet. They make love before bed and again after waking up, their bodies in perfect harmony, every touch igniting a fire that never seems to burn out. It's more than just passion, it's comfort, safety, and everything Jasmine didn't know she needed. There are no titles, no labels, just a shared understanding that they love being lovers and that's good enough. But her phone rang one Friday as Jasmine got dressed to leave Devin's for the weekend. She sees her mother's name flash across the screen and answers quickly. Hey, Ma, I'm on my way. Just leaving my house. Be there in 15. She tries to rush the call because no one in her life, except Lisa and Jeff, know about Devin. After a draining 10-year relationship with Chris, she vowed not to tell her family about another man unless she's sure he's here to stay. The sex is incredible, the chemistry unmatched, and their late-night conversations have been deeper than she ever expected, but Jasmine is afraid. Devin makes her feel like she'd marry him tomorrow if he asked, but he had not asked, and that makes him dangerous. The last man she loved like that broke her heart, and she refuses to be a fool for another man again. From across the room, she feels Devin's eyes on her, his confusion palpable. Why didn't you tell her you were here? He asked, a smile masking the hurt in his voice. Because she doesn't know where here is, Jasmine jokes, hoping to ease the tension as she grabs her purse, but Devin steps in the doorway, blocking her exit. Are you telling me she doesn't know where I live or she doesn't know I exist? Jasmine's shoulders slump. She looks down, fidgeting with the chain handle of her purse. Both, she admits, her voice barely above a whisper. She instantly regrets her words when she sees the look of disappointment on his face. Devin raises his hands, stepping out of her way. He shakes his head, a frustrated smirk playing on his lips. I see. Please don't do that. It's complicated. Jasmine's voice pleaded, but Devin laughs, a cold, empty sound that cuts through her. Nah, it's cool, he replies, his tone dripping with bitterness. I'm good, Jasmine. He walks to the door and opens it, his back rigid with anger. Have a good weekend. Jasmine hesitates, wanting to explain, apologize, and tell him that her fear of losing herself in him is why she kept him a secret. But she can't find the words, and the way he won't look at her breaks her heart. All weekend, she tosses and turns in her bed, haunted by the memory of his hurt expression. Their bond is undeniable, but without titles or promises, she didn't think he'd be so upset about being her secret lover. Every weekend, she calls him before bed to say goodnight, but this time, he doesn't answer. The silence is deafening, and for the first time since they met 6 months ago, Jasmine feels the cold, lonely emptiness of her apartment once again. She spent the entire weekend debating how she could fix things with Devin. He hadn't responded to her goodnight calls or texts. Every week since they met, she spent Monday to Friday at his house. But with him ignoring her, going over there felt like a gamble. She was afraid he might pull one of her ex's tricks and sleep with another woman to get back at her. She didn't want to walk into any more of those moments where she saw the man she loved with another woman, but she couldn't shake the guilt of hiding him, so she took a chance. She stopped by a small boutique to pick up lingerie in his favorite shade of green, grabbed some wine, his favorite dinner, and headed to his place, heart in hand. This is why Devin was so dangerous. If it had been any other man, she would have blocked him for being petty and moved on. But for some reason, her heart wouldn't let her go. Her heart told her to do something she'd never done for any other man. Be vulnerable and give him the power to break it. Jasmine knocked gently on his door. After just 3 knocks, Devin opened it. He looked a bit off, but at least he was alone. The smell of Hennessy hit her immediately, and she saw 7 empty alcohol bottles on his table. They locked eyes for a moment. Devin stared at her, intoxicated, yet somehow sober-minded. His sadness evident but unspoken. "I didn't think you'd come back after how I acted," he said, his voice tinged with embarrassment. "What?" she asked, confused. She was the one keeping him a secret. "I felt so bad for shutting you out like that. I didn't sleep all week," he confessed, rubbing his hand over his face. There was no way. Their brief argument had driven him to drown his sorrows in alcohol. She sat beside him on the tufted sofa, burying her face in her hands to hide the tears threatening to fall. "What's going on?" she asked, breaking the illusion of the happy couple they had shared over the past few months. "Are you sad about Friday, or is there something else that led to this?" He stared into the distance, his fists clenched, his face flushed. "I'm not ready to go there," he said, his voice tense with pain. "So I'm not the only one keeping secrets, am I?" she replied, her voice tinged with annoyance and disappointment. He looked away, unable to meet her gaze, as if the weight of his pain was too much to bear. "I'll tell you, just not now. Not while I'm like this." He gestured toward the Hennessy bottles on the table, his words trailing. "Where's your phone?" He looked around as though he just remembered he owned one. "Lost it the night you left," he muttered, still struggling with the weight of his emotions. "Come on," Jasmine said, helping him off the couch and guiding him to the bathroom. She tossed his robe and a towel in the dryer to warm, brewed his favorite tea, and tidied up the apartment, all done quietly out of love, because in that moment, Devin didn't need a lover. He needed a friend. And without a second thought, Jasmine became exactly that. The next morning, Jasmine awoke to Devin's phone ringing loudly. He was still knocked out from the hangover, though he had gotten up a couple of times to use the bathroom. She reached for his phone and found it in the closet in a pile of clothes. She went through at least 100 notifications, knowing their shared passcodes would allow her access. "Well, now I know why you didn't answer my calls," she muttered, sorting through the endless notifications. When she got to her messages, her heart sank. There it was, untouched. And until now, she hadn't fully believed the "I lost my phone" excuse, but now it seemed it wasn't a lie. Yet, just as the guilt of hiding him began to weigh heavier, Jasmine came across a text from someone named Nay that read, "How you been, bae?" "Bae?" she muttered aloud. She dug deeper and found that Nay was an ex. It seemed they had broken up 2 years ago. There had been a call from Nay last Thursday, the day before their fight, and another on Friday, just hours after Jasmine had walked out. Her stomach twisted as the pieces started to fall into place. Part of her wanted to know why Nay was calling Devin bae again, but honestly, she couldn't afford to care. People like that always found their way back to each other, just like Chris and Connie had. Jasmine had a hard time trusting partners who stayed close to their exes. Her last boyfriend, Chris, had cheated on her throughout the relationship with his ex and eventually left her for the woman he swore was just a friend. Now, she couldn't help but wonder if this fight with Devin was fate's warning. Leaving his phone open on the bed with Nay's text still visible, she walked out, needing space to process the anger rising in her chest. She thought this time would be different. She thought he was different. She thought she meant something to him, but Now she wasn't even sure what something was. As she walked out, she heard Devin slur, "Where are you going?" She rushed out before he could see the tears fall. Devin followed her out. His balance was shaky from the headache. "I'm going home. This was all a bad idea. We are just strangers, Devin," Jasmine said, her voice breaking. "I don't know anything about you, and this weekend has shown me how stupid we both were to think this would work. Now I'm a stranger after 6 months," Devin asked, his voice tinged with hurt. "6 months of sex, Devin," she replied coldly. "Was it just sex when I held you while your sister called about your dad's relapse? Was it sex when I took you to my mom's grand opening? When we cried together about finally feeling like someone had chosen us? Was that just sex too?" "It's called pillow talk. You're a man. You should know that people say things in the heat of the moment. So you want to believe this was only sex, even when it was so much more? Why not? We all tell ourselves lies to survive. I'd rather protect what's left of my heart with a lie than hand it to you just for you to break it when Nate comes back into your life." "Nate can't come back." "Why not?" Jasmine asked, her arms folded. Devin looked into her eyes. The pain was evident in his gaze. "You're mad about a text message, but never found out why I was so messed up this weekend. But this is what women do. Focus on yourselves while your man suffers alone. Do you, Jasmine?" He turned away, cold as ice, walking away with his tall, muscular frame drenched in the rain. Jasmine walked away, glad it was over, but still sad. Nothing good ever lasted. Better now than later. Jasmine waited at Lisa and Jeff's door, a gift of congratulations in tow. She and Lisa meet weekly to catch up, chatting about their jobs, families, TV shows, and more. But this week was different. Lisa found out she was pregnant, and Jasmine had to break down the drama between her and Devin the other night. This breakup was unlike any she had ever known. Her things still remained at his place, the silk pillowcases he brought her, the lingerie, and over $5,000 worth of clothes. She missed those little pieces of him, and more than that, she missed him. Unlike past breakups where she'd shut down and walk away, this one felt unresolved, like a strange, lingering thread still tying her to him. But was it just sex, or could it be more? "Hey, girl," Lisa greeted her with a grin, her locks pulled into a sleek middle-part ponytail. She wore a loose-fitting blue jumpsuit that looked far too corporate for a casual girls' chat. "You can take the girl out of corporate, but you can't take corporate out of the girl," Jasmine teased. I don't have casual attire, Mrs. Hines," Lisa shot back playfully. Jasmine frowned. Hine was Devin's last name. The reminder sent her sinking onto the cream-colored couch, as if gravity had suddenly released its hold on her. "I was just joking, girl, but I know Devin is really feeling you." "Well, it's over," Jasmine said solemnly. "No way. I was so excited to become sisters-in-law with my bestie of almost 27 years, Lisa groaned. "Sisters-in-law?" Jasmine echoed. "Yes. Devin is Jeff's little brother. Different moms, different last names, but yeah, they're brothers, and they're extremely close." "Then I dodged a bullet," Jasmine joked. She spent almost 7 months making love to a man who turned out to be her best friend's brother-in-law. This is crazy. "Okay, tell me what happened. Y'all were so cute together." "What we had felt good. Too good. We were moving so fast, we lost control. It felt right, but it was wrong. You get me?" Jasmine was lost in her feelings, not making much sense, and she knew it. She glanced at Lisa, who had her hands in prayer position tucked under her chin, grinning like she had just unraveled the truth. "So y'all were rolling in the deep," Lisa teased. "Too damn deep for adults." "I hate it when you talk like that, Jazz. It makes me realize how much you let Chris break your spirit. The Jasmine I know dreamed about a love like this. She prayed for it. And now you're dismissing it because some corny dude had a baby with his ex?" "That corny dude was the love of my life. I followed him into the deep and he drowned me. So excuse me for wanting to stay on dry land," Jasmine snapped, standing abruptly. "But you're still here, babe. Heartbreak feels like death, but it's really a rebirth. And if you let Devin suffer for what he didn't do, you're no better than Chris." "That's low, Lisa. I'm nothing like Chris. I haven't done Devin wrong. I'm just choosing me over this extended stay one night stand. Why is that so bad? Because that man loves you, and you know it. Devin is a good guy, a sweet guy, and he's been hurt too. Can't you choose love just once, Jazz? Damn, girl. Tell me you chose a side without telling me you chose a side, bitch. Jasmine joked, tossing the pillow at Lisa playfully. All right, first, don't call me that. I hate that word. Second, he called me crying the night y'all broke up, and I felt bad for him. I've never seen him like that, not even after his breakup with Nay. Speaking of that girl, she texted him, calling him her bae. That's why we broke up. So clearly, they're giving it another go. Now, Lisa was pacing, her expression shifting to something almost unreadable. What was Jasmine missing? Devin had reacted the same way when she brought up Nay. So, you guys didn't have that conversation yet? Lisa asked hesitantly. Girl, what is going on? Every time I mention her, y'all act like y'all seen a ghost. Jazz, Nay died. That text wasn't from her. Her mom called Devin from Nay's phone to tell him about her passing and to check in on him. Jeff had to go over there. It was so bad. Oh, Jasmine sank back onto the couch. Nay and Devin were like brother and sister. They had known each other since they were kids. They dated for a month before realizing they were better off as friends. So he didn't lose an ex. He lost a good friend. After lunch with Lisa, Jasmine left feeling dizzy, weighed down by the guilt over how she'd handled their last conversation, especially now that she understood Devin was grieving. Jumping to conclusions had become second nature to her for her time with Chris. More often than not, she was right, and it had become her way to protect herself. Whatever conclusion she reached gave her permission to shut down and walk away. But with Devin, even after she walked away, doubt gnawed at her. She couldn't fully justify leaving something that felt so right when she barely had all the facts. Some nights, she would open their text chat to reread messages from when things were good. It always made her smile. Then she would see the notification. Devin is typing. It popped up every night for 5 minutes before disappearing. He wanted to say something, but pride held him back. She had done the same. Her worst fears had come true. That effortless chemistry they once indulged in was now dampened by distance and pride. Devin often opened their chats to look at the intimate photos they sent each other. Naked pictures paired with sweet quotes. Jasmine's messages were always deep and thoughtful, while Devin's tended to be short and simple. The last photo she'd sent showed him lying on his back, head turned to the side, arms tucked under the blanket, lips slightly parted. As he read it, a tear slipped from his eye. He began to type a message, wanting to express the depth of their connection, not just physical, but something far more meaningful. He wanted to remind her that their fast-paced romance was more than sex, though she already knew that, or at least he hoped she did, given all the effort they both put in to make it feel real. But then, memories of how cold she'd been during their last encounter hardened his heart. He closed his phone. She was the one. This had never been just about sex, even if it was one of their favorite things to do. Since receiving the news about Nay, all Devin wanted was to be close to Jasmine, to share with her the complicated history he had with Nay, to reminisce together. But now, all that remained was silence. I am tired of seeing you like this. Call that girl, Jeff said as he opened all the shades in Devin's place and removed the dirty clothes off the floor. This has gone on long enough. You were inseparable for over 6 months, and now you are a mess apart. The cool breeze and the sudden realization that their pain was mutual made him sit up. He had convinced himself she'd already moved on and would eventually forget about everything they shared. I can't, Devin sighed. She called me a stranger, man. I'm cool if that's how it is after everything I showed her. I need a few more days, and I'll be fine. You said that last week. Call her. Jeff continued to pressure Devin as he pushed the phone into his hand. I said, no, I'm good. Look, I'm up. I'm about to shower, shave, and do some work. She feels bad enough. Just call her and tell her you're not mad, at least. Not bad enough to apologize. She expects you to make the first move, and as gentlemen, it is our job to set the tone. Call her and tell her how you feel, and see what happens. I'll think about it. Be a gentleman and call her. Jeff knew exactly how to push Devin, gently but firmly. As the ultimate gentleman in his relationship, he encouraged Devin to do the same, even in situations like this. Okay, bro. I'll do it after I shower. Devin slowly slipped into his thick jeans and t-shirt, dreading the moment he knew was coming. He suspected Jasmine would screen his call, and he braced himself for the embarrassment of following Jeff's advice. But he had to try. Just as he feared, there was no answer. The disappointment stung. He longed to hear her voice. Saying he missed Jasmine was an understatement. He craved the warmth of her embrace. Life had been tough lately since Nate's passing. Jeff had never steered him wrong, even assuring him that Jasmine felt bad too. So, swallowing his pride, Devin grabbed his keys and let his heart guide him to the one woman who could make his house feel like a home. It was raining something awful. Jasmine was grateful she didn't wear any makeup that day. She had overslept and lost her phone that morning as she rushed out of the house. Her body was not adjusting well to being home instead of Devin's during the week. Just as she grabbed her things to step out of the car, she heard a horn honk behind her. It was Devin's car. Oh my God. She panicked and grabbed her stuff to run in quickly enough to avoid him. If she saw his face, she did not stand a chance at getting over him. She didn't want to end it, but it was for the best. What they had was sweet, but it was very careless and needed to end. Just as she reached her door, she heard his voice. Jasmine. Devin yelled her name from a distance, his voice filled with a yearning that matched her own. She turned to see him standing in the entryway of her apartment building. God, did she miss him? All those feelings started to rush back, and she melted like a pile of chocolate under the sun. We were never strangers. He held out his hand, waiting for her to come to him. But she resisted the pull that had drawn her to him all those months ago, and she couldn't move. She shook her head and stayed rooted in front of her door, trying to stop herself from falling back into their bubble. On the day I walked into Lisa and Jeff's, I felt you before seeing you. And once I saw you, I had to meet you. And once I met you, I knew you would be in my life until my last breath. So we were never strangers, and we could never be, because you're the other half my soul's been seeking. I ain't never been the type to chase love. Never even thought about it like that, until I felt it with you. No, that's not reality. Just because we turn each other on doesn't make this special. You'll get tired of me, and I don't want that. I'd rather end it now while we can still be kind to each other. No. Devin shook his head, stepping closer, his presence heavy and undeniable. He gestured between them, his voice low but firm. This ain't friendship. This is husband and wife. This is a house full of kids and love. This is growing old together. This is it. We are each other's last stop. It's destiny. You see that. You feel that. Tell me you feel that. I feel it. I do. But we can't build our future on just sex. Devin exhaled sharply, running a hand over his braids before stepping outside. He sank down onto the sidewalk, staring up at the sky like he was searching for a damn miracle. Then, before he could stop himself, he yelled into the night, his voice breaking raw and real. I love you, Jasmine Brooks. Stop pushing me away. Jasmine felt the weight of his words settle deep into her chest. She couldn't leave him out there alone, not like this. She stepped outside, sinking onto the wet pavement beside him, rain soaking them both. She turned to him, her voice barely above a whisper. What does that even mean? It means I don't just want you at night, Jasmine. I want you in the morning, when your hair's a mess and you're mean as hell. You get your coffee. I want to be beside you when you're arguing with your family at holiday dinners. I want to walk next to you in the grocery store when you're mad as hell, tossing stuff in the car just to prove a point. Yeah, we started as lovers, but somewhere along the way we became more. And that kind of connection, it's worth showing up for. I want all of you, every damn moment, because that's what lovers do. They choose each other daily. In that moment, Jasmine got the reassurance she needed to feel seen, safe, and loved. She leaned into his shoulder, her fingers finding his. She brought his hand to her lips, kissing it gently, then trailing soft kisses from his hand to his arm. She reached up to his neck. She felt the tension in his body ease, his breathing steady. Let's do what lovers do, she whispered. And just like that, they rushed upstairs, closing the space between them, releasing months of longing, and finally allowing themselves to have each other as they were meant to. In the aftermath, tangled in sheets and lamps, Jasmine traced her fingers over his heartbeat. She whispered against his skin, "Lovers don't run, they stay, even when it's hard." Devin tightened his hold on her, his voice thick with emotion. "Then I'm staying. Forever if you have me."
I wanna take you back, but I can't. I wanna leave you behind, but I can't. It's not easy to love you, darling. It's not easy to love you, darling. I should love you in the moment. I should tell you all the problems. It's not easy to love you, baby. It's not easy to love you, baby. It's not easy to love you, baby. You just run, you don't talk, and don't wanna be behind you, baby. Behind you, baby. Let it go, let it go, let it fly. It's not love, it's not love, it's not the time. Let it go, let it go, let it fly. It's not love, it's not love, it's not love.
"Mom, let's not do this tonight." Her mother waves a dismissive hand. "I'm just saying, a man should lead, shouldn't he? Make sure his wife doesn't have to carry it all." "Mom, that's enough," Amara snaps, raising her hand in warning. Her mother scoffs, shaking her head. Naya has grown up watching her mother excel while her father bounces between penny and hour jobs. What kind of example is that for my granddaughter? Amara, please, keep it down. No, I am unhappy, angry, and frustrated. Am I alone in this? Where are your emotions? Where is your heart? My heart is with you. It's been with you for years. I don't feel it, Jared. I haven't felt you in a long time, Amara cried. I am here, Amara. Jared reached for her, but she swatted his hand away. Jared tightened his jaw. What was that? He asked, his face turning red. I don't want you to touch me right now. She backed up. She was beside herself with emotion. One moment you're screaming. You don't feel me. Then I reach for you, and you push me away. I can do no right with you. Amara wakes up to the faint hum of the ceiling fan. She lies in bed beside their 14-year-old daughter, who is still sound asleep. The bed feels cramped, the air heavy with the weight of the tension between her and Jared. She glances over at her daughter's peaceful face. Then she shifts her gaze to the ceiling, tracing the cracks in the paint. The silence of the house settles around her, thick with all the unspoken words hanging between them. Jared's footsteps echo down the hall as he passes by the room and heads to their bedroom. He enters the room with a cup of coffee, a feeble attempt at routine. He smiles, but it doesn't reach his eyes. Morning, he offers. His voice carries a hope that Amara refuses to acknowledge. She nods, forcing a polite acknowledgement, but doesn't take the coffee. Jared lingers, waiting, but the silence that follows says more than words could. Finally, he turns away, carrying the coffee back with him and a bitter taste settling in his chest. Amara forces herself up, letting her legs hang off the end of the twin bed. She rubs her temples aggressively, trying to ward off the headache that had returned from last night's tense conversation with Jared. Nye, get up. You're going to be late for school, babe, Amara said, rubbing Naya's back to help her wake up. Naya, who was still partially asleep, turned to face her mom. Gotcha, she said, rubbing her eyes, her manicured nails pulling at a loose lash hanging freely. Did you have a ride? Amara asked, hoping she didn't have to drive her herself. Dad didn't tell you? He's taking me today because he wants to talk. He's so awkward, Mom. Amara snickered in response to her daughter's claims. Naya was right, but as his co-parent, she knew she had to remain half of his united front. So she concealed her amusement the best she could. Don't talk about your dad like that, Naya. He is trying. Then why are you still sleeping in here with me? It's too complicated for a 14-year-old to understand. I do have a couple of friends with boyfriends. I see this all the time. Once the fighting starts, it always leads to a breakup. Not really that complicated. Naya, please. Amara pleaded as she rubbed her temples again. Just thinking about it sent her head ringing. I just want to see you happy, Mom. You've been crying yourself to sleep every night. Dad's coming in here with cold-ass coffee just to find reasons to talk to you. Things are so weird around here. Naya, Amara snapped. Just get ready for school, please. Naya paused and looked at her mom with a hurt expression. She and Amara had always been able to talk about anything, but Amara had been living in denial lately, so there was no way she could discuss it with Naya, not until she faced the truth herself. Once Naya had processed her mom's frustration, she snatched the covers off and ran into her bathroom, slamming the door behind her and starting her shower. Once it was time for Jared to take Naya to school, he stopped at the door and looked Amara in the eyes. I love you, he stated as he did every morning for the last 19 years. He wanted her to say it back, but for the last 2 years, she hadn't. She just shook her head, tucked her lips, and replied, Noted. He reached to brush a piece of hair out of her face, rubbed her cheek, and walked away with a defeated look on his face. Time for Amara to head to work. For the third time that week, she was late. Thank God she was upper management. She went through her workload quickly so no one would notice she hadn't arrived on time. She walked around the office, checking on her team and socializing. Work was always so easy. It felt like a break from the dysfunction and tension that awaited her at home. As always, the workday breezed by effortlessly. Amara began packing her belongings to prepare for her return home. Her day went so well that she forgot about the dinner her mom invited herself to. Her mom refused to let her forget, calling her just as she got ready to leave the office, reminding her about the dinner they planned for that night. She started feeling the stress of her mom's unsolicited opinion creep into her head, and just like that, her mood was shot. But she went and grabbed dinner, picked up Naya from school, and headed home to prepare for the night. The laughter of Amara's family echoed through the living room. Once the pleasant conversation fades, her mother's sharp tongue finds its moment, as it always does. Jared, you still working on those projects of yours? Must be nice, she remarks, her words laced with sarcasm as she twirls the wine in her glass. Jared swallows hard, keeping his eyes on his plate. He doesn't flinch, doesn't argue, he just sits there. Amara watches him, waiting for him to defend himself, for him to defend them. But he doesn't. He shifts in his seat, that same old habit of discomfort, and she feels the familiar sting of disappointment settle deep in her chest. She exhaled, setting down her wine glass with careful precision. Mom, let's not do this tonight. Her mother waves a dismissive hand. I'm just saying, a man should lead, shouldn't he? Make sure his wife doesn't have to carry it all. Mom, that's enough, Amara snaps, raising her hand in warning. Her mother scoffs, shaking her head. Naya has grown up watching her mother excel while her father bounces between penny and hour jobs. What kind of example is that for my granddaughter? Jared stares at the table, his fingers gripping the edge of his plate. The words sit there, unchallenged, digging into his skin. Maybe your marriage wouldn't be falling apart if you actually supported the women in your home, she presses. For a split second, his face hardens, his jaw clenches like he might actually say something. do something. But he catches himself. He exhales through his nose, presses his lips together, and picks up his fork. Takes a bite of his food, chews, swallows, like nothing happened. Naya, who has been silent up until now, quickly jumps in. Grandma, come look at the songs I wrote in music class. She tugs at her grandmother's hand, guiding her away, dissolving the tension with forced enthusiasm. Amara leans against the sink, watching Jared as he absently pokes at his plate. God, Jared. Her voice is quiet, but sharp. Don't you have any fight left in you? He exhales, rubbing his temples, exhausted beyond words. I know she had a lot to drink, he says, waving it off like a pesky mosquito. I used to love that about you. I used to think it was patience, but she shakes her head, disgust flashing in her eyes. Be a man for once, Jared. She was talking about our family. Speak up, Amara admits, voice thick with disappointment. Jared just sits there, still, quiet. Inside, though, he's furious. He can feel it clawing at his ribs, tightening his throat, demanding to be let out. But instead, he lets the words sit between them, unchallenged. Amara's stomach tightened and yet another thread loosened. During her lunch break at work, Amara listens to her colleague recount her recent divorce, a story of rediscovered freedom and self-worth. Best decision I ever made, the woman laughs, swirling her coffee. I thought I'd be lost without him, but it turns out I was already lost with him. Leaving was just me finding my way back. Amara thought back to Naya's words to her. I just want to see you happy, Mom. This pushes her to talk to her coworker about her decision. How did you know it was over? She asked hesitantly. Honestly, there were many signs, but my final decision was made after my children started being home less because of the tension. My unhappiness was something I could grin and bear, but seeing my children so unhappy was the last straw. Amara smiled nervously and thanked her coworker for the advice. It's not the loss that lingers with Amara, but the realization of the courage it must have taken her coworker to walk away. For the first time, she wonders if she should do the same. That night, she lies awake, staring at the ceiling again. She glances over at Naya, sleeping peacefully in the twin bed next to her. The only reason she stayed so long was to keep Naya's life as it had been. She wanted her daughter to have stability, but knowing the tension could affect her, or even her outlook on love, made her reconsider her decision to stick through this tense phase of their marriage. Jared was a good guy. He had not made any big, unforgivable mistakes. Their marriage had been exactly what she wanted up until 2 years ago, and she couldn't even understand the shift. Amara wanted more. Jared was never a passionate guy, despite his career as a writer. Their fights were damn near one-sided. Amara screamed and yelled, begging him to give her something more, but he always just sat there clueless, asking what more she needed. Amara was exhausted of trying to get Jared to show emotion. She couldn't imagine doing this for the rest of her life. At that moment, she hears Jared walk by the room. He sits at the door, staring at Amara. Good night, honey, he says awkwardly, expecting her to reciprocate, but she just turns and faces the other side of the room. Amara's resentment was pushing her out the door more than Jared knew. Jared sits alone in his car, running his finger over an old anniversary card. The words forever and always are etched in Amara's delicate handwriting, and regret gnaws at him. He remembers the promises he made and wonders where they went wrong. He spent every night trying to pinpoint the moment it all started to unravel. There wasn't a big dramatic moment that led to the disconnect between him and his love. It felt as if they just started to drift apart gradually. First to go was the I love yous. They used to say it in the morning when waking, on the phone during the day, once they got back to the house together, while making love, and before going to bed. Times when he'd awake to Amara whispering, I love you, in the night as she watched him sleep. It gave him such comfort and peace to hear in the still of the night. Next was the affection. He'd reach for her in the night and she coldly refused his touch. A stark shift from the loving woman who met his touch with a passionate kiss. These days, he was lucky if he could get her to look at him. Now, they don't even sleep together. Amara was sharing a room with Anaya. She said she needed space one night after making love. Jared had no idea what had led to it. He didn't want her to leave their marital bed, but if she felt she needed space, who was he to deny her of it? They never spoke unless it was about the bills or Naya. Every now and then, they would have a tense argument where Amara begged for more, but she could never be clear on what more he needed to do. "Where is the passion?" she would ask, tears in her eyes, and he would always reply, "Babe, I love you so much. I just want you to be happy again." Which only led to her crying more. He was exhausted and just wanted to know how to get back to when they were happy. These days, it felt like he could do no right for Amara, Naya, or Amara's crazy mother. He picks up his phone to call her, but stops short. What could he say that would undo years of distance? He chooses to scroll old photos instead. A young Amara laughing in the sun. Her smile used to be so easy, so free. When did it change? When did she change? With a sigh, he tucks the card back into his glove compartment box. But the thought lingers. Maybe it's not too late. Maybe he can still fix it. "I can't do this anymore." Amara's voice trembles, but her resolve stands firm. She doesn't look away this time. She needs him to see her. Jared pleads, his voice cracking under the weight of desperation. He lists every reason why they should try again, but Amara's heart remains unmoved. "I wanted a partner, Jared. Someone who shows up. I feel like you're a shell of the man I thought I was marrying." "Keep your voice down. Naya is in the other room." Amara chuckled out of frustration as she rubbed her forehead. That headache was returning. Jared never wanted to argue, fight, or even bicker. Naya was an excuse he pulled from his ass whenever he realized it was going to get heated. "Jared, this is what couples do. They argue, yell, and express their frustrations out loud. It's how resolve is reached." "Amara, please, keep it down." "No, I am unhappy, angry, and frustrated. Am I alone in this? Where are your emotions? Where is your heart?" "My heart is with you. It's been with you for years." "I don't feel it, Jared. I haven't felt you in a long time," Amara cried. "I am here, Amara." Jared reached for her, but she swatted his hand away. Jared tightened his jaw. "What was that?" he asked, his face turning red. "I don't want you to touch me right now." She backed up. She was beside herself with emotion. "One moment you're screaming. You don't feel me. Then I reach for you, and you push me away. I can do no right with you," he said calmly, but his anger was ever present. Amara stood still. She wasn't used to seeing him like this. "It's like you hate me for no apparent reason. You ask and I give, but I cannot give you happiness, Amara. You have to do that for yourself." "I never asked for anything other than what I am owed as the woman you say you love." "Then act like the woman I fell in love with," he screamed at the top of his lungs, releasing years of anger and frustration. It felt like it was always about her feelings, but he had feelings too. "Oh, please, when have you ever acknowledged the love I gave?" she shot back. "Well, there has been nothing given to be acknowledged. Yet, and still, I bring you lunch. I say my goodnights to the wall, it seems. I offer cold coffee to the door, and you could care less. I am trying to be the man you say you want, and it seems you don't want it as bad as you exclaim." "Maybe you're just not the man I want it from," she replied coldly. "What does that mean?" He pushed her into saying it, dared her to. It would be the only thing that made sense. Maybe she had an affair with a man who was a better lover, more romantic, and she lost her luster for Jared. He just wanted to hear the reason, any reason, for why she hated him. He was starting to feel unworthy. "This is the first time you've shown any kind of passion in years, and it's anger directed towards me. So maybe you're not capable of being the man I want because you're not the man I need." "What are you trying to tell me?" "I am telling you that we are unraveling as if our love was a rug, and now it's just a pile of threads, worthless threads that could never be reused." "Don't speak like that. I can't do this anymore, Jared. I am going to file." For the last 2 years, he watched the fire in her eyes die slowly. It was torture. The woman he loved was locked deep inside of this angry woman who refused to fight for their love. But he was losing his fight too. He yearned for her love, and in that moment, he realized it might never come back. He raised his hands and surrendered, walking back into his room, where he buried his head in his book all night. Jared stands in the doorway of their bedroom, watching Amara pack a small suitcase. His fingers tighten around the door frame, knuckles white. Is this really it? She exhales sharply, zipping the suitcase. I need space, Jared. He steps inside, closing the distance between them. Space for what? To breathe? To think? Or to leave me? Amara's hands tremble as she grips the suitcase handle. I don't know. Bullshit. Jared's voice is raw, the mask of composure slipping. You do know. You've already decided. She swallows hard, forcing herself to meet his gaze. What do you want me to say? That I don't love you anymore? That I can't keep pretending? Jared clenches his jaw, his throat bobbing as he swallows. Then don't pretend. Fight. Stay and fight for us. Amara shakes her head. I've been fighting, Jared. I'm exhausted. A beat of silence stretches between them. Then, Jared steps closer, his voice barely above a whisper. Do you still feel anything for me? Her eyes glisten, and for a second, she hesitates. I feel? She exhales, closing her eyes, tired. Jared inhales sharply as if her words have gutted him. That's not an answer. She lifts the suitcase and moves toward the door. Jared doesn't stop her. He just watches, hands clenched at his sides. As Amara steps outside, the cool night air hits her skin. She places the suitcase in the trunk, slides into the driver's seat, and grips the wheel, willing herself not to cry. Her phone buzzes. Jared's name lights up the screen. She hesitates, then reads the message. Her face got hot, fingers trembling. She locks her phone. Then, as if drawn by an unforeseen force, she lifts her gaze to the house. Jared is standing in the doorway, silhouetted by the porch light, but it's his eyes that stop her breath. His dark, intense stare is filled with something she hadn't seen in years. A fire. The fire he had the day they met. The vulnerability of a man who craves being wanted, the need to be needed by her. A rush of memories of laughter, whispered secrets in the dark, the way he used to look at her like she was his whole world, floods her chest, stilling her resolve. Her fingers tighten around the steering wheel. She should drive away, but she can't move. Jared sat silently for a moment, then looked up. Embarrassed, helpless, and raw. Dr. Brenda murmured thoughtfully. Why embarrassed? Amara asked, confused. I cried like a little girl in front of my wife, he said sheepishly. Excuse me, Dr. Brenda interjected. Men cry too, not just little girls. Jared, if you want your feelings to be taken seriously, you have to consider them yourself. I'm just not used to that kind of stuff. Most men aren't, Dr. Brenda acknowledged. But when they truly feel safe enough to be vulnerable, they release those same emotions you did. I've seen many grown men cry, Jared. You're not the first, and you won't be the last. Amara and Jared sat nervously in the waiting room of their new marriage counselor's office. Amara leaned against Jared's shoulder, her legs crossed, his hand resting on her knee to offer comfort. The gold clock on the neutral-toned wall with deep plum-colored doors ticked aggressively, each second stretching the silence between them. The front desk receptionist asked a string of questions, each one making Amara shift in her seat. Every time the office door opened, she jumped slightly, eyes darting up in anticipation. After what felt like an eternity, was actually 30 minutes, by the relentless ticking of the clock, a warm voice cut through the tension. Jared and Amara. A woman with short salt and pepper curls and an air of casual confidence stood in the doorway, smiling. I'm Dr. Brenda, she said, stepping forward with an outstretched hand. She wasted no time introducing herself, running through her credentials, experience, and approach as if she were the one being interviewed. Despite her impressive background, she had an easygoing manner, laid back, informal. Her laughter was unguarded, her jokes effortless, as if she had already figured out their dynamic before they even sat down. Once the logistics were out of the way, they were ushered into her office. The centerpiece was an oversized cream couch, impossibly plush, as if designed to swallow them whole. As they sank into it, Amara shot Jared a knowing glance. Dr. Brenda settled into her chair, legs crossed, journal in hand. She leaned forward slightly, her expression open but sharp. So, she began, eyes flicking between them. What brings you into my office? Amara exhaled, glancing at Jared before speaking. I've been really unhappy in our marriage for the last 2 years. It got so bad that I almost left. Her voice softened as she squeezed Jared's hand. But we love each other, and we want to make this work. Jared nodded, his grip tightening around hers. I just want her to be happy again, he said, a quiet but hopeful note in his voice. Dr. Brenda tilted her head. Are you happy, Jared? The question seemed to catch him off guard. His mouth opened slightly, then it closed. He looked around as if searching for the answer on the walls, but nothing came out. I need you both to know, Dr. Brenda continued, that while I'm here for you as a couple, I'm also here for you as individuals. You need to be honest with me, even if you think the other won't take it well. We can clean up discomfort, but I can't fix what I don't know. I'm good, but I ain't that good. She chuckled, playfully tapping Jared's knee. They both let out a small, nervous laugh. Jared straightened. I I don't think about my own feelings much, he admitted. I get frustrated sometimes, but then I let it go and focus on getting us back to where we need to be. Dr. Brenda arched a brow. Is this a pattern of his? She asked Amara as if she had already identified the dynamic. Amara's lips parted in surprise before she nodded. Very much so, and it drives me crazy. But, Dr. Brenda pressed, you also liked it, at least at one point. Am I wrong? Amara hesitated. No, I loved how attentive he was when we first met. It made me feel special. Dr. Brenda hummed thoughtfully, jotting down something in her plum-colored journal. But as time passed, I realized he doesn't show genuine emotion unless he's prompted, and even then, he can come across awkward. Jared turned to her, frowning. You think I'm awkward? Amara sighed. Only when you're uncomfortable, but yeah, even Naya has picked up on it. Dr. Brenda's eyes flicked up from her journal. Naya is your daughter. Yes, Amara nodded. She's 14, and she's mentioned that her dad acts a little awkward when emotions are involved. Dr. Brenda let out a deep, deliberate, as she scribbled in her journal again. Jared sat up straighter. I never knew that. Dr. Brenda looked at him closely. Do emotional moments make you uncomfortable, Jared? He shifted. It's just that Amara gets really upset sometimes, and Naya is a lot like her. I don't always know how to handle those moments. Dr. Brenda set her pen down. Even after 19 years with Amara and 14 with your daughter? Jared didn't respond. He just shrugged, an almost clueless expression crossing his face. Dr. Brenda leaned back, tapping her chin with her pen. That's something we'll explore. She went on to discuss the goals of their sessions, what they hoped to gain, how progress would be measured. She reassured them that the first sessions often felt unproductive, even frustrating, and that many couples never returned after the first meeting. But, she added with a knowing smile, if you trust the process, I promise you, we can untangle the mess. And Jared, you're not weaving this tapestry alone. Amara is in this with you, and I'm here to support you both. As they left the session, they didn't speak, but something felt lighter. Not resolved, not even close, but lighter. I hated talking to him. It was like talking to a stranger. No love, no affection, barely any understanding. Amara cried as she spoke about her father. But did you feel loved? Dr. Brenda asked. I felt like he tried to make me feel loved, but it got lost in translation. Mmm, Dr. Brenda hummed in response. What about you, Jared? Did you feel loved growing up? Jared swallowed hard. His eyes darted nervously. He scratched his short afro, rubbing his hands together as if preparing to dive into the hardest conversation of his life. But all he managed was a faint, I don't know. Dr. Brenda leaned back, studying him. Her expression made it clear. She wasn't letting him off that easy. Well, what do you know? She pressed. Jared exhaled. That my parents were there, he said, nodding as if that alone should mean something. There, how? Dr. Brenda asked. Emotionally, spiritually, or just physically? Jared hesitated. I I don't know, he finally admitted, his voice barely above a whisper. Amara threw up her hands. See? Nothing. Dr. Brenda held up a hand, signaling her to stop, without taking her eyes off Jared. In that moment, he looked small, like a boy, not a grown man. Jared, she said gently, leaning forward, tell me about your childhood. She placed a firm, reassuring hand on his leg. Jared shifted uncomfortably. I had a mom and dad, siblings. There were good times and bad times. Dr. Brenda didn't let up. Tell me about the bad times. Jared's jaw tightened as he stared at the floor. He took a long, shaky breath, knowing that opening this door might change everything. His fingers fidgeted, picking at an invisible thread on his jeans. I never felt heard, he finally whispered, a tear slipping down his cheek. Amara stiffened. She had never heard him talk like this, never seen him cry except at funerals. Dr. Brenda handed him a tissue. What did you see that you wanted to talk about? She asked. Jared hesitated. Then, as if releasing a breath he'd been holding for years, he said, the abuse. Silence stretched between them. Did you blame yourself? Dr. Brenda's voice was soft, but direct. Jared squeezed his eyes shut. Yes, but every time I talked back to him, he beat her for it. His shoulders trembled. More tears fell. Dr. Brenda nodded knowingly. So, no one could speak their minds without his anger being the response. We all tiptoed around his emotions like a bomb we were afraid would go off, Jared said, his voice raw. One day, he beat her so bad, she got mad at me and told me, if you ever open your mouth again, he'll beat me worse. I felt so guilty. Amara placed a trembling hand on his back. It wasn't your fault, baby, she whispered. Dr. Brenda waited a beat before speaking. Jared, look around. You're here. You're safe. You're loved. But I need you to let go of all the pain you've been holding in. Cry, scream, do whatever you need to do, but don't bottle it up anymore. Jared inhaled sharply, his chest rising and falling with the weight of old wounds resurfacing. Then he stood and screamed. I just wanted him to stop hitting her. The pain in his voice sent shivers down Amara's spine. She watched, frozen, as Jared broke down completely, sobbing like a man who had carried a lifetime of suffering on his back. Amara rushed to him, wrapping her arms around his shaking body. He clung to her like a drowning man, gasping for air. Dr. Brenda moved behind Amara, steadying her so she could bear the weight of his grief. That night, Amara held Jared in bed, cradling him as he drifted into an exhausted sleep. She stroked his back, rocking him gently. You're safe with me, she whispered. Our childhoods affect us in relationships more than we think. Think of your childhood as an instruction manual on how to live and love. Then we go out into the world as adults, repeating those same patterns and mistakes, wondering why some of us are so messed up. Dr. Brenda, Amara, and Jared chuckled. Things were becoming easier as they got to know each other. I feel like Jared is just so closed off sometimes. I can't get anything from him. So, last session must have surprised you, Dr. Brenda asked Amara. I had never seen him so open and vulnerable. I was shocked, but I felt closer to him, she admitted, looking into Jared's eyes to acknowledge his effort. How did you feel about last session, Jared? Dr. Brenda asked, adjusting her long brown cardigan. Jared sat silently for a moment, then looked up. Embarrassed, helpless, and raw. Hmm, Dr. Brenda murmured thoughtfully. Why embarrassed? Amara asked, confused. I cried like a little girl in front of my wife, he said sheepishly. Excuse me, Dr. Brenda interjected. Men cry too, not just little girls. Jared, if you want your feelings to be taken seriously, you have to consider them yourself. I'm just not used to that kind of stuff. Most men aren't, Dr. Brenda acknowledged. But when they truly feel safe enough to be vulnerable, they release those same emotions you did. I've seen many grown men cry, Jared. You're not the first, and you won't be the last. Amara leaned forward. I feel like you're numb, Jared. But last session showed your emotions, and for the first time, I felt hopeful. I just want to see more of that in our relationship. Like passion, Brenda questioned. Yes, exactly, Amara replied. Amara, do you create a safe space for Jared to express himself? I think so, Amara answered confidently. Brenda tilted her head slightly. I ask because last session he took some time getting his feelings out. But you seemed impatient. A blind man could see he was struggling emotionally, yet in that moment you only focused on your own needs. Why is that? Amara looked stunned, caught off guard. Her eyes darted around the room as if searching for an escape. I just wanted to hear him say something. Is your need to hear him more important than the time he needs to process complicated emotions? Brenda asked pointedly. Amara hesitated as if the answer was yes, but she couldn't admit it. Jared, do you feel Amara can be impatient with you? Brenda redirected. Jared swallowed hard. Yes. Amara snapped her head toward Jared, crossing her arms with a sharp huff, her expression seething. Is this a pattern? Dr. Brenda pressed. Does she get upset with you when you express your feelings? Jared exhaled heavily. Yes. The warm air Amara blew from her nostrils landed on his cheek as she glared at him. Bullshit, she spat, turning to Brenda. Wanting to hear his emotions isn't selfish or impatient. I just want to know how he feels about me. How is that wrong? Amara, take a moment to note your posture and tone, Brenda said calmly. You're very angry, and all he did was answer my question honestly. How is that creating a safe space for him? Amara clenched her jaw. Maybe we should end this, since I'm such a horrible person. That's on brand for you, Jared shot back. Brenda leaned back slightly, a glint of pride in her eyes as she listened to him stand firm. Amara's mouth dropped open in shock. Every time I express my displeasure with your attitude, you threaten to leave me. I understand you want more, but that's really nothing new, Amara. When it comes to hearing me, when have you ever been interested in that? I wanted to have more kids, but you decided one was the perfect number. I wanted to rent before buying a home, but you decided purchasing was best for a newly married couple. I wanted to invest my royalties in a beachfront property for us to vacation at, but you decided it wasn't worth the money. You say you want my opinion, but for the last 19 years you shut it down. So forgive me if I choose to reserve what little dignity I have left and keep my unwanted feelings to myself. Dr. Brenda's eyes darted between them, anticipating an explosion. Instead, Amara grabbed her coat, handed Dr. Brenda the tissue box, and stormed out, slamming the door behind her. Jared moved to follow, but Dr. Brenda stopped him. Let her go. We can clean it up later. You did really good. Jared exhaled, feeling lighter but tense. He feared Amara would leave him for everything he had just said. I've been doing this for 35 years, Jared, Brenda reassured him. She's not going anywhere. The threats, they're about control. That woman loves you. She's just a little spoiled. And listen to me. Don't take back a single word you said. Stand firm. But also, Make it clear that none of it means you love her any less. She has things to work on, just like you do. Y'all gonna be all right. She pulled him into a warm, grounding hug before sending him on his way, 20 pounds lighter in resentment and 30 pounds heavier in confidence. For the first time in his marriage, Jared felt seen. As promised, Dr. Brenda had smoothed things over after the tense session. Amara and Jared were back on speaking terms and they had committed to monthly date nights, a small but meaningful step toward untangling the threads of their relationship. They had also agreed to individual sessions with Dr. Brenda, and today was Jared's turn. He was nervous. That big, fluffy couch and Brenda's warm, motherly tone always broke him down. He was sure he'd shed a tear or two before the session was over. Jared, the man of the hour. Dr. Brenda greeted him with her usual enthusiasm. She always had a way of making him feel proud just for showing up. Ready to get started? She asked, settling into her chair and gesturing for him to do the same. The real work began midway through the session when they started talking about the early days, the romance, the excitement, the way Amara made him feel. He loved reminiscing about those years when everything had felt so effortless despite her overbearing nature. I want you to close your eyes and go back to the first day you met Amara, Dr. Brenda instructed gently. The love of your life. What was she wearing? What did she smell like? How did it make you feel? A slow, genuine smile spread across Jared's face as he sank into the memory. She wore this purple wrap dress and these sexy blue heels. Her hair was wild, curled to the side with a gold pendant. And that scent, he inhaled as if reliving the moment. Vanilla and caramel, all at once. Her fragrance lingered on my hand, and I swear I sniffed it the whole ride home. It was intoxicating. Dr. Brenda smiled. And how did you feel about her that first day? Love at first sight? Absolutely. His response was immediate, unwavering. No doubt in my mind that she'd be the woman I loved until the end of time. How did she make you feel? She pressed. Jared hesitated, momentarily lost in the past. Like God favored me, he said finally, then let out a soft, almost embarrassed chuckle, as if the weight of that realization still surprised him. One word, Dr. Brenda encouraged. Loved. A single tear slipped from his closed eye, like I found my best friend and lover in the same moment. Dr. Brenda nodded. If the love you had for Amara was a song, what song would it be? Jared's smile grew even bigger. Brian McKnight's The Rest of My Life. When he finally opened his eyes, Dr. Brenda was watching him with that familiar, proud mama bear smile. She had recorded the moment and turned the screen toward him. Look at this, she said. Watch the way your face changes when you talk about her. Jared stared at himself on the screen, seeing the raw emotion reflected back at him. That's the passion she wants to see, Dr. Brenda told him, patting his back in reassurance. Your emotional responses aren't broken, Jared. They're just fractured. Jared swallowed hard. I'm learning that. Dr. Brenda nodded. I encourage you to visit this place more often. I know your trauma has taught you to shove your feelings into a box, especially when you feel they aren't being received, but your feelings matter, Jared. You matter. He exhaled, nodding slowly. I hear you. Amara needs to feel what I felt watching you talk about her, Dr. Brenda said. I have so much hope for you two. Jared let her words settle over him. I'll see you next session, she said warmly, walking him to the door. He gave her a small, grateful nod before stepping out, already thinking about next steps. Jared didn't hesitate. As soon as he left Dr. Brenda's office, he was on a mission. He stopped by the florist, his heart pounding with anticipation. He knew exactly what to get. Amara's favorite flower, the one she always kept on the kitchen counter before things started to unravel, the ones he hadn't seen in the house for far too long. With the bouquet in hand, he drove home, his fingers drumming against the steering wheel as he replayed their conversation in his head. The way Dr. Brenda had made him relive their first meeting, the way his heart ached with longing. If there was ever a time to remind Amara of who they used to be, who they could still be, it was now. When he walked through the door, Amara was in the living room, curled up on the couch with a book. She looked up, surprised as he stepped inside, flowers in one hand, his phone in the other. "Jared?" she asked, her brow furrowed in curiosity. Without a word, he placed the flowers on the coffee table and queued up the song on his phone. The first notes of "The Rest of My Life" by Brian McKnight filled the room. He ripped the head of one of the flowers out of the bouquet, placed it in her hair as he asked her to dance with me. He murmured, his voice thick with emotion. Amara hesitated, her eyes searching his. There was something different about him, something softer, something raw. He pulled her close, his arms wrapping around her as they swayed to the music. His lips brushed against her temple as he whispered the lyrics, his voice unsteady with feeling. Amara's breath hitched. She clung to him as if letting go would mean losing the moment. Her fingers traced the back of his neck, something she used to do when they danced in the kitchen on Sunday mornings, back when their love was effortless. As the song played, their foreheads pressed together, the distance between them closing. Tears welled in Amara's eyes, but she didn't fight them. When the final notes faded, Jared cupped her face, his thumb gently brushing away a stray tear. "I miss us, Amara," he admitted, his voice filled with the passion she had been longing for. She exhaled shakily, her hands resting against his chest, feeling the steady rhythm of his heart. "I think I like this tapestry better than the old one," she whispered, her lips curving into a small smile. Jared's breath caught. Hope surged through him like a wildfire. Without another word, he captured her lips in a deep kiss, one filled with unspoken promises, apologies, and longing. Amara melted into him, her arms wrapping around his neck as she pulled him even closer. Neither of them spoke as he lifted her into his arms and carried her toward the bedroom. Tonight, they would weave something new, something stronger, something lasting. Tonight, they would rewrite their love story.
I wanna take you back, but I can't. I wanna leave you behind, but I can't. It's not easy to love you, darling. It's not easy to love you, darling. Should love you in the moment. Should tell you all the problems. It's not easy to love you, baby. It's not easy to love you, baby. It's not easy to love you, baby. You just run, you don't talk, and don't wanna be behind you, baby. Behind you, baby. Let it go, let it go, let it fly. It's not love, it's not love, it's not the time. Let it go, let it go, let it fly. It's not love, it's not love, it's not love.
As I sit in my condo, wine glass in hand, I can almost taste the bitterness of it all. The man I thought would be my forever had been nothing more than a dream, one I built on a foundation of lies. And wasn't that what I had always done? Built dreams out of lies? For years, I convinced myself that love could fix everything, that I could fix him, fix us. But the truth was, I wasn't broken because of Donovan, Kwasi, or Michael. I was broken because I had never taken the time to fix myself. I had spent my life pretending to be the glue that held everything together, but I was the one who was falling apart. And so, as my children slept peacefully in their rooms, and the soft hum of the ocean waves filled the silence of the night, I realized this was my moment, my life, and I was the centerpiece. It was time to rebuild, not around anyone else, but around me. I had always believed that being the glue gave me strength, but now it also gave me the power to dismantle the things that did not serve me. I habitually sought people who fit into my center, mistaking companionship for wholeness. There was a void inside me, an aching loneliness I didn't know how to fill. Instead of healing myself, I sought out broken souls and tried to mend them. That fractured place inside me, the one that whispered I wasn't enough, that craved to be chosen, to be seen, led me straight to Donovan. He occupied the center of my world for 10 years. 10 whole years. He was just the right amount of broken to qualify for Angel Soul Repair Services. I didn't see it as trauma back then. I saw it as fate. Like God had custom wrapped his wounds to match mine. I latched onto him like a leech drawn to a warm body of blood. I could smell his wounded soul from miles away, a metallic scent with a hint of bergamot, a taste that lingered on my tongue after every kiss. Our pain spoke the same language. Mine, abandonment. His, failure. And somehow it all translated to passion in the beginning. Donovan was a tall man with smooth, dark skin that gleamed like polished ebony under the sun. Everything about him was beautiful. Broad shoulders, a chiseled jawline, full lips that rarely smiled, but always kissed with meaning. His eyes, though. His eyes were the only thing that gave him away. Sharp and stormy, like they carried secrets too heavy for a man his age. They didn't quite fit the rest of his soft, inviting face. But that's what made me fall, because I recognized that look. The weight of dreams deferred. The silent war of trying to be something more in a world that expected so little from us. He once dreamed of being a football star, had the build, the skill, and the drive. But when that door closed, he settled for the refinery, working side by side with his father. He made good money for a young single black man, but he moved through life like someone still chasing the ghost of a touchdown that never came. I respected him for how hard he worked. That man would take a 30-hour shift without flinching. I used to think it was just his grind. Now I see it was also his escape. When we met, I was only 18, too young to know that love doesn't fix what therapy should. But he made me feel wanted, needed, seen. And I made him feel whole, at least for a little while. We met in August. By January, we were tangled in declarations of love we couldn't take back. He was 21. I was fresh out of girlhood, still clutching dreams of fairy tales and forever. But in my mind, we were already halfway down the aisle. Girl meets boy, they fall madly in love, they marry young, have babies, and live happily ever after. I was writing our love story in real time, convinced it was unfolding exactly as it should. In those early years, Donovan really was everything I thought a good husband and father should be. When we had our daughter, Harmony, he changed overnight. He became someone I didn't even know he had in him. Protective, present, proud. I remember the day I gave birth like it was yesterday. He hovered over her bassinet like a bodyguard on duty, asked every nurse for her credentials, questioned their experience with newborns, accompanied her every time she left the room for testing. I laid in that hospital bed watching a boy become a father right before my eyes, and I was amazed. And honestly, I was incredibly turned on by the transformation. He went from carefree to Papa Bear in less than 24 hours, and I loved him deeper for it. He worked overtime at the refinery so I wouldn't have to want for anything. Harmony's onesie collection rivaled celebrity babies. And when he handed me that Bottega as a push gift, I laughed through my postpartum tears. Not because of the gift itself, but because for a moment, I felt seen and cherished, loved. But that's the thing about love rooted in brokenness. It blooms fast, wild, and beautiful. But sometimes it doesn't survive the weight of healing. And while our love started in the cracks, eventually, those cracks became canyons. Even still, he adored our baby girl. He burped her, changed her, and rocked her to sleep. He let me rest, taking her on long walks around the neighborhood. Because of him, I could complete my law school assignments while breastfeeding exclusively. It wasn't easy. Juggling marriage, motherhood, and coursework at 20. Yet, I kept layering on the responsibility. Donovan supported me every step of the way. He believed in my potential in a way no one ever had. He told me my name would be in news stations and in history books. He funded my dreams without hesitation, dropping hundreds of dollars on the latest textbooks, so I'd never have to settle for outdated versions. The mother of my children would never hold or wear nobody's old dusty nothing, he'd say. As the third oldest of 5 girls, I spent my childhood wearing hand-me-downs. Hearing my husband say that made me feel worthy. I didn't know if I deserved someone who cherished me that much, but I knew I liked it. Then came year 5. We welcomed our son, Huxley. He was an easy baby, as long as he was latched to my breast. And so I nursed him constantly, more than I even breathed, it seemed. By then, Harmony was 3, walking alone, but I was still drowning in the weight of it all. And that's when the cracks in our marriage really began to show. I started eating uncontrollably, not out of hunger, but to soothe the ache of constantly feeling alone, overlooked, and undesirable. And Donovan, he just disappeared. Not literally, but emotionally. He was never home. Not to talk to, not to help, not to hold me when I cried in the middle of the night after nursing a newborn. Not exactly the warmest welcome for our baby number 2, but that was my reality. He hired a nurse to assist me during postpartum, not out of thoughtfulness, not because he wanted me to be cared for, but because he wasn't around enough to do it himself. He was always at work, always just grabbing a quick drink with coworkers, or helping someone move, or running a late night errand. I didn't have hard evidence of infidelity, but my intuition flared up, like a metal detector hovering over a sack of nickels every time he was near. And when I finally got the nerve to confront him, heart racing, throat dry, he acted like I was crazy. Donovan, are you seeing someone else? I asked one night, voice trembling more from exhaustion than fear. Just tell me the truth. I can handle it. He barely blinked. Where is this coming from? You're never here. You barely touch me. And when you do, you feel distant, off. You're tired. You just had a baby. Your hormones are playing tricks on you, he said, not even looking up from his phone. I wanted to believe him. God, I wanted to. But the way he said it, calm, dismissive, like gaslighting was his second language, set something off inside me. Our fights became like a never-ending game of tug-of-war. Me pulling for us, him pulling for his independence. I couldn't tell you exactly when it happened, when our marriage shifted from dream to nightmare, but somewhere in the chaos, he stopped loving me. Or maybe he stopped pretending to. So when I eventually found the proof, I wasn't even shocked. I just want you to be honest with me, I said quietly, standing in our bedroom doorway, holding the small box between my fingers like it was a ticking bomb. I thought we meant more to you than this. He turned, blinking like he didn't understand what he was seeing. What is that? You know what this is. I lifted the condoms in the air, my voice louder now. They were in your glove compartment. They're not mine, he said too quickly. His hands started sweating. His eyes darted everywhere but at me. He was lying, and he was bad at it. Don't insult my intelligence, Don. You want me to admit to something I didn't do? He asked, wiping the sweat from his brow like it would help him think straight. I laughed, cold, hollow. So the condoms just magically appeared in your car. What, a thoughtful coworker planted them as a prank? I don't know how they got there, he muttered. I turned and started packing. Anger surged through me like a storm, and at the time, I still respected what we had. I still believed that maybe one mistake didn't have to mean the end, but lying to me, that was unforgivable. Where you going? He asked as I rolled the suitcase out of the closet and began stuffing clothes inside, tossing in diapers and onesies in a frenzy. I want to know who those condoms belong to, I snapped without looking at him. Last chance, Don. He sat heavily on the edge of the bed, buried his face in his hands. After a long pause, he exhaled, defeated. They mine, he said finally. I met someone at a club. We did some things in the back of the club. That did it. I saw red. I threw everything I could find at him. Pillows, picture frames, books. The baby monitor missed him by inches. How dare you? In a public place? While I was home nursing our child? He didn't say a word, just sat there, letting me scream, letting me cry, letting me fall apart. I moved into the baby's room that night. I froze him out for months. If we ever did anything intimate, it was strictly on my terms. I made sure he understood that my pleasure was the only goal. I gave him the coldest shoulder I had. So cold it could have turned summer into winter. But hating him exhausted me. It kept me up at night. It gave me anxiety so thick I could barely breathe. And slowly, I wore down. We talked. We yelled. We cried. Eventually, we mended the fences, if only on the surface. I agreed to work it out. I started going to church with my dad, hoping prayer could clean what Donovan had dirtied in our marriage. I fought to forgive, fought to let love back in. But no matter how many Sundays I spent in that sanctuary, I could still feel them. Those other women, their fingerprints on his skin, their perfume in his kisses, their shadows lurking between our sheets. Every time he touched me, I imagined someone else had been there first. Every time he whispered, I love you, I heard a lie echo behind it. Resentment etched its way into my heart like acid. But I fought it. I fought the hatred like my life depended on it. Because maybe it did. By 28, I was juggling 2 kids, a crumbling marriage, and the final stretch of law school. I felt like I had lived 5 lifetimes, each stacked with unbearable weight. My children were at that pivotal stage where they needed their mother's full attention. But Donovan and I were in constant tension, draining me to my core. Every day was the same. Dragging myself out of bed, class, school drop-offs, homework, more exhaustion. Then I go back to bed just to do it all over again. By year 9 of our marriage, my delusions were fading. My grip on the facade of what I thought we had was slipping, and the fact that I'd married a man who hated me was beginning to seep out of every conversation, every argument. I once caught him talking horribly about me to his mom. His voice was low, but laced with venom. And when I confronted him, he looked me dead in the eye and said, "You know how emotional you get. I just needed someone to talk to." That was his thing, flipping the script, making people believe I was the crazy one, feeding into this idea that he was just surviving me, that I was the storm and he was the innocent man weathering it. He didn't take accountability. He mastered the art of weaponizing my feelings. My reactions were the problem, not his lies, not his cheating, not his silence when I cried myself to sleep. One morning, I woke up, looked at the man laying next to me, and felt nothing. No love, no admiration, no warmth. Just a crushing realization that I had made a terrible mistake. The regret of marrying him sat heavier on my chest than my course load at UC Berkeley, and that's saying a lot. I had always prided myself on being a high achiever. Top of my class, internship offers, professors singing my praises. But now, I was grinding through every assignment with one goal in mind: escape. At first, I told myself I'd relieve Donovan of his financial responsibilities, show him I could stand on my own 2 feet. But the deeper I stepped into the reality of our marriage, the more I realized I didn't owe him anything. Not freedom, not peace, certainly not grace. I wanted my own income. I wanted my own life. And I wanted out. My counselor was the only one who knew my plan. I'd graduate, land a job, and by year 10, I'd be ready. Year 10. That was the year I'd surprised my lying, cheating husband with divorce papers on our anniversary. I had even made a Tenderoni profile just for fun, just to test the waters. One of my classmates introduced me to the app over drinks, and that night I went home, propped myself in bed, and swiped until my thumb got tired. The options? Underwhelming, bland, vanilla. I deleted and remade my profile at least 3 times in a single month. Where are all the fine niggas? I muttered one night, annoyed, swiping past an endless sea of hiking enthusiasts and awkward bios filled with dad jokes. Still, I kept scrolling, low-key hoping for a chocolate dream to pull me out of this vanilla nightmare. Then, our 10th anniversary rolled around, and like a fool, I went softer than a damn marshmallow. Because, like clockwork, Donovan pulled out all the stops. He boasted about the amazing day he had planned. All you gotta do is show up, baby, he told me, smiling like the man who hadn't held me during a panic attack 2 weeks ago. But I was tired of doing something for someone at all times. So being told I could just show up, that sounded like a full body massage. I woke up to breakfast in bed, mimosas, shrimp and grits, a side of fresh fruit, and an envelope that read, "To the love of my life." He told me to put on the sexiest dress in my closet, do my hair just the way he liked it, and be outside by 8:20 to meet the Uber Lux. And I did, because I wanted to feel again, even just for a day. Before I stepped out, I stood in front of the mirror a little longer than usual. My red lace dress clung to every curve like it was sewn onto my skin. My body, newly reformed, thanks to Leslie Sansoon and all those damn resistance bands, was giving what it needed to give. For a moment, I stared at myself, not just the outer woman, but the one underneath. Was I really about to play pretend again? Still, I grabbed my purse, reapplied my gloss, and walked out the door. When I arrived to the restaurant, all eyes turned. I floated across the floor like I owned the place, and maybe for the first time in a long time, I felt like I did. My hips swayed. My switch was tight enough to dim every light in the room, and baby, I was feeling myself. Donovan stood, mouth curved into a grin, pulling out my chair like he was Prince Charming. I sat beside him, slid my hand over his shoulder, and pressed a kiss to his cheek. "Thank you," I whispered, a part of me giving into the moment. "You look beautiful," he said, his eyes taking their sweet time over my curves. "And you look delicious." He leaned in, threading his fingers into my curls, finding the nape of my neck and pulling me into a kiss that made my spine shiver. This man had always known how to stir the fire. We ate. We laughed. He booked a winery where a live jazz band played Anita Baker, my favorite. We danced like no one was watching. And even if they were, I didn't care. Later, during the private dessert and wine tasting, he let his hand slip beneath my dress more than once. I brushed against him, teasing, playing our old game. It was the first time in ages we just enjoyed each other. No lies, no hesitation, no silent battles simmering under every look. Just chemistry. What turns you on? I smirked. A man who knows what he's doing, who listens, who leads. Mm, he said, licking his lips. And what would that man do if he had you right now? Depends. I leaned in, tracing my fingers down his chest. Is he just trying to impress me? Or is he trying to keep me? He chuckled. Why not both? Then he'd have to make me forget every man before him and every pain he ever caused. Donovan looked at me, his playfulness fading just for a second. I think I'm ready to try. He put his card down and signaled for the check. Needless to say, the ride back was hot. Too hot. The Uber driver looked conflicted, eyes flickering from the road to the rearview mirror. I'm sure he wanted to kick us out, but curiosity had him hostage. We didn't go all the way, just halfway, because we liked to wild out when we did it. But that backseat wasn't big enough for the kind of love we made. All right, I won't lie. I enjoyed myself. This time, he put real thought into it. Every detail felt intentional, from the wine to the playlist to the restaurant I'd been obsessing over. And then the gift, matching chains. His said, her king, mine, his queen. He took my hand, looked into my eyes, and said, this is my way of telling the world it's us now. No more playing games. His voice had weight, like he meant it. And for 1 second, I almost believed him. We got home, dismissed the babysitter, and took things to the bedroom to finish what we started. Donovan had always known how to make love to me. That was part of the problem. His lips, his hands, his timing. He played my body like a symphony. Every note, every moan, every gasp. He pulled it from me with precision. He unraveled me like I was his favorite story. And just as I was losing myself in it, just as I was surrendering to the pleasure, I felt it. His body hesitated. His movement stilled. And then he softened. I blinked up at him in confusion, humiliation sinking its claws into me. Self-doubt rushed in like a flood. Was it me? Did the sounds of my pleasure turn him off? Was he thinking about somebody else? Was I not enough? Panic flared in my chest. Before I could stop myself, I grabbed his phone off the nightstand and sprinted to the bathroom, slamming the door shut. Babe, don't do this. It's not what you think, he pleaded, his voice low but careful. My hands trembled as I unlocked his phone. And just like that, there it was. The confirmation. The text thread was fresh. Too fresh. Had a great time last night. Hope your wife enjoys the accommodations we planned for her. Accommodations? We planned for her? My stomach churned. The flowers. The dinner. The perfectly tailored evening. All of it. His side chick had curated every carefully placed detail. Connie. 8 years. For 8 years, this woman had been screwing my husband and playing event planner for our anniversary. A sob tore through me as I dropped my head into my robe, tears spilling uncontrollably. I had spent the entire night thanking him, praising him, falling into his arms, believing for just a second that maybe, just maybe, we could be salvaged. And all along, I had been nothing more than an afterthought. A woman like me is too loyal and honest to cheat. But infidelity was the deal breaker. And oh, sleeping with your hoe while planning our anniversary? That gave me a ticket to ride another man. I stood before the mirror, forcing myself to digest my reflection. I unlocked the phone and compared myself to my husband's mistress. Every picture of her was either naked or in lingerie. I looked back into the mirror and removed my robe, examining my chunky medium brown frame. It's given I had 2 kids, I muttered, frowning at my shape. My youthful thin face contradicted the aged, heavy, and curved frame I carried. I pulled myself together, washed my face, looked into our massive oval mirror, promised myself this would be the last time I cried like this over Donovan's dumbass. I let the sink fill up, dropped his phone in the water, and watched it sink to the bottom. Then I opened the door and told him, "You do you, and I'll do me." "What the fuck does that mean?" he yelled after me. But I was already gone, stepping out for a drive to clear my head, still wearing my silk robe soaked in tears.
Let it go, let it go, let it fly. It's not love, it's not love, it's not the time. Let it go, let it go, let it fly. It's not love, it's not love, it's not love.
I drove aimlessly through the night, my emotions as erratic as my playlist. One moment, I was cursing vehemently to Cardi B. The next, I was sobbing over Vivian Green's emotional roller coaster. My mind felt foggy, like I was in the passenger seat of my own life. I ended up at the beach. The waves crashed against the jagged rocks as if seeking protection from the wind. I walked along the sand, letting the water wash my feet and wash away my sadness. The waves called to me, an eerie allure to the end of my suffering, and I inched closer, the cold surf licking at my toes, until a tenderoni notification broke my trance. It's a match. I pulled out my phone and saw 2 of the most gorgeous chocolate faces I had ever seen. Both men sported natural loose locks and had healthy beards. Kwasi's dark brown, narrow eyes reminded me of Donovan's, but Kwasi looked much more mature, mysterious, and troublesome. This contrasted with Michael's big, carefree smile, which made him seem warm and inviting, like an open book. Make no mistake, both men were extremely handsome. And this made me realize I didn't have to choose one, just yet. But curious, I confirmed both matches. Kwasi messaged me right away, but I hesitated. My heart waged war with my morals. "Angel, you're still married. What are you doing? If you do this, you're no different than Donovan. How do you explain this to your children? No, this is not who you are. You file for divorce first, then live your life." But I didn't need to feel guilty for choosing to step out after my husband had done it the entire marriage. Just then, my phone lit up. Michael. He wanted to move to text. He'd been polite and attentive, safe. But the truth was I wasn't feeling Michael the way I was feeling Kwasi. I couldn't explain it. Kwasi and I only talked about sex. Dirty, delicious, unfiltered sex. But there was something about how he wielded words, like he was brushing his fingers across the skin of my mind, coaxing every suppressed desire out of hiding. The crashing waves jolted me out of my trance. The beach had always been my sanctuary, my escape when life pressed too hard on my chest. The salt air and the distant hum of the ocean gave me space to think. And lately, I'd been thinking about Monterey. My 5-year plan was almost up, and after Donovan's latest betrayal, disappearing didn't feel like running. It felt like healing. My phone buzzed again. Michael, asking me out for drinks. I hesitated, then shrugged it off. Why not? We met at a cozy bar just outside of San Francisco. Brick fireplace, soft lighting, a jazz trio playing live. It had the vibes of a romantic film. When Michael saw me, he smiled like I was a gift he hadn't expected. "You clean up nice," he said, handing me a delicate pink rose. "So do you," I smiled, catching the scent of cedar and something smooth, like whiskey and warm cologne. Very Hill Harper tonight. He laughed. Only if Hill Harper were a dad of three with plantar fasciitis. I giggled, and we sank into an easy rhythm over cocktails. We talked about his kids, the books he was reading, and then he mentioned his late wife. She had this annoying habit of singing while doing the dishes. Off key. Every time. I used to hate it. Now, I'd give anything to hear it again. I didn't realize I was crying until he reached across the table and gently wiped a tear from my cheek. "Sorry," I whispered. "Don't be. You feel things deeply. That's a strength, not a flaw." Later, we danced slowly, led by the music and his gentle guidance. I felt safe in his arms, seen, protected. I landed home just in time to miss Donovan. The moment my bra was off, I texted Kwasi. "What you doing?" He started typing, but stopped. So I called him. Straight to voicemail. Just as I laid my head on my pillow, he FaceTimed me. "Hello," I said politely. "Wake your ass up," he said aggressively. "I called you like an hour ago." I sat up and just looked at him. There was a look in his eyes that said he expected me to invite him over. Harmony and Huxley were at my mom and dad's. Donovan was at work. Why couldn't I have company? I sent him the address, and he showed up 20 minutes later, smelling like Hennessy. He got handsy as soon as he walked in the door, grabbing me and saying things only he could get away with saying to me. His cold hands woke up my nipples, and it pushed me to strip off my robe and take care of business. When we were done, he got up in a rush, threw on his clothes, and headed out the door. I was sure I would never hear from him again, but he called me the next night. This time, we met at his place. Surprisingly, we actually talked before getting down to business, and even after. I was sort of hooked. We started meeting every other night, and I forgot all about Michael. It was more than just sex. We talked for hours, curled up in his sheets, skin still warm from each other. Sometimes about nothing. TV shows, childhood memories, the music we both swore got us through shit. Other times, we just shared enough to feel seen, but never enough to be vulnerable. It was like we both feared cracking the surface might drown us. I never said I missed him when he wasn't around, but I did. I missed the weight of his arm draped across me like he owned the space. I missed the way his eyes softened when I walked into a room, and when he'd press his forehead to mine after we kissed, like he didn't want to let go. I missed that most. He never said he cared, but he showed up, every time, with his cologne that lingered on my skin for days, with those long stares that said way more than any "I love you" ever could. We weren't in love, not out loud anyway, but it was there, heavy, unspoken, always hovering. And it was starting to feel dangerous, not because it was wrong, but because it felt right, in a way that scared the hell out of me. Like clockwork, Kwasi called, 3 a.m, like he had for the last 4 weeks. "Let's go for a ride," he said, voice rough, almost impatient. "In the car or the bed?" I teased, knowing our pattern. He chuckled, that low rasp that always made my stomach tighten. "Why not both?" I rolled my eyes and smiled, already slipping into that silk-tight dress he hated to see me in. Hated because it meant other people probably saw me in it too. I tossed my curls, glossed my lips, and met him outside. His cherry red old school with cream leather seats looked like something out of a movie. It growled at the curb like it had something to prove. Every time the engine roared, my body hummed in response. "You like it?" he asked, eyes never really leaving me as I slid into the passenger seat. I caught his subtle once over and smirked. "I love it. This car says a lot about you." "Oh yeah? What's it say?" he asked, eyebrows raised like he knew I was about to throw shade. "That you know how to take care of things you love." I gave him a pointed look. His jaw flexed. His eyes flicked towards me like I touched something deeper than I should have. "So you think you know me now?" "No, but I'm observant." He scoffed. "You're annoying." "Still showed up though." I grinned. "Yeah, well, even lions need to play with their prey sometimes." I laughed and shook my head, but the truth was, this was the game we played. Always testing boundaries, always pulling and pushing. We were flying down the freeway now. Wind in my hair, the city lights blurring like something out of a dream. The silence between us wasn't awkward. It was charged. "This is different," I finally said, expecting him to explain the sudden switch up from our usual sweat-stained meetings to late-night joyrides under the stars. "Just when you think you know me, I gotta change it up. Keep shit fresh." "I'll keep that in mind." "Don't ever get too comfortable with me," he warned. That gave me pause. There he went again, slipping a knife into something tender. But he was quiet after that, and I could tell he had a lot on his mind. I decided to let it slide. We ended up parked on a cliff, the bay stretching out below us like a glittering secret. The city looked quiet from up here, smaller, softer. A shooting star sliced through the sky just as he leaned in, grabbed my face with those rough, calloused hands, and kissed me. Not like he was trying to conquer me this time, but like he needed to know I was real. "What was that?" I asked, breathless. "Someone once told me a kiss under a shooting star brings good luck." "Oh, so you're trying to get lucky?" I teased. "Already am." His voice softened, but something shifted behind his eyes, something heavy. And suddenly, he wasn't teasing anymore. "What is it?" I asked gently. "Today was rough. Not work, just life." I could see him folding into himself, like a man who didn't know how to ask for comfort, a man who thought silence was strength. My heart pinched. I laid my hand over his and leaned on his shoulder. My dad used to get on me about bringing the bad stuff home. He'd wait at the door and instruct me to take it off. He chuckled faintly. "Take what off?" "Everything that weighs you down." He exhaled, then stepped out of the car, making a dramatic show of pulling off his hoodie and tossing it into the air. "Gone," he said. "Just for now," I whispered. We talked until dawn. About everything. About nothing. He opened up about his twin daughters, his ex-wife, his new role as partner at a firm in San Francisco. He didn't give me all of him, but he gave me pieces. And every time he shut down, I gently nudged him open again. It was draining, but somehow it was worth it. When he dropped me off, his fingers lingered on the steering wheel, like he wasn't ready to drive away, like leaving meant going back to who he was when I wasn't around. "I don't think I ever enjoyed a woman's company like that before," he murmured. "It won't be the last time if you keep dealing with me," I whispered, brushing a kiss on his cheek. That look he gave me, raw, unreadable, followed me into the house. But the next morning, no text, no call, nothing. I kept busy, let the days pass like they didn't itch under my skin, but the silence gnawed at me. And after a week, I had to face it. He ghosted me. So I slid back into Michael's messages. He welcomed me warmly, never once asking where I'd been, and that made me feel even worse. He invited me out again, this time to a rooftop bar. The view was stunning, the wine perfect, and he made me laugh, really laugh. I was nervous you weren't feeling me. I looked at him, really looked. Kind eyes, strong hands, safe. And for a moment, I wished I was feeling him the way I was feeling someone else. Walking into the office that Monday, I was not ready for the universe's joke. There he was, Kwasi, laughing with my dad. I choked on my coffee. My dad gave me a curious look. Angel, come meet my old friend. Kwasi, this is my daughter. I blinked. Fake smiled. Nice to meet you. He didn't flinch, didn't blink, just stared, cool and unreadable. I gotta get back to work, I said with a tight smile, my tone syrupy with sarcasm. Inside my office, I cursed him in every language I knew. Then I saw the email. Subject, boo, ghost emoji. The body said, you look like you saw a ghost. I stared at it, took a deep breath, and clicked delete. If I replied to that fool, it would not be office appropriate. I got an angel on my line, he answered in that deep, raspy, seductive voice. Kwasi always knew how to get under my skin with just a few words. I need you to grow up, I said. Guess you can't take a joke. You asked me why I was single that night, and the answer is men like you. My voice turned cold. According to your dad, you're not single. Is that why you ghosted me? I asked. Silence. That's fine. I have a very plush life. You were just an ant in a coliseum of bulls. This ant had you pulsating at the sound of my voice. There it was. That cocky confidence that made my thighs tighten. Goodbye. I hung up on him. Later that night, he crept into my office and sat across from me, trying to catch my attention. I was deep in my work and barely acknowledged him. Angel, he whispered with that thick Bay Area accent and sultry tone. I tilted my head up, unimpressed. I want an apology. For what? His head snapped back, ghosting me. I slid my phone across the desk to the last text thread where he coldly left me on read. No, he said boldly. Excuse me? The tension in the room was so thick it clung to the walls like fog. Kwasi stood in front of my desk with that smug, arrogant grin he wore like armor, chin tilted up just enough to look down on me. I could see the vein twitching in his temple, his fist clenched at his sides, but still trying to look unbothered. You're spoiled, he said, voice sharp like broken glass. You want everything your way. You're married. You can't get mad at me for ghosting you, brat. I blinked slowly, heart pounding. Oh, you're jealous I had a dad to spoil me. I tilted my head, my voice honey slick and taunting. His jaw tightened and his face flushed crimson. Bullseye. How dare you? He spat at me, stepping closer. His breath was hot, his tone venomous. When I walked into your office, I saw all those pictures of your mom, but none of your dad. So, a man like you would be jealous of a spoiled brat who had a dad, a present dad, a great dad. Now you're trying to humble me. I leaned in, and my eyes locked on his. But you really could learn a thing or two from me. Never, he growled, practically shaking with rage now. He had the look of someone who just realized he'd lost control of the room and couldn't stand it. I could feel the power shift. It turned me reckless. I could teach you how to be a man, I whispered, slow and deliberate, twisting the knife. Since you didn't get that lesson. Quasi's eyes burned. His nostrils flared. He looked like he wanted to punch a hole through the wall, or maybe just scream. Either way, I had his full attention, and it was ugly. Women like you deserve to be alone. His voice dropped to a growl, deep and sharp. Without thinking, I grabbed the nearest pin and launched it at him. It bounced off his shoulder and clattered to the floor. Get out of my office. He didn't flinch. Instead, he grinned like a wolf who had just smelled blood. He loved to see me agitated. Make me. I walked around the desk, fury rising in my throat like a scream. I reached for his arm, ready to drag him out myself if I had to. We must have been louder than I thought, because just then my father appeared in the doorway, his brow furrowed, concern radiating off of him like heat. Everything okay in here? He asked, eyes darting between us. I straightened up, smoothed the front of my blouse, and gave Kwasi the coldest, most composed smile I could manage. I think he's lost, I said smoothly. Can you show him to his office? Kwasi's jaw twitched, but he said nothing. Of course, my dad replied, stepping aside and gesturing toward the hallway. Kwasi brushed past me without another word, but I could feel the heat of his glare against my skin. Good. Let him burn. I'd had enough of smooth liars. If he thought I was easy prey, he had another thing coming. This curvy Barbie came equipped with verbal daggers. Really, I could only handle one narcissist at a time. I'd apologize later, but right now, he needed to know how it felt to be left wondering. Surprisingly, later that night, I got a text from Kwasi. Let's take a ride. Simple, straightforward, like he was doing me a favor. Even though I had a mountain of work to do, my body betrayed me before my brain could say no. I stared at the message for a second longer than I should have, then pushed my laptop away. I threw on a tight black outfit, the one with the low back and the cinched waist he once said made me look like sin and salvation. I pulled my hair into a slick ponytail, dabbed gloss on my lips, and let the night swallow the part of me that knew better. He picked me up in his silver Audi. The music was playing low. Snow Allegra's voice bleeding through the speakers like the calm before the storm. We didn't speak at first. We just rode. The air was thick. I rolled the window down and let the breeze hit my face, hoping it would clear my head. It didn't. Finally, Kwasi spoke. So what the fuck was that earlier? I swallowed, keeping my eyes straight ahead. You mean when you walked out like a toddler in timeout? He chuckled, but it wasn't real. It was sharp. Nah, I mean when you disrespected me. I turned to face him slowly. You mean when I finally matched your energy? Kwasi gripped the steering wheel tighter. His jaw clenched. You always gotta be difficult. Always pushing people away and acting like you some goddamn victim. Victim? You gaslight me. Talk down to me. Make everything my fault and I'm the victim? Or do you just hate being held accountable? You just like all the rest, he muttered. All mouth, no substance. And you're just like Donovan. I snapped, my voice raising without my permission. Smooth, charming, emotionally unavailable, and controlling as hell. Kwasi hit the brakes hard, pulling over on the side of the road. The tires screeched against the gravel. He turned toward me, his eyes dark and unblinking. Don't you ever compare me to that weak-ass nigga. I didn't compare you. I identified you. The silence that followed was frightening. Not loud like earlier, This was a silence that waited to explode. Quasi leaned in closer. You think you're so damn smart. You're so evolved. But you're broken, Angel. That's why you keep choosing men like me. I chose me this time, I whispered, the truth settling on my chest like a brick. I wanted to believe you were different. But this is Donovan all over again, with a longer beard and a better playlist. Quasi scuffed. You think you're better than everybody? No, I hoped you were better. That's the problem. He leaned back in his seat, shaking his head. You ungrateful as hell. I've been there for you. I put up with all your baggage, your daddy issues, little breakdowns. I stayed. You didn't stay, Quasi. You lingered. I said, trying not to scream. You stayed long enough to make sure I was cracked open, but not long enough to care what fell out. His hand slammed against the dashboard. I flinched. See? That, right there. Always acting like I'm some kind of threat. You are. To my peace, my self-worth, you everything I promised myself I never settle for again. Another chuckle. I ain't even tripping off this. I'm just here for the sex. Keep the dramatics to a minimum. Thanks for the reminder, you fucking narcissist. No problem, drama queen. Let me out. I'll walk home. But he didn't let me out. And we ended up at his place. When we got there, the rain was still tapping against the window pane. When Quasi pushed me up against the cool glass, his breath got hot against my neck. My thighs were wrapped around him, one heel clinging desperately to his belt loop. His mouth was rough, biting at my collarbone like he was punishing me for every time I pushed him away. And I let him. I let him take out all his anger, all his bruised ego on my skin. His hands were all over me, controlling, claiming, trembling slightly with rage and lust. It was always like this with us. Ugly words first, then hands that couldn't stay off each other. Passionate, violent, addictive. Say it, he growled into my ear, grinding against me. No, I whispered, teasing him, watching his control slip away. He shoved my panties aside and entered me in one fierce thrust that made my head hit the glass. A gasp escaped my lips, but I didn't stop him. I wanted this. I needed it. His rhythm was punishing, like he was trying to erase every word I'd ever said that cut him too deep. You don't own me, I hissed through gritted teeth, even as my body betrayed me and melted into his. You say that, he moaned into my mouth, but you always come back. And he wasn't wrong. That's what pissed me off. We collapsed onto the couch, tangled in the aftermath. Our breaths were heavy, the silence thick. Then, like always, it started. You know what? I sat up, pulling the blanket over me. You treat me like shit, Kwasi. Please, he scoffed. You like it. You like being tossed around, choked a little, degraded just enough to feel desirable. I turned slowly, eyes narrowed. You really have issues. You confuse my affection for you for weakness. And you confuse having a man for having worth, he snapped. Having a husband defines you. And without a man, you empty, Angel. I blinked at him. That one stung. He leaned forward, smug again. You talk all that shit about Donovan being toxic, but let's be real. You chose him, just like you keep choosing me. I shook my head, voice trembling. You should know. You're just like him. You punish any woman who dare fall in love with a fool like you. Because I can, he said plainly, not even bothering to soften it. And because you let me. The air in the room changed. I felt the final thread snap. I stood up slowly, gathering my clothes. Not anymore. He leaned back, watching me with closed eyes. You're not gonna leave. You never do. I laughed. I will this time. Kwasi opened his mouth to speak, but I held my hand up. Don't text, don't call, don't show up. You're weak, he muttered. You're full. Maybe, I said, walking to the door. But I'd rather be weak alone than in the arms of a man like you. 3 weeks later, the silence was louder than ever. I missed him. God help me. I missed him. Not because he was good to me, but because dysfunction feels like home when it's what you're used to. And tonight I cracked. I stared at the phone for damn near 20 minutes before I pressed call. He answered on the first ring. Well, Kwasi said low and smug. Look who finally remembered how to dial a number. My stomach turned. Hi, I said quietly. He laughed, like I was a joke. Nah, don't be shy now, Angel. What you want? I've been thinking about you. Oh, now you thinking about me. Wasn't thinking about me when you left me on red for 3 weeks? Huh? Kwasi, I missed you. Silence. Do you? Yes. He sighed, but it wasn't tired. It was theatrical. A performance meant to make me feel like a burden. So what? You missed me. And now I'm supposed to what? Come running? Say, I missed you too, baby. You left. You always leave when things get real. And crawl back like a scared little girl. I got scared when you started acting like my mentally abusive husband, as I should. I checked you. There's a difference. You ain't used to a man holding you accountable. That's your problem. You think everything is abuse just because it don't feel like a damn fairy tale. You called me stupid, repeatedly. I call it like I see it. You ignored me for days after we argued. You watched me break down and said I was too sensitive. You are too sensitive. Damn, Angel. You gonna cry now too? Be for real. Why are you being like this? I whispered. Because people like you need to be reminded you not all that. You walk around acting like you so strong, so independent, till you lonely. And you calling me, talking about, I miss you. Nah, you miss the way I made you feel. You're sick, I said. He chuckled. You're just not figuring that out. I paused because that laugh, it sounded proud, like he wanted me to hurt. Like every time he picked at my wounds, he felt more like a man. I needed love, Kwasi. You needed control. He didn't say anything, so I kept going. I thought I was missing you, but I think I was just missing the idea of being loved, even if it was fake, even if it was ugly. Still silence. I won't call again. I promise, my voice steady now. I'm done begging you to be decent. You don't love me. You love power. And I'm not your victim. Not anymore. Click. I hung up, blocked his number, deleted every message, every picture, and then I sobbed so hard I couldn't breathe. Not because I missed him, but because I was finally letting go of the fantasy that he could ever be anything more than a reminder of everything I had survived. You're probably wondering where Donovan has been since I found out about his affair 4 months ago. We're still married on paper, but my heart signed out long before Kwasi or Michael entered that picture. That month, we barely saw each other. Our schedules were packed, and God must have known I needed distance. I loved that man endlessly. Donovan was the only man I ever loved besides my daddy. Finding out he had a mistress for 8 years shattered me. Realizing they were planning our anniversary together while sharing nasty texts behind my back, that broke me. I don't know if love comes from the head or the heart, but whatever part of me gave love, it's broken. Can we talk, babe? Donovan asked last week. I mumbled something about getting the kids ready and rushed into the kitchen. Harmony and Huxley were already at the counter. "My babies," I said, kissing their foreheads. Thank God for them. They were the perfect excuse to avoid him. "Harmony, are we still doing matching pajamas with the girls?" Donovan lingered in the corner, eyeing me. He was usually gone by now. Clearly, he'd taken the day off so we could talk. My stomach tightened. 45 minutes passed, and the kids ran out yelling, "We have rides! Love you!" My heart sank. Any other morning, they'd beg me to take them, but not today. Today, they conveniently had rides. I stayed by the door, waving and shouting last-minute reminders just to keep Donovan from getting close. He crept up behind me. "Angel, why are you ignoring me?" He grabbed both my hands and looked into my eyes. "Ignoring you?" I laughed coldly, pulling away. I went to the couch and cranked the TV up. "We're still husband and wife. We need to talk." He grabbed the remote and shut the TV off. I sighed, rubbing my scalp. "Not for long," I whispered. "Angel, babe, no, you don't want to talk. You want to convince me that I didn't see what I saw. Some of those messages were out of context. Jokes, even. Shut the fuck up." I stood, fist clenched. One more lie and I'd swing. "You're great at lying, Donovan. Damn near professional. I just wish you were as good at loving me." My face burned and a tear escaped. One turned to many. "I guess Mike, and Queasy know how to love you better than the man who loved you for 10 years. His smug face pushed me over the edge. I smirked. This nigga was ridiculous. Mispronouncing their names on purpose, despite having a whole side chick for nearly a decade. It's Kwasi and Michael. And they're the last people you should be worried about. I just met them. You, on the other hand, have been creeping for years. I wonder what your dad would think about you screwing your coworker, the one who just happens to be his mentee." "That's not his business." "What if I made it his business?" A knock on the door. My heart skipped. My husband walked to the door slowly, as if to extend the suspense that gripped my heart in this moment. "I told you he liked to play dirty."
Behind, baby. Let it go, let it go, let it fly. It's not love, it's not love, it's not the time. Let it go, let it go, let it fly. It's not love, it's not love, it's not love.
So when he opened the door to let my dad into our home, all I could do was shake my head. This was an ambush. My dad's face said it all. Concern, disappointment, the whole cocktail. I sat frozen. Anger and shame splattered all over me. My tears no longer fell one by one, but they streamed like lava. Donovan sat on the arm of the couch, elbows on his knees, locking eyes with me. He had me exactly how he liked to see me. Afraid to speak, embarrassed, and raw. Despite this desperate attempt to keep me in check, he dared me to tell my dad something he knew I never could. This narcissistic asshole knew how much I respected my daddy. My need for his approval ran deeper than a current under my skin. No way I could look that man in the eyes and admit I'd married a serial cheater and accepted his infidelity. Not me. Not intelligent, headstrong Angel. No way. No way I could look that man in his face and tell him I fell for the games, just like all women do. The three of us sat in the loudest silence I've ever known, each breath between us heavy with things unsaid. Donovan looked smug, like he just won some twisted game of emotional chess. I was mortified. And my dad, he was something worse. Disappointed. It was the kind of disappointment that didn't come with yelling or questions, just a heavy, aching quiet that cut deeper than anything. He shifted forward, resting on the balls of his feet, elbows pressing into his knees, hands steepled, like he was solving a riddle only he could understand. I knew that pose well. Called it the philosopher. It always came right before he dropped a truth so profound it would pierce my pride, hold up a mirror, and somehow manage to love me all at once. I raised you, Angel. So I knew something was going on between you two when I saw him in your office a couple weeks ago. He said with a voice that was thick with emotion. You've always been the one who thought things through, the one whose moves made sense. I never had to worry about you. He paused, his voice cracking. But Angel, baby, I'm worried now. His hand reached for mine as tears filled his eyes. I couldn't describe what happened, but in the midst of this tender moment, something in me snapped. You should have been worried then, I spat at him. But the words had been waiting too long in the back of my throat. Something about my dad's expectations of perfection made me realize that both men in that room had broken my heart, just at different stages, and maybe even in different places. I never wanted to be the one you didn't worry about, Daddy. I was a kid. I needed love, attention, softness. The same shit my sisters got. He didn't flinch. Just looked at me the way he always did when I peeled back a layer he wasn't ready for. Angel, you got what you needed. The rest were for the ones who couldn't figure it out like you did. I never fucking figured it out, Dad. My voice shattered the space between us. I married a fucking liar. And I let it happen. I stayed. And I let him use me. Just like I let you, Mom, and all my fucking sisters use me too. I said it. The moment I let the words fall out of my mouth, I felt my dad's disappointment. But I was liberated. I was happy I no longer had to carry it by myself. I could feel Donovan stiffen beside me, like the floor beneath him had cracked open. He shifted in his seat, suddenly uncertain, like the ground rules had changed, and he was just realizing he was out of his league. I want a fucking divorce. I spit it like a freestyle. Clean, cutting, no stutter. Like I was standing in the cipher, mic in hand, finally delivering the verse I'd been holding in for years. This wasn't just a line. It was a whole diss track aimed at the man who had made betrayal feel like a routine. I was Kendrick, in full control, flaming mics, calling out the bullshit with every syllable. And for once, I wasn't scared. I had waited so damn long to free myself from this lying, abusive, disrespectful man. And saying it out loud, was the first breath of air after drowning. I heard raised voices behind me, Donovan and my father arguing. But the words were blurred, like underwater noise. I couldn't bring myself to care. That moment was the first time I had raised my voice at my dad since I was grown. The volume wasn't intentional. Trauma had hijacked my vocal cords. I tried to hold it in, but the pain had its own agenda. And the second the words spilled out, I felt it, re traumatized. All these years, I let them all use me. I was everyone's center, but not one of them had made me theirs. I was orbiting my own life, watching from the outskirts, like a character who showed up late to their own story. My parents made me a third parent. It forced me to trade my childhood for responsibility and stripped me of the selfishness every child is owed. Peace becomes a rarity when your focus is always on everyone else's needs and issues, never your own. I never had time to put myself first or even pursue things that made me happy. I was too busy raising their kids. It got even worse when I married Donovan at the end of my teens. I went from being a parentified child to a real parent, and it interrupted my development as a woman, forcing me to learn lessons my mind wasn't ready to process. So even in love, I carried the same weight, meeting my partner's needs before my own, forsaking my needs for his, pretending it didn't sting when he wouldn't do the same for me. But Donovan had been the worst. He promised to love and cherish me, then turned into the warden of my self-worth. His betrayal wasn't just infidelity. It was control, oppression, all wrapped up in vows and sweet words that turned bitter in my mouth. I packed a bag of random clothing, skipping past the gold-framed memories that once held tender moments. Moments that were far behind us now. I was no longer her, and he was no longer him. We had become strangers sharing a name. In a cold home where love felt more like a cold pair of metal handcuffs than a connection that bonded us. I tossed the frames in the trash and carefully stacked my clothes in a brown leather overnight bag. I was heading somewhere I could finally put myself at the center. A place that would welcome my jaded, broken soul, soothe the cracks with healing ointment, and allow me to exist as a whole individual. One worthy of love, one worthy of being chosen, one who no longer had to fight for peace or trade self-respect for bits of love. A place where the waves would lull me to sleep, the salt in the air would ease the unreachable aching, and the peach-colored sunsets would slowly help me forget the jagged wound left by a lover's cruel words. On to my narrator, start my new life. No rearview mirror needed. I drove for over 2.5 hours to get to my destination, a cozy condo I found on Airbnb fit for a queen. Floor-to-ceiling windows, gold accents, warm neutrals throughout, and gold vases filled with white roses. The fruit basket, topped with chocolate-covered strawberries, ended up being my dinner as I buried myself under the covers. Monterey was my place of calm and stillness, but Donovan and I had so many dreams tied to this city. So while I celebrated the leap I took to accomplish a goal, I grieved the couple that once dreamed they'd build a life here. The young, naive version of us that believed love, or at least the feeling of it, would keep us together forever. And maybe it could have. Donovan would have never left me. But he also had no intention on being the love I needed. So I had to shut my heart up and leap. Right out of that toxic cycle of dysfunctional love and bottomless second chances. Because deep down, I yearned for a love that chose me, proudly and loudly. I unpacked my overnight bag, which held only about 30% of the clothes I needed to stay presentable in a town like Monterey. I gave myself one day to mourn the end of my marriage, and by the next morning, I went to work on my to-do list. It took a while. But by the end of the month, I'd done it all. Found a permanent place to live, just miles from the kids' new school, hired a lawyer and officially filed for divorce, and got my dad to convince the partners to let me service the Monterey area. He must have felt guilty because he didn't even put up a fight. I even found a therapist, Dr. Brenda. She did not play. She held me accountable, but she also helped me label my trauma. She said it plainly. Donovan was mentally abusive, which was true. He guilted me into staying for years, told me if I left I wouldn't be blessed, said I'd reap karma tenfold for divorcing him over what he called a simple misunderstanding. He even pulled out the Bible. This man, who had never once used the scripture in our entire marriage, suddenly he was quoting them like he'd spent 50 years in the pulpit. He told me that if I married again, it wouldn't count, that God wouldn't honor it, that my first child with another man would suffer a slow death. I wish I was exaggerating. Before the no contact order was put in place, he tried every trick in the book. One night, he tried appealing to my softer side, promising he'd love me right this time. And I almost went back. I had the bags packed, the kids loaded in the car, but I couldn't do it. I kept seeing flashes, images of him and Connie together. While he was planning our anniversary, he was also making love to her, touching her, loving her. It wasn't a slip up. It was calculated, a deliberate betrayal. He wanted me to know how much he hated me, hated that I had my own mind, that my intelligence threatened his ego, and for a man like Donovan, that was damn near criminal. And I couldn't go back to being punished for being a woman with dreams, goals, and a mind of her own. So I unpacked my car and cried harder than I ever thought I could. Yes, he promised to love me right this time. But not loving me right the first time told me everything I needed to know. My time in Monterey proved to be promising and eventful. I had more clients than I ever did in San Francisco, tripled my yearly income, and even purchased a beautiful condo by the water. Dr. Brenda and I created a no-nonsense self-care plan, one that made my happiness and peace non-negotiable. Every day, no matter what, I made it home in time for my sunset bath, moisturizing ritual, and sunset journaling. We called it Sunset Self-Care. My oceanfront condo made it all more magical. Gold vases surrounding the floor-to-ceiling window, dressed in sheer white curtains. Through them, I could smell the salt water, hear the crashing waves, and taste the sandy breeze as I soaked in my warm bath and let go of whatever the day had pressed onto me. Donovan had been spiraling on social media. Same tactics, new audience. He was saying the exact things he used to text me, only now in public. We weren't even friends on Facebook anymore, so I guess he figured I wouldn't even see it. But my friends kept sending me screenshots of his weekly emotional rants. Conveniently, they always popped up right after I made a big move, like he had someone feeding him updates. But I didn't care. I was happy, finally, and I wasn't trading my peace for anything. It was the middle of my sunset self-care time, the part where I moisturized my entire body and slipped into my mauve silk robe. Then my phone rings. It was Michael. It had been a while since we talked. We never officially ended things. We just drifted. Life pulled us in different directions. Me, dealing with Quasi's chaos. Him, raising his kids and working. I just couldn't bring myself to answer the phone. I had no desire for any kind of male attention. So I let the call go to voicemail and finished my routine. I still had some journaling to do before the sun dipped completely below the horizon. I had recently rented out an office, one I paid for from my own revenue, but having the freedom to work in the city of my dreams made every penny worth it. I started work every day at 6 a.m. Harmony and Huxley took the bus to and from school. I usually arrived home in time for a late lunch with them. Then I slipped into my sunset self-care time. This particular morning, I walked into my office to the sound of renovation. Construction crews were working on the suite next door. In this part of Monterey, houses were repurposed into commercial spaces. It wasn't unusual to see a medical office next to a salon or a lawyer sharing the street with a boutique. I figured a new tenant was moving in and they were prepping the space. Then I saw a familiar car pull up. I kept working until I heard a knock at my door and saw them. Those muscular chocolate arms I once followed across the dance floor. Michael, what are you doing here? I asked, though my heart already knew. We hugged, and I felt something I hadn't felt in a long time. Something a divorcee probably shouldn't be feeling. He held me close, his hand resting gently at the small of my back before pulling away. He still smelled like that sweet, warm whiskey scent I remembered. I didn't get that metallic scent with a hint of bergamot like I had with Kwasi or Donovan. No fractured soul trying to cut the remnants of my own. No broken men held together with ego, just warmth, friendliness, and openness. How have you been? He asked. Pretty good, I replied. I'm sorry I didn't answer your call last week. I've just been in not the best place lately. I get it, he said gently. Cat's out of the bag now, he chuckled. I wanted to tell you I was moving out here, but, well, here I am. This is crazy, I said, my heart doing something I hadn't felt in a long time. I know, he laughed. It's been a dream of mine to move here since I was a kid. Mine too, I said, wondering if I had ever told him that back when we first started talking. This felt like more than a coincidence, and I don't even believe in coincidences. We talked for what felt like forever. He had moved his kids, his mom, and his practice here after receiving a grant from a San Francisco hospital aimed at helping minority physicians open clinics in affluent cities. I was so proud of him. Michael had been through it. Lost his father early, bounced from house to house, joined the army, got his life on track only to watch his mom battle cancer. She survived, thankfully. But all of that happened during the most fragile time of his life, his first year of marriage and fatherhood. And then he lost the love of his life, but he kept going. Worked, provided, stayed celibate. He did the work. Dug himself out of grief's grave, and I admired that. Because here I was, still in the middle of my own freshly dug hole, and I couldn't see an escape route in sight. Over the next few weeks, Michael and I saw each other often. Not intentionally. Monterey was smaller than it looked on a map. He'd wave when we passed each other in the parking lot, Sometimes he'd bring coffee and leave it outside my office door with a sticky note that said, "Just making sure you're taking care of you too." He never asked for time. He offered presents. There was one morning I came in late, frazzled from a call with Harmony School, and found a warm croissant and chamomile tea waiting on my desk. I didn't tell him my favorite tea was chamomile, but somehow he remembered. That day, I broke my rule and invited him in. We talked over breakfast, about our kids, our work, how Monterey felt like a second chance neither of us planned for. I like who I am here, I admitted. I don't think I've ever said that out loud. "You look like you like yourself here," he replied softly. "And I've always liked you, wherever you were." I froze, not in fear, in unfamiliarity. Men from my past loved the version of me that needed fixing, or saving, or silencing. Michael spoke like he saw me, not just the version I pulled together after heartbreak, but the parts I was still rebuilding in private. Later that evening, during self-care time, I sat in the bath with the ocean breeze slipping through the cracked window. My journal stayed closed. Instead, I lay still, replaying Michael's voice in my head, the gentle way he said my name, the respectful pause in his gaze when our eyes met. This time, there was no pressure to perform healing. He let me be a woman in progress, and that felt like something new. The weeks that followed were quiet and gentle, two things I didn't know I needed. Michael and I created a rhythm, one built on consistency, not intensity. We met up after work for quick meals or beach walks. We shared playlists, traded books, swapped stories of our worst clients, our childhoods, and the ways we survived them. He never tried to fill the silence. He let it sit with us like a guest at the table. It was strange, new, but safe. One evening, I caught myself smiling at my phone because of a meme he sent of a dog wearing glasses with the caption, "Me pretending to be emotionally unavailable." I snorted in the middle of the checkout lane at Trader Joe's. The woman behind me asked if I was okay. I wasn't sure how to answer. Another night, he brought Huxley a vintage comic book set and showed Harmony how to make her fancy ramen with just eggs and sesame oil. Watching him laugh with them, watching my kids light up around someone who didn't expect anything from them, it started chipping away at something in me. I didn't know what to do with a man who didn't want to take anything. Just be near. Be present. I started waking up earlier to do my hair, just in case I saw him in the hallway. I wore the perfume I hadn't touched since my last real date. I even found myself humming again. That scared me, because it meant I was feeling something real. And real things break. It was his idea to drive to the coast for a late lunch and watch the sunset. "I found this spot," he said, handing me a coffee and pointing to a quiet trail near Bodega Bay. "It looks like it was made for people who've been through too much but still want to believe in something." I smirked. "So, like us?" "Exactly." He grinned. We hiked a little, nothing too intense, and then sat on a blanket he'd thrown in the back of his car. Roasted veggie sandwiches, lemonade, and fruit. The kind of meal you don't rush through. The sky stretched wide and endless over the cliffs, the horizon bleeding into soft fire. Peach, coral, Lilac. He laid back with his hands behind his head, eyes closed. You ever notice how sunsets kind of feel like God apologizing for the day? I laughed. If that's true, I think today's apology is sincere. We watched in silence for a while. At one point, I leaned into him, just enough for our shoulders to touch. He didn't move. Neither did I. You're easy to be around, I said quietly. You're easy to like, he replied. I turned my head to look at him. He was already watching me. The wind tugged the strand of my hair into my face, and without thinking, he reached up and tucked it behind my ear. His hand lingered. We held eye contact too long. He leaned in, just a little, barely an inch between us. And I panicked. I cleared my throat and looked away. We should head back before the bugs come. He nodded, giving me a moment, giving me space. Yeah, but if I get eaten alive out here for you, I want that noted in your journal. Later that night, as I laid in bed, wrapped in a robe that still smelled faintly like the ocean breeze, I wondered why it felt safer to be near Michael than to fall for him. I wasn't ready, but I was starting to want to be. It was a Thursday night. The kids were staying with my sister for the weekend, and I had just finished folding laundry, prepping for a long bath and an even longer journal session. A knock at the door. I assumed it was a neighbor. But when I opened it, there he was. Donovan. Hood on, beard fuller, eyes swollen from crying or from guilt. I didn't know. What are you doing here? I asked, already feeling the tremble in my voice. I needed to see you, he said. I had to. I can't sleep. I can't think. Every time I close my eyes, I see your face. You were right about me, about everything. He took a shaky breath. I want to be the man you deserve. I swear to God, I've changed. I've been seeing a therapist. I've been sober. Donovan. He stepped forward slowly. I still love you. I looked down at my 7-month pregnant belly and tugged at the drawstring of my wide-legged lounge pants, trying to give her a little more room to kick. She was active tonight. Too active. Braxton Hicks again. She was already giving me a run for my money. I gulped some orange juice to fill out my kick count card, followed by water, before easing myself into the rocking chair by the window. The ocean stretched endlessly before me, and my eyes danced along its surface, like an artist tracing memories, lingering where the sun kissed the waves, and the horizon blurred into warmth. It felt like the water was reflecting the quiet joy I carried now, a peace I'd never known in full, until this season of my life. But that moment of stillness was interrupted by the sharp little nudges pressing down on my pelvis, pulling me back to the reality of a restless baby growing inside me. And as much as I tried to stay grateful, the truth was, starting over at 38 had me more than a little shaken. Diapers, midnight feedings, school drop-offs. Again? Just when I'd started to reclaim myself, I was back at the beginning, wondering if I still had what it took to endure sleepless nights and co-sleeping or the dreaded labor pains I thought I'd left behind years ago. Was I really about to do this again?
Back, but I can't. I wanna leave you behind, but I can't. It's not easy to love you, darling. It's not easy to love you, darling. Should love you in the moment. Should tell you all the problems. It's not easy to love you, baby. It's not easy to love you, baby. It's not easy to love you, baby. You just run, you don't talk.
hated that part of me that wanted to believe him. That old, broken part that missed what we used to be before we became poison. I let him in. We talked. We cried. And somehow, because heartbreak has its own language, we touched. We kissed. We spiraled. That night, our bodies remembered each other too well. And in the morning, I hated how warm the sheets felt. How his voice hummed against my shoulder like it used to. I hated how much I needed that kind of touch, even if it came from the wrong hands. 3 days later, I asked Michael for space. I need to figure some things out, I said, not quite meeting his eyes. He didn't speak right away, just nodded once. Okay. I mean it, I added, my voice cracking. I'm not okay. I thought I was done, but I'm not. Michael took a slow breath, put his hands in the pocket of his scrubs. Did something happen? I hesitated and then told the truth. Donovan showed up. He didn't flinch, but I saw it. That quiet breath that caught in his chest, a flicker of something wounded in his eyes. I don't know why I let it happen, I confessed. I guess I still don't know how to do this without him. It's like every time I try to move forward, I trip over who I used to be. Michael stepped closer, not in anger or frustration, but with the kind of understanding I didn't feel I deserved. He gently reached up and tucked a piece of hair behind my ear, the same way he always did when I got flustered or couldn't find the right words. Then he kissed my forehead, just like before. But this time, it shattered something in me. Because it didn't feel like a beginning, it felt like a goodbye, wrapped in patience. I'll be here, he whispered, when you're ready, if you're ever ready. I blinked quickly. My throat got thick. I'm sorry. He smiled softly, but his voice was serious. You don't owe me sorry. You owe yourself honesty. He stepped back and put his hands by his sides. My grandmother used to say 3 things should never be rushed, he said in a low, thoughtful voice. Saying something hateful, saying I love you, and starting a new relationship. A sad laugh escaped me. Those things are probably why my marriage didn't last. He smiled again, wider this time, but it didn't quite reach his eyes. You're not broken, Angel, he said gently. You just need a little more time to heal. I didn't respond. I couldn't. I turned and walked away, feeling the weight of the moment settle into my bones. That night, I soaked in the tub as golden hour poured through the window, wrapping around me like a soft shawl. The bathwater smelled of lavender and eucalyptus. The steam kissed my skin. The silence didn't ask anything of me, and still I cried. Not the gut-wrenching sobs of heartbreak, but the quiet ache of realization. The kind that comes when a good man walks away, not because you didn't want him, but because you didn't know how to stay soft for someone who hadn't bruised you first. As I massaged shea butter into my arms, the tears kept falling. I remembered Michael's hands, steady and careful, his patience and his peace. And silently, like a whispered prayer, I thought to myself, I hope God's apology to you will lessen the pain I caused. The ocean outside still danced for me. But tonight, the tide knew I was grieving a good thing. 3 months later. Somehow Donovan was back. Not with a heart-to-heart or tear-filled apology. Hell, it wasn't even a mutual decision. It was like letting him back into my body gave him access to my life again. The hardened part of my heart softened just a little, just enough to let my guard down. So when he started showing up again, sleeping over, leaving socks on the floor, asking what's for dinner like we hadn't spent months apart, I let it happen. Why? Maybe I was lonely. Maybe I was stupid. Or maybe I just wanted to see if he'd change. But above all, I knew it was wrong. We were sitting on the couch after dinner. It was quiet. Too quiet. That familiar tension hung between us. The kind that used to settle in after he'd get caught lying. I'd wait for an apology. He'd wait for me to forget. But I had moved on. And he came back. So if he wanted me this time, he'd have to do something he never did. Tell the truth. So what is this, Donovan? I asked, skeptical, but still giving him the benefit of the doubt, holding up his hand and flapping his fingers in that dismissive talking gesture. Then took a sip of his wine cooler. We're going to have to talk at some point, I said, calm but firm. He kept his eyes glued to the TV, ignoring me. I grabbed the remote, turned the TV off, and stepped before him. You're not going to ignore me in my own home. I asked for a divorce. You came here asking for another chance. So either we iron it out and go to counseling, or we end it here. Clean. He stood up and got in my face, eyebrows tight, his finger wagging like I was some kid. You embarrassed the hell out of me. I had to explain to my parents, your parents, why you just up and left our home. I laughed. Once again, he was playing the same game. And did you tell the truth? I asked, daring him. Don't test me, he warned, walking into me, crowding my space with his weight. I squinted at him. I couldn't believe he came back just to play this same tired game. Get out, I said, halfway done, halfway afraid of what would happen if he stayed. Nah, I ain't going nowhere. I'm not going through a divorce just because your spoiled ass didn't get the fairy tale beginning you wanted. I love you, Angel. But you've been beating me with your unrealistic expectations for years. I'm sorry. I buckled under the pressure. Is that what you call letting your mistress plan our anniversary? Angel, let it go. I said I was freaking sorry. It won't happen again. Ham. Donovan, get out. I couldn't win. I never could. He always made me feel like the crazy one. I was obsessing over another woman. I was the one clinging to the past. I just wanted him gone. But he sat down, kicked his big dusty feet up on my expensive glass table, and took another sip from his damn wine cooler. The way he could go from 100 to 0 like that, it was terrifying. I went to the bedroom, grabbed his bag, and started packing the few things he'd brought. When I was done, I tossed the bag next to him on the couch. Get out, or I'm calling the police. I see why that nigga Kwasi stopped dealing with you, he muttered. And he was right. Women like you deserve to be alone. I laughed. Oh, y'all talking now. Because not even 3 months ago, he was sweating under the covers with your wife. But I guess I laughed so hard I slapped my knee like it was the funniest thing I heard. His face faltered, but he rebounded quick, just like a narcissist would. Ain't my fault he realized you were trash. Told me he didn't even know I stayed with you as long as I did. Did your new friend mention he slept with me? In our home? In our bed? That just show how disrespectful you are. Ain't got nothing to do with him. He spat. And you lied to him, just like you lie to yourself. But honestly, I don't care. You're in my beachfront condo, talking to your highly educated wife, who sat through years of your abuse with a smile, and calling her trash? I laughed loudly in his face just to make sure he felt like the clown he was. His face twisted. His words. I just agreed with him. We had a 5-year plan to move to Monterey, and I accomplished it in 1 month without you. Let's talk about trash. Let's talk about how you're really just dead weight. He stood up. Watch your mouth. I stepped closer, chest to chest. I asked you to leave, and you refused. I want you out of my house and out of my freaking life. I didn't flinch. I let the saliva fly when I spoke, aiming it right at his face. And that's when he snapped. He grabbed me by the neck and shoved me into the wall, squeezing hard. Don't ever get in my face again. At least Connie knows how to talk to a nigga. And when he released me, the fire of hell burned through my chest. I stormed to the bedroom, opened the safe, and pulled out my weapon. Came back with it aimed straight at him. And this would be self-defense, I said calmly, the barrel steady. So I'll ask you again, leave my home. No problem, he muttered, grabbing his wine cooler and deliberately pouring it onto my carpet. He dropped the empty bottle with a loud clink and on his way out, knocked over every picture frame he could reach. A final tantrum, like a child who'd just been disciplined and needed to rebel, break something, make noise, prove he still had some control. But the truth was, he didn't. He lost. And all he could do now was show his ass on his way out. As soon as the door slammed behind him, I walked straight to the bathroom, pushed open the glass doors, and stepped onto the cool sand. The moon lit the shore, but inside me, a storm raged. And then it came. The roar. A scream. A cry. Ripped through the depths of every silent light. I let him get away with shit like this. Every lie I forgave. Every tear I swallowed. Every part of me I gave up for a love that never showed up for me. It was pain and rage. Relief and victory. A sound so raw could only come from a woman who finally chose herself. I had always been good at the back and forth, but it cost me my peace, my dignity, my softness. Never again. The next time he showed up, the cops would be waiting. The office looked the same, but I didn't feel the same walking into it. My feet were heavy, like I trudged through cement to get here. My jaw ached from clenching. My shoulders were tight from holding in everything. Brenda glanced up when I walked in, unsurprised, just resigned, like she already knew. She didn't say a word, just motioned to the couch. Come on in, Angel. I sank into the cushion slower than usual. The silence wrapped around us, not soothing, just dense, full of what I hadn't said yet. After a long beat, I exhaled. He put his hands on me. Brenda didn't flinch, but her spine straightened. I stared at a spot on the floor. It started like all the other times. An argument, words that cut, I told him to leave. He got in my face, said I was always trying to make him feel small, that I didn't respect him as a man, and then he snapped. 1 second he was yelling, the next his hands were around my neck. Brenda's eyes didn't move, but their softness hardened, protective now. So I kept going. He let go when I shoved him. I ran to the bedroom, grabbed my gun from the safe. I didn't even think. Just came back with it aimed at his chest. I laughed bitterly, wiping my tears. And would you believe, even then, still had something slick to say. Poured out his wine cooler on my carpet, knocked over my pictures like a damn toddler throwing a tantrum. Like a kid who just got whooped and wanted the last word. Brenda's voice was calm, but it landed like a gavel. That's not a tantrum, Angel. That was abuse. And what he did before that, putting his hands around your neck, that's assault. That's violence. It could have been so much worse. I swallowed. I know. Keep playing it over in my head, thinking if I just kept my mouth shut, maybe he wouldn't. No. Her voice cut through. We are not doing that. You don't cause somebody to hurt you by standing up for yourself. You didn't make him do anything. He chose violence. Period. I looked at her. I just hate that part of me. The part that leaned into it. I matched his energy. I yelled. I didn't back down. I think I needed the fight. It felt familiar. Brenda nodded, slow and steady. Familiar doesn't mean safe. It just means unhealed. You've been taught that chaos is intimacy, that passion is pain, that proving yourself is love. But that's not love, Angel. That's survival. And you've been surviving for far too long. I dropped my head. I feel so stupid. You're not stupid, she said firmly. You're conditioned. But now that you see it, you get to break it. Silence settled again, heavier but clearer. Brenda leaned forward, voice soft but unyielding. You don't need to worry about any man right now. Not Donovan, not Michael, not anyone. You need to worry about healing. Because until you do, you'll keep reaching for what feels familiar, even if it's killing your spirit. Tears welled up again, and I wiped them with the back of my hand. I don't know if I know how to do life without him. You do, she said. You just haven't trusted yourself to try. I looked up at her, and she gave me that velvet knife tone I knew meant the truth was about to hurt, but heal. Don't move with anyone right now. Just move. I want you to stay single. Truly single. 2 years. My head snapped up. 2? Brenda, you've given years to everyone but yourself. Give 2 to the one woman you keep abandoning. You. I blinked hard. What if I don't make it 2 years? Then you get curious, not critical, she said gently. But the intention has to be there. No back doors. No, maybe this time it'll be different. Just you, your healing, your space. That's the relationship that needs your full commitment. I nodded slowly. Its weight settled into my bones like something final but freeing. You think Michael will wait? I asked quietly. Brenda's eyes didn't waver. Stop worrying about whether Michael or any man will wait. You shouldn't be worried about any man right now. Let's focus on whether you will wait for yourself. You've rushed enough. I nodded again, slower this time. Something in me is settling. Not healed, not fixed, but beginning to be. She leaned back, that familiar half smile playing at the corner of her mouth. Start by opening your blinds again. Then write, every night if you can. You have a light in you, Angel. Let's let it back in. Her voice softened with a whisper. You still have the peach sunsets and amber glow of golden hour. Your children and your peace. That's all you need. Remember when you told me that? My eyes stung. I did remember. That night, the air in the condo felt different. Not warm, not quite cold, just still, like the space was waiting to see what I'd do next. I sat on the edge of my bed, phone in hand, fingers hovering over Donovan's name for longer than I wanted to admit. It was always like this, the weight of a final goodbye. But this time, I didn't let myself spiral. I didn't reread old messages or scroll through photos pretending they told a love story instead of a warning. I just typed. Going forward, please communicate through my mom or your sister regarding the kids. I won't be taking direct messages or calls unless there's an emergency. I stared at it for a second, hit send, and before the bubbles could start forming, I blocked his number. Then his backup number. Then deleted the text so I wouldn't be tempted to read his reply. It didn't quite feel triumphant. It felt clean, quiet, like wiping down a dusty counter you didn't realize was layered in grief. Then I opened a new message thread. This one took longer. My hand shook a little, not from fear, but from mourning something that never really got the chance to bloom. Angel to Michael. Hey, I just wanted to say thank you for your patience, for your gentleness, for seeing me even when I couldn't see myself clearly. I'm going to be focusing fully on healing, and I mean that in the deepest way. No dating, no distractions, just me, my kids, and my peace. I know this isn't what either of us hoped for when we met, but I need to give myself time. Brenda suggested 2 years, and for once, I agree. You deserve someone whole, someone ready. I hope when that person finds you, she sees how lucky she is. Until then, I'll be rooting for you, always. I didn't send it right away. I read it 3 times, cried the second time, smiled the third, then pressed send. And for the first time in a long time, I opened the curtains. The golden hour had already started. The tub was already drawn. Warm, milky water kissed with lavender and peppermint oil. Candles flickered along the tile ledge, their soft glow dancing in rhythm with the golden hour light spilling through the bathroom window. The sun was setting slowly, like it too wanted to savor me. The room smelled of eucalyptus, honey, and something new I couldn't name yet. Something hopeful. I sank into the water with a sigh so deep, it felt like it came from the version of me I buried years ago. The water curled around my collarbones like a velvet embrace. And for once, I didn't reach for my phone. There were no messages to check. Donovan was blocked. Michael had received my messages with grace, though honestly, I didn't deserve it. I told him plainly and gently, I won't be available for 2 years. I need to be mine first. The bath was quiet, but not silent. Jazz played low in the background, soulful, no lyrics, just notes that understood me. The kind of sound that didn't need words to be felt. I dipped the washcloth into the water and ran it over my thighs, arms, and chest. Not to scrub, not to rush, just to feel, to be with myself. As I moisturized after, I moved slowly, like a ritual. Each curve of my body acknowledged, claimed, and loved. Not because someone else might touch it later, but because it was mine to love. And I'm finally learning to love the space I occupy. Every inch, every scar, every stretch of skin holds stories. And tonight, I wasn't trying to erase any of them. I was learning to sit with the woman I had been. The broken-hearted girl chasing love like it would fix her. And tell her, you're safe now. Kwasi was right. I believed having a man defined me. I let Donovan mistreat me. Not just because I loved him, but because deep down I liked it. I liked being chosen, even if it was by someone who only valued me in pieces. I liked being needed, even if it broke me. There was a twisted comfort in being tolerated because I confused it with being kept. But I see clearly now. This 2-year commitment isn't just about celibacy. It's about clarity, about rebuilding my life without the weight of performing for love. I need this space for me, for my kids, for the version of me that still gets quiet when the house is too loud, and too loud when life gets too quiet. I'm pulling back from everything. Family, friends, noise, and expectations. Not out of bitterness, but because I need stillness to grow. I can't find my rhythm if I dance to everyone else's song. And Michael, sweet, patient Michael. I wronged him with silence and confusion. I held his warmth with cold hands. I let him believe I was ready when I wasn't even close. He deserves a love that doesn't flinch, that doesn't disappear when the past shows up in familiar cologne and half-hearted apologies. And that's not something I can offer yet. Tonight isn't about redemption. It isn't about rebirth. It's just a woman, alone, warm, soft, full of ache and awareness, choosing herself. The curtains stayed open. The sunset lingered a little longer than usual, painting my skin in peach and gold. I closed my eyes, smiled to myself, and breathed in the stillness. For the first time in my life, I realized I was the centerpiece. Not a side note, not a project, not a placeholder. The next man won't get to tolerate me. He'll have to celebrate me. And for a while, I meant it. Your girl followed through. 2 whole years. No men, no romantic detours, no saving anyone but myself. Just therapy, solitude, and my babies. I even pulled back from family and friends. Not because I didn't love them, but because I needed the kind of stillness that doesn't come with company. I sat in every silence, faced every shadow, owned every truth, even soothed the scars inflicted on myself. I learned how to be alone without feeling lonely, and how to feel whole without needing to be held. But healing isn't the end of the story. Sometimes It's just the intermission. 5 years later, the tub water was still warm, infused with lavender oil and soft pink rose petals that floated like quiet affirmations. I leaned back against the curve of the porcelain, the sunset spilling through the bathroom window in golden streaks. The blinds were open, a promise I kept to myself. My 7-month belly peeked above the bubbles, round and stubborn. She kicked again, firm and sure, like she had something to say. I smiled and traced a slow circle over the taut skin. Okay, baby girl, I whispered. I hear you. I took a sip of orange juice to finish my kick count, then set the glass beside the tub. The sky outside had melted into shades of apricot and peach, soft and glowing like hope. This was our new ritual: the tub, the sunset, the stillness, and her. The little girl I never expected, but who already felt like the best part of my story.
I wanna take you back, but I can't. I wanna leave you behind, but I can't. It's not easy to love you, darling. It's not easy to love you, darling. Should love you in the moment. Should tell you all the problems. It's not easy to love you, baby. It's not easy to love you, baby. It's not easy to love you, baby. You just run, you don't talk, and don't wanna be behind you, baby. Behind you, baby. Let it go, let it go, let it fly. It's not love, it's not love, it's not the time. Let it go, let it go, let it fly. It's not love, it's not love, it's not love.
You think it means something? She tilted her head, eyes dancing. I don't believe in coincidences the way I used to. There it was again, that electric hum in the silence, that soft pull, like gravity, drawing them closer with every unplanned moment. I had a dream, he said, voice lower now, more vulnerable. So vivid, I woke up smiling. Her lips parted. Me too. They both laughed, the sound echoing off the walls like fate teasing them. This is getting weird, she said. What do you think it feels like to meet the one? Will it feel like destiny or a fiery connection? Will our souls recognize each other? Will there be a moment where we just click? Because I felt it. The moment we met, I knew, and I could tell. He knew it too. We met on a regular Saturday as I took my usual evening walk to relieve the stress of the week. I arrived earlier than usual, having finished my Saturday morning errands ahead of schedule. The lines were shorter than expected, and everyone moves with urgency. My mother didn't need me to pick up her medicine. She'd gotten it the day before, which freed up some more time to clean, shower, and get to the park just before 3. I usually arrived around 5. I saw a mother and son eating ice cream, walking casually as they talked about their week. A husband and wife arguing intensely as they jogged to the rhythm of resentment. A man listening to music as he walked his dog. But then there was him, standing in front of the water fountain with a tense look on his face. He looked distracted, like he came to complete a task he couldn't quite remember. There was something familiar about him, like I'd met him before. But I kept walking. I didn't want to distract him any further. I walked a full 2 miles that day instead of my usual 1.5. Extra energy from starting earlier, I suppose. On my way back, I bumped into him. "Oh, no, I'm so sorry," I said, hoping I hadn't broken any devices with my carelessness. But then I turned and we locked eyes, and we couldn't unsee the depths our souls had traveled to reach this moment, to meet, or maybe to meet again. "No, it's my fault. I've been off today," he said, sadly, but with a strange kind of gladness. "Is everything okay?" I asked, half concerned, half intrigued. "My mom is in the hospital, almost 300 miles away," he said, "and I've been trying to contact my brother for the last hour to check in, but my signal isn't working." "Yeah, depending on your carrier, this part of the park might cause you some trouble," I said, trying to offer some comfort. "You can use my phone. My service always works," I added, handing him my iPhone in its mocha-colored case. "Thank you," he said, half relieved, half confused by my kindness. "I'll be stretching over here. Bring it back when you're done," I told him. "It won't be long," he assured me. "Take your time. It's your mom," I said, walking to the side to continue stretching. He looked so familiar, but I couldn't place his face. So I kept stretching, waiting for him to finish the call. I noticed his face change. The intensity of anticipation turned into something else, a confused kind of grief. He held the phone close, and I saw a tear fall from his eye. My heart melted, but I minded my business. A couple minutes later, he walked over with the phone, but his hands felt heavier than before. "Is everything okay?" I asked, sensing the sadness in his grip. "No," he said, staring into my eyes. Locked in familiarity but lost in his immediate pain, his eyes squinted, his head tilted. "Have we met before?" he asked. "I don't think so," I replied. He opened his mouth to say something but stopped, put his hands on his hips, looked down. Then he said it. "She passed." Although I didn't know him, I felt his grief in every breath. His muscular frame seemed frail, like he'd surely faint if given a shoulder to lean on. "Did you drive here?" I asked, worried for his safety. He stared into the distance, eyes moist, lips tensed, eyebrows furrowed. He wanted to cry, but didn't know how. Being in a park full of strangers when you learn your mother has passed will do that to you. "Walk with me," I said. I've always had this fixation on saving people. If I met someone sad, I never walked away without trying to make sure they were okay. I can't tell you how many strangers I've hugged on the street, how many walks I've taken with lonely park dwellers who just needed an ear. It was a kind of souvenir from childhood, growing up as the scapegoat in a tense, abusive household. So this wasn't new, but it felt different. He stepped forward and followed my path back down the walking only lane. "You don't have to talk about it if you don't want to," I said, assuring him that I wouldn't pry, that I just wanted to offer my presence, a kind face that cared out of human decency. We walked in the silence for a few minutes, letting the rhythm of our steps speak where words couldn't. Then, as we reached the edge of the path where I usually turned to head home, he stopped. "Thank you," he said, his voice thick with unspoken emotion, "for the phone and for walking with me." I smiled softly. "Of course." And then, without warning, he stepped closer and wrapped his arms around me. A firm, warm hug that lingered. The kind you give someone you've known forever. The kind that says, "I see you," even if I don't quite know why. I didn't pull away. I let him hold me because something in me said this wasn't just comfort, it was connection. When he finally let go, we looked at each other one last time. No names, no promises given, just a moment suspended in something we couldn't quite name yet. And then we went our separate ways. Charisma story. Charisma! My mother yelled from the kitchen. I put my pen down and ran as fast as I could. I already knew what she wanted. I'm sorry, I forgot to start dinner. I apologized, grabbing pots, butter, and the ingredients with my 10-year-old hands. I had a lot of homework to do, I added, hoping it would appease her. Now I gotta wait a whole hour to eat, she muttered, agitated, digging in the fridge for a snack. I have some leftovers from lunch, I offered, trying to keep the peace knowing she would have to leave soon for her second job. I guess, she grumbled. Then, sharper, did your dad come by with the money? I started to sweat. That question always meant tension. I kept cooking, pretending not to hear her. I wish they'd leave me out of it, but I never got the privilege to stay out of grown folks' business. I was grown enough to clean and cook, grown enough to raise their kids, grown enough to handle the mess, but not grown enough to speak on the pain they dropped into my lap. My silence gave me away. She shifted her weight from one leg to the other, then slammed her hand on the counter. I flinched. She didn't even notice. Her focus was on the phone now, dialing with furious fingers. Her breath turned jagged. I knew it was coming. Where's my damn money, Greg? She barked into the phone, her deep, raspy voice cutting through the kitchen. The next time I gotta call and remind you about child support, I'm beating your ass. I was shaking because I already knew I'd get it from both sides. Charisma! She shouted again, this time from her bedroom. I wiped my face and walked up the stairs slowly, taking a deep breath before pushing the door open. I didn't speak. I knew better. Child support is due on the 3rd of every month, she said, belt in hand, her voice sharp and bitter. If he don't bring it, you go to his door and pick it up. We gotta pay rent. She stepped closer so I could smell the rage in her breath. You always let him get away with this shit. She snapped. Then the belt came down again and again. My face, my arms, my sides, until I was swollen. I dropped to the floor, numb. There was no use in crying or screaming. She didn't care. She used me as a punching bag, said I could take it since I was bigger than her. And if I cried or showed weakness, that just gave her more reason to start again. She yanked my face towards hers. Next time you let him get away with this, it's gonna be worse. She hissed, then kicked me down the stairs. I scrambled to the kitchen to check the food. Then I collapsed, sobbed until my body shook. There wasn't much time for that. I had to sit in the tub, ice my face, and hide the swelling. I had school in the morning. School was the best part of my day. The library housed the books that became my escape from my abusive home. It didn't matter who wrote them or what they were about, as long as there was a man and a woman falling in love at sunset. I could melt into the pages and pretend I wasn't trapped in agony. The next day, my dad showed up with the money. He was waiting at the door when I arrived home from school with my 2 younger siblings. I told you to tell her I couldn't pay this month, he said, handing me the water cash he obviously lied about not having. How am I supposed to pay for 2 households? You know Lisa is having that baby next month. We gotta buy clothes, a crib, a car seat too. He continued on with his guilt trip. My position was clear. I had to make sure he gave the money, but I couldn't give my opinion on any of it. You know we gotta pay rent, Dad, I said firm and clear. That's why I told you to get a job. Lisa said she'd let you sweep up here at the shop for some extra money. Mom wants me to focus on school, I said. You're not listening, he snapped. I knew it was coming. I got still. My siblings had already walked in the house and started removing their backpacks and coats. I have to start lunch for the kids, I said, walking inside, hoping it would stop him from going into a rage like she did. He grabbed my arm and slammed me against the door before I could get all the way in. This is my last month paying, so you better figure something out, he said, squeezing my face. I looked at the ground and didn't respond. Tell your mother my household comes first, he said, then walked away. That was the last we heard from him. I was so relieved when I left for college. I thought I'd finally be able to sleep in a little without worrying about anyone but myself. But it got worse. My siblings started running away from home, and I'd have to come back to help find them. I sent extra money from my financial aid and scholarships home to help her pay the bills. I went home on weekends to run errands instead of relaxing or catching up on my own chores. Then I started dating and realized I would always be loved this way. The initiator, the caretaker, the problem, and the problem solver. The giver, never the receiver. Every man I dealt with treated me like a problem, like they were doing me a favor. They could smell the low self-esteem on me, taste it even. I was the one calling. I was the one planning the dates, the girlfriend without a boyfriend. The load was mine to carry alone. I had to stay firm and loyal while they dipped in and out as they pleased. After graduation, I took a vow of celibacy. I told myself I wouldn't date or have sex until I found the right one. So I focused on work, on my mom, my siblings. Then I met this amazing man who made me feel like a light instead of a heavy burden. I couldn't resist falling into the love I thought we had. We dated for 5 years, and it was great until it wasn't. Every now and then, he'd turn into someone else. He'd say things to crush me. Sometimes he even hit me. But the rest of the time, he was great. I didn't know if that was healthy, but I liked the version of him I saw on good days. So I suffered through the bad ones, hoping they'd stop. But they didn't. The bad days got closer together. The good days started to disappear. Eventually, I realized the good parts of him were an act. That evil, harsh being, that was the real him. But he had already moved into my home. It got messy. The cops had to remove him. I got a restraining order. He harassed me until he found his new victim. I mean, girlfriend. At 30, I gave up on love. Told myself I couldn't afford to let another jagged love chip away at my soul. The next chip might dissolve me completely, turn me into someone I didn't even recognize. So I turned inward. I went to counseling, took walks, worked intensely. I even started a blog about romance so I could write about it when I began to crave it. Love was the only thing that ever felt safe. Not the kind I saw around me, conditional, sharp, exhausted, but the kind I read about. I wanted the kind of love that didn't need fixing, just feeling. The kind that saw me, held me, chose me. Maybe that's why I gave so much. Because I thought if I loved hard enough, someone would finally stay. But before I could find that kind of love, I'd have to survive without it. Lionel's story. Why are you drawing fake stuff? That's not our house. My father snapped, snatching the paper out of my little hands before I could even explain. His voice wasn't loud, but it hit me like a belt. Dismissive, cold, tired. The paper was a crayon sketch of a house on a hill, sun shining, a family at a dinner table smiling, a mom, a dad, a son, all happy. I had just won a citywide art contest with it. They gave me a medal and everything. My teacher said art doesn't have to be real, I mumbled, holding the paper up again, just hoping he'd say something kind. He didn't. Just kept removing his suit jacket and loosening his tie, sorting through his briefcase like I wasn't even there. It's a family, I added, trying again. I made it because I thought. He cut me off, placing the paper on the counter like it was junk mail. Stop drawing fairy tales, he said, heading to his office. No, good job. No, I'm proud of you. Just the sound of the door closing. I stood there frozen. Then slowly, I crumpled to the floor. Silent tears soaking my shirt. Looks like the home you deserve, Aunt Tasha said softly, kneeling beside me. She picked up the paper, gently flattening the wrinkles before placing it on the fridge like it belonged in a gallery. He had a long day, baby. Try again tomorrow. Then kissed the top of my head. Your gift matters, even if he doesn't see it yet. She always saw me. The way I shut down when my dad walked in, the way I lit up when someone asked about my music. Tasha was warmth in a house built on rules and routines. She was the reason I made it to 13 without turning numb. The night that always replays in my head, my 13th birthday. I had just produced my first full track, a beat I was proud of. I saved up to buy a secondhand MIDI keyboard and spent hours learning software tutorials. I waited by the door that night with my headphones in hand. He walked in late, again, briefcase slung over his shoulder, shoulders slumped from work. I made something, I said, stepping in front of him, hope flickering in my chest. He paused, looked at me, then passed me. Tasha in the kitchen? He asked. Yeah. Make sure she ate, he muttered, then brushed past me. Didn't even take the headphones. Didn't even say happy birthday. That was the night something in me stopped reaching. Tasha found me later in my room holding the headphones like they were broken pieces of my heart. She didn't say much, just pulled me into her lap and hummed some gospel tune Grandma used to sing. I cried into her chest for the first time since I was a child. But life isn't fair, and God doesn't always give warnings. Tasha died in a car accident 2 years later, right before my 16th birthday. I didn't say goodbye, didn't go to the funeral. Couldn't. I just packed a bag and went to live with my mom. I didn't know what to expect. I barely remembered her. She left when I was 8. I thought she had abandoned me, but I was wrong. She welcomed me with open arms that didn't hesitate. She wasn't overly affectionate, but she was present. The type of woman who made hot breakfast and talked to the plant on the windowsill. She believed in old school parenting, and she wasn't always soft, but she saw me. And when I broke down over Tasha, she didn't tell me to stop crying or man up. She let me fall apart, then sat next to me in silence until the tears ran dry. That was the first time I understood what emotional safety felt like. We got close, slowly. She taught me how to cook real food, talked to me about life, her regrets, her dreams. She wasn't one for long hugs or emotional speeches, but she showed up. And for the first time, I saw what warmth looked like. She didn't know the version of me that had already learned how to stay quiet to survive. She didn't try to dig it out of me either. She just made room, sat beside me at the kitchen table and talked about her day until one day I started talking back. It was never a demand, never a game of prove you love me. Just presence, just her showing up day after day. She was the first person I ever felt safe opening up to, and that became the blueprint. But it also created a gap, a quiet, confusing gap between me and every woman I tried to love after that. They wanted access to my emotions like it was owed. They wanted what they saw between me and my mom: intimacy, softness, safety. But they didn't understand how she got it. She earned it with patience, with stillness. She waited, but more importantly, she understood what she was waiting for. Most didn't. They mistook my calm for disinterest, thought they could pull love out of me with pressure, that if they gave more, I'd eventually pour back. But I don't pour under pressure. I retreat. Love, to me, was never loud. It was presence, consistency, patience. And every time someone asked me to rush, to prove, to open up on their terms, I felt myself shrink until eventually I disappeared inside the relationship entirely. By my mid-20s, I'd burned out. I gave sex when I wasn't ready, affection when I was numb, loyalty when I wasn't even loyal to myself. So I stopped. All of it. The pretending, the pushing. I took a vow of celibacy, not just from sex, but from the performance of intimacy. I needed to sit with the silence, to stop confusing being wanted with being understood, to stop confusing being needed with being safe. And in that stillness, I started to feel something I had never felt in my father's house: peace. Their story. Charisma's car hummed quietly beneath her, the rhythm of the road offering a strange kind of calm. On her way to the local coffee shop, she let her thoughts drift back to the man in the park, the one who just found out his mother passed. She didn't know his name, but his eyes, his energy, stuck with her. So she said a quick prayer for him. She didn't know what it felt like to lose a mother, not yet, but she respected the journey he was about to face. A life without a mother, that kind of grief had no blueprint. There were times she and her own mother had bumped heads, often triggered by Charisma's childhood trauma. Times when she'd wished in the heat of the moment that she didn't have a mother at all. That was the painful truth of growing up with a toxic parent, loving the parts of them that worked, and sometimes just loving them because, well, they were yours. Then you'd meet someone who had the kind of parent you dreamed of, and you'd feel guilty for your parent taking up space. Still, Charisma was thankful. Their relationship had improved. Once she recognized the toxic patterns that plagued her romantic life, she began to see the same dynamics within her family, especially her mother and siblings. Therapy gave her the space to rethink those relationships and reorganize her role in them, to be kind without self sacrifice, to give without going emotionally bankrupt. Her relationship with her mom wasn't perfect, but it was better now. Lionel stepped out of the nearby funeral home, his shoulders stiff, the cold air settling on him like another layer of grief. His hands were numb, but it wasn't from the wind. It was from everything. He crossed the street and ducked into a small coffee shop. Familiar, warm, quiet. The smell of espresso and cinnamon hit him like a memory from a calmer time. At the counter, Charisma stood in her caramel scrubs, nursing a chamomile tea between her palms. The bell above the door gave a soft chime, and instinctively she turned. Their eyes met. In that instant, something shifted. It wasn't just a spark, it was a quiet explosion, a current that ran beneath the skin and pulsed in the air around them, more intense than chemistry, deeper than mere attraction. It was the feeling of familiarity wrapped in something unexplainably sacred, like finding someone you'd lost before you ever knew them. The way you might lock eyes with a beloved relative in a room full of strangers. Immediate, grounding, and undeniably right. Neither of them moved at first. Their bodies stayed still, but something inside leaned forward. A magnetic pull hummed between them, invisible but insistent, like gravity made it personal. A silent recognition passed, thick with something tender and electric. And just like that, the world around them disappeared. Do I know
Do I
you?
know you?
they asked in unison, voices hushed with wonder. Then it clicked.
The
The
park.
park! They said it in unison, then snickered. A surprised, quiet laugh that cut through Lionel's fog, like sunlight through clouds. You lost your signal, Charisma smiled. And you let me use your phone, Lionel smirked. Sure did, she replied, still smiling. The moment softened, their smiles fading into something more tender. How are you holding up? She asked, her eyes full of care. Lionel sighed, his expression shifting, tired but honest. Honestly, numb, he said. Just left the funeral home, trying to make sense of everything. They stood in silence for a few seconds that seemed to stretch on forever. Charisma searched his face, past the quiet exterior, into the tremble of his hands and the hollowness in his eyes. She didn't just see the man in front of her. She saw the little boy, grieving, confused, needing something, even if he didn't know what it was. So she stepped forward and hugged him, softly, carefully. She felt his hesitation, but she also felt when it faded, when his arms wrapped around her with urgency, like a man remembering how to breathe. She smelled like warm honey. Her hair brushed his ear. Something about her touch reminded him of his Auntie Tasha, comforting, safe, real. He melted. He didn't need to explain his pain. She didn't ask him to. She just offered him peace and presence. When she finally pulled away, her eyes lingered on his. Be gentle with yourself, she said, placing a hand on his shoulder. Then, with one final smile, she turned and walked away. No number, no name, just something real left behind in the silence. He watched her go. The ache in his chest still throbbed. Grief wasn't going anywhere. But for the first time since the call to the hospital, he didn't feel alone. Later that evening, Lionel sat on the edge of his brother's warm leather couch, poking at a box of cold fried rice. The television played a basketball game that no one was really watching, the familiar commentary doing little to fill the silence that sat heavy between them. Dion glanced over, his beer bottle resting on his knee. You good? He asked, though he already knew the answer. Lionel shrugged. Yeah, he said, but his voice lacked conviction. He paused, then added, I saw her again today. Dion raised a brow. Who? That sweetheart from the park. Dion sat up straighter. The same one you told me about last week? Lionel nodded, a soft, strange smile tugging at his mouth. Yeah, at the coffee shop across from the funeral home. She was just there, sitting in scrubs, sipping tea, like she was waiting for me or something. And? You talked to her? Yeah, we remembered each other at the same time. It was like this weird moment where everything slowed down. She asked how I was doing. I told her I just came from the funeral home. She didn't say much, just hugged me. He shook his head slowly, but not out of pity. It was different. Dion leaned back, stared at his brother for a beat before sighing. Ah, don't do this, man. Do what? This. Dion gestured toward him. You're trying to numb the pain of losing mom. Trying to give it meaning through some random girl who was nice to you during a rough moment? That ain't love, Lionel. That's grief playing tricks on you. Lionel looked down at the takeout container in his lap. His fork stilled. It didn't feel like that. he said quietly. I'm just saying, don't build castles out of clouds. She was being kind, and maybe that's all it was. You don't even know her name. I know, I know, Lionel muttered. She probably doesn't even think twice about it now. Dion continued. And here you are, holding on to it like it's fate. Lionel nodded slowly. Yeah, he said, though the words felt hollow in his mouth. Maybe Dion was right. Maybe he was just reaching for something, anything, to make the grief less suffocating. He could still feel the warmth of her hug, but now he wondered if he'd imagined how deep it felt. Maybe she really was just being kind. And maybe he was the only one who hadn't let go of that moment. He was starting to wonder if it was all in his head. The break room was unusually still for a Thursday evening. Someone had dimmed the lights, and the usual hum of gossip and exhaustion was softened, replaced with quiet murmurs and sympathetic nods. Charisma leaned against the counter, sipping lukewarm tea, only half listening to the conversation until she heard the name. Letty passed, a nurse said softly, folding her arms tightly across her chest. They said her son's handling the arrangements. Charisma blinked. The cup in her hand lowered slightly. Letty. She hadn't heard that name since the patient was transferred. Something about it pricked a soft place in her chest. Letty hadn't been in her care long, but some people didn't need time to leave a mark. Even in pain, she carried a quiet grace, something solid, something still. One evening during vitals, she gave Charisma a knowing look and said, almost out of nowhere, "You should meet my son." It caught Charisma off guard. She laughed it off at the time, but she never forgot it. And now she was gone. A basket was placed on the table near the fridge, filled with the blue pens, the kind Letty used to sign her paperwork. Someone had taped a note to the front that said, "Sign her guest book in blue." Letty always said black ink was for bills, not love. Charisma managed a small smile through the sting in her chest. She'd only known Letty through short shifts, through whispered prayers and post checks, but she had come to appreciate her presence. Some patients you move on from, some stay with you, long after you've left the room. They're organizing a carpool to the funeral, another nurse mentioned. Hospital van leaves at 10. Charisma nodded absently, not sure yet if she'd go. She hated funerals, but something about this one she didn't want to miss. Charisma sat at the edge of the couch near the door, but her thoughts were far away, lingering on the strangers she had met in the park and the coffee shop. The one with the sad eyes. It was as if every time they crossed paths, the world around them just paused. The chatter in the coffee shop seemed to quiet. The bustle of the park faded into the background. All that existed in those moments was the intensity of their gaze, the way they seemed to draw each other in without words. It was more than attraction. It was as though she felt him before she even saw him, like his spirit brushed gently against hers in passing. The sense of familiarity had only deepened since that first encounter. She shook her head, trying to clear the thoughts clouding her mind. Maybe it was just her trauma playing tricks on her heart finding meaning in moments where there was none. Maybe he was simply a man broken open by loss, and she was just the person in the right place, at the right time, offering a little kindness. Still, it lingered. That warmth, that pull. She didn't even know his name, but for some reason, she couldn't stop thinking about him. It was a cool Saturday afternoon when Charisma decided to take a jog through the park. The air was crisp, the sun dipping low, casting long shadows that stretched across the grass. She had been feeling restless all morning, and running was the one thing that always helped her clear her head. As her sneakers hit the pavement, the rhythmic sound of breathing in sync with her steps became a calming melody. Halfway around the loop, she spotted him. He was there again, the same man she'd crossed paths with twice now. His presence felt as familiar as the pull of gravity, like she'd been expecting to see him, even though she hadn't consciously thought of him since their brief, unexpected connection. She didn't know why she remembered his face so easily, but she did. He was jogging too, just ahead of her, his pace steady and sure. She took a deep breath, running a few more steps to close the distance between them. He must have sensed her approach, because when he glanced over his shoulder, their eyes met again, like the first time, as if they'd always known they would. A smile tugged at the corner of Charisma's mouth. This time, she wouldn't wait for him to break the silence. She slowed her pace just enough to jog alongside him. "Fancy running into you again," she said, her voice light but teasing. He chuckled, glancing at her for a moment before looking forward again. "I was just thinking the same thing," he replied, his voice warm but tinged with something else, like he was trying to hide a piece of him behind his words. Charisma glanced sideways at him, but he kept his expression neutral. "I didn't know you were a jogger." "I'm not, really. Just trying to stay active, you know. It helps clear the mind." She nodded, understanding all too well. "I get that. Running's one of the only things that helps me disconnect from everything." His eyes glanced over at her again, this time with a slight grin. His eyes lingering just a moment too long before looking ahead once more. "You run like you've done it your whole life." Charisma laughed softly. "I have. Pretty much. Since high school." "Ah, that explains it. I was more of a basketball player back then." "More of a jump and shoot type, huh?" He smirked. "Something like that. Not much of a runner either. That's why I'm out here now." She couldn't help but notice how easy it felt. This casual back and forth between them. No heaviness, no pressure, just two strangers who, somehow, felt like more. "So, what's your name?" he asked, after a brief pause, as though he'd been debating whether to ask or not. Charisma's breath caught for a second, surprised by the question. He hadn't asked before. "Charisma," she said, offering a smile. "Charisma Turner." "Nice to finally meet you," he said, grinning. "I'm Lionel Harris." They both nodded as if the exchange itself held more weight than just their names. "Lionel, that's a unique name," Charisma said thoughtfully, then added, "Is there a story behind it?" He gave a small shrug, looking down at his feet for a second before meeting her eyes again. "Not really. Just something my mom liked. Never asked for an explanation." The casualness of his response seemed to hold some unspoken depth, but Charisma didn't press. They kept jogging in comfortable silence for a few moments before she spoke again. "You've lived in town long?" she asked, breaking the quiet. "Yeah, a couple years now," he replied, eyes focused ahead. "I'm from a little further south, though. Moved up for work. What about you?" "Born and raised here," Charisma said, feeling a pang of pride she hadn't realized was there. Couldn't imagine living anywhere else. Lionel nodded thoughtfully, slowing his pace just slightly. I get that. There's something about small towns, the way everything feels like it has its place, you know? She smiled, the conversation easing into something more familiar. Definitely. It's like no matter how big or small, everyone here knows your business, but in a way that makes you feel like a part of something. He chuckled softly. Yeah, sounds about right. Can't walk down the street without bumping into somebody. They ran in sync, the steady rhythm of their steps matching, the conversation flowing effortlessly, yet neither of them seemed to be in a hurry to end it. Charisma felt lighter now than she had earlier that day. There was something about Lionel's presence that settled her, something familiar and grounding that she couldn't quite explain. When they reached the end of the loop, she slowed to a stop and wiped her brow, her heart still racing from the jog, but also from the conversation. Lionel did the same, pausing beside her. For a long moment, they simply stood there, catching their breath, the hum of the park around them. Well, she said, her voice a little breathless, I'd say I'm starting to get to know you a bit better. Lionel smiled, the edges of his eyes crinkling. Yeah, same here. It's good to talk. She nodded. It is. We should do this again sometime. He hesitated, his eyes searching hers for a moment. I like that. As she turned to leave, Charisma felt a warmth bloom in her chest, subtle but undeniable. There was something about Lionel that lingered, something that tugged at the edge of her soul like a whisper from the universe. She couldn't name it, couldn't reason with it, but deep down, a strange certainty had begun to settle in her bones. This wasn't coincidence. It felt orchestrated, like something beyond them had gently, deliberately woven their paths together. And though she couldn't explain it, she was starting to believe that maybe, just maybe, something greater wanted them to find each other. Before stepping into the funeral home, Lionel paused just outside the door. The weight of grief pressed down on him, heavier than it ever had. His mother's passing, so sudden and final, had left him in a fog he couldn't seem to shake. He hadn't truly let himself mourn, not out loud. But now, surrounded by those who loved her, or simply came to say goodbye, he feared the emotions would crash down without warning. With a slow, shaky breath, he pressed a hand to the door, steadying himself for what waited on the other side. Inside, Charisma walked with quiet reverence. She had attended more funerals than she could count, but this one sat heavy in her chest. Letty hadn't just been another patient. She had felt like home, like comfort. There was a strange charge in the air, an inexplicable tension that tugged at her spirit. Her mind wandered to the man from the park, the way his presence had stirred something deep and familiar inside her. She had felt it even before seeing him. Maybe it was just the echo of old trauma, or maybe it was something real. She moved further into the room, and then, like a whisper from fate, her eyes found him. Lionel. The same man. The one from the park. The one who'd linger in her thoughts longer than she cared to admit. He stood at the entrance, stiff in posture, a man trying not to break. And yet, the moment their eyes met, something shifted. Quiet and powerful, like time folding in on itself. The pull between them was undeniable, deeper than familiarity, beyond attraction. Their souls recognized each other before their minds could catch up. This wasn't a coincidence. This was something else. Hey, you. They both said at once. Soft, surprised, and somehow certain. The words clung to the silence between them like a secret, echoing louder than anything else in the room. Before either could say more, a voice called Charisma's name, her co-worker, gentle but firm, reality tugging her back. Lionel watched her turn, watched the moment slip. But just as she began to walk away, she looked over her shoulder. Their eyes locked one more time, and this time it didn't feel like an ending. It felt like a beginning. The air outside the funeral home was thick with silence, the kind that followed grief and hovered like smoke. Charisma stood near the edge of the garden, arms wrapped loosely around herself. Her eyes traced the pale sky with the fading light, though her mind lingered on more than the ceremony. On more than Letty, it lingered on him. She heard the door creak open behind her, but didn't turn. She didn't have to. I didn't think anyone else would be out here. They both paused, laughed quietly. Exactly what I was going to say, she murmured. We keep doing that, he said, a hint of a smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. Yeah, it's starting to feel less like chance and more like a pattern, he said softly. Or fate. The word hung between them. Not romantic, not even bold, just true. In a way neither of them fully understood. I thought I was imagining you, Lionel said after a beat. At the park, then again at the coffee shop. Charisma turned slightly toward him. I felt you before I even saw you. Their eyes met again, like magnets, like memory. And then, as if pulled by the same invisible thread, they said together, like your soul recognizes theirs before your brain catches up. Neither of them laughed this time. The air felt different now, sharper, charged with something neither of them could name. My mom talked about you, Lionel said, voice quieter now. She told me I should meet her son, Charisma replied, her eyes softening. I thought it was the meds talking or her just being sweet. She never did that, Lionel said, his brow furrowing. Never. I didn't understand it then, Charisma whispered, almost to herself. But now it makes sense, he finished. The wind shifted, brushing past them like a whisper neither of them could hear, but both of them felt. Charisma looked away, down at her hands. It's like something's guiding us. Lionel's eyes stayed on her, or pulling us back together. And when she turned back to meet his gaze, there it was again. That feeling. That hum. That impossible knowing. Like their meeting wasn't the beginning, but the middle of something much, much older. The moment lingered, soaked in quiet awe and something unnameable. Lionel's gaze held Charisma's like it had known her longer than this life allowed. She tilted her head, a small, uncertain smile tugging at her lips. This is wild, she whispered, her voice breathless. What are the chances? He laughed softly, rubbing the back of his neck. Yeah, just a coincidence, right? They both nodded slowly, as if they were trying to convince themselves. Probably just one of those weird timing things, Charisma offered, though something in her heart fluttered otherwise. A glitch in the matrix, Lionel said with a grin. They chuckled, gentle, nervous, amused. Their eyes found each other again, steady this time, held. Then, at the exact same moment, they both said, But if it happens again? They blinked in surprise and laughed. The sound more open this time, familiar. Charisma raised her brows. We go on a date. Lionel nodded, that same stunned smile softening his grief. Yeah, a real one. She held up her pinky. Pinky promise. His brow lifted, and then he wrapped his pinky around hers. Firm, but light. Pinky promise. They stood there for a second longer, linked by something as silly and sacred as a childhood vow. This is ridiculous, she said through a giggle, cheeks warm. And just like that, they let go. But the promise lingered between their fingers, between their hearts, as if fate had pressed pause, waiting for the next time. That night, sleep did not come quietly. It arrived like a soft tide, carrying both Charisma and Lionel into separate, yet strangely parallel dreams. Dreams so vivid they clung to them even in the seconds just before waking. Charisma's dream unfolded in gold and blush hues. She stood barefoot in a sun-drenched field, the hem of her lace gown brushing the wild grass below. Her curls were crowned with delicate baby's breath, and joy radiated from her skin like heat. A soft melody played in the distance, maybe violins, maybe wind, and when she looked up, there he was, Lionel. He stood waiting beneath an arch of ivory roses, his eyes not just seeing her, but holding her, steady and sure. She didn't feel nervous. She felt known, as if her soul had been inching toward this moment her whole life. Their guests, faces she loved and some she barely recognized, blurred into the background. All she could see was him, reaching for her hand, pulling her into a promise with nothing more than his smile. They didn't speak, not right away. They just stood there, forehead to forehead, wrapped in something wordless but ancient. Love, real love, the kind that makes time bend. A whisper of laughter pressed her lips as she leaned in closer and said, So this is what it feels like to belong. Lionel only smiled, his thumb brushing the side of her cheek. I knew it was you. And then, just like that, the field faded into light. Across town, Lionel stirred against his pillow, the edges of a dream blooming warm in his chest. He stood in a modest kitchen, bathed in morning light. The smell of pancakes filled the air, and tiny feet pattered across the hard wood. A little girl, barely 3, darted into the room, curls bouncing as she held a stuffed bunny to her chest. Daddy, juice, she chirped, pointing to the fridge with exaggerated importance. He laughed, deep and easy, as he reached for a cup. Yes, ma'am, right away. And then Charisma appeared, hair wrapped in a scarf, wearing one of his t-shirts. She leaned against the counter with that same teasing smirk she always gave him when he was trying too hard to be the fun parent. You spoil her, she said. I spoil both of you, he replied without thinking, handing over the juice. She walked over, pressing a kiss to his cheek, her eyes softer than the sunlight pouring through the window. There was no pressure, no tension, just a rhythm they had found together, their family, their home. Just as he reached to wrap his arm around her waist, his dream self whispered something only the real Lionel could feel. I never believed in fate until you. He awoke with that sentence echoing in his mind. And miles away, Charisma woke up smiling, one hand brushing her cheek, like she could still feel the breeze from that dream meadow. Neither of them spoke about it yet, but in their separate beds, hearts quietly thudding, They both knew something bigger was stirring. Something real. Something already written. Lionel couldn't stop thinking about the dream. Even hours after waking, its warmth lingered. Charisma's smile, their daughter's giggle, the way the morning light poured into the kitchen like it belonged to them. It didn't feel like a dream. It felt like remembering something that hadn't happened yet. He found Dion out back, leaning against the fence, sipping a sports drink like he owned the morning. Lionel stepped out with both hands in his pocket, trying to act casual. Dion didn't even look up. "You've been pacing since sunrise." "I had a dream," Lionel said, slowly approaching. Dion smirked. "You dreaming about Mom again?" Lionel shook his head. "Nah, Charisma." That got his attention. Dion turned, brow raised. "Oh, we naming names now?" "I saw her again at the funeral." "Wait, that girl from the park? From the coffee shop?" Lionel nodded. "She was one of Mom's nurses. Took care of her near the end." "No way." Dion stepped forward, gripping his bottle like it might crack. "You're serious?" "Dead serious. Bro, she wasn't just a stranger. She was part of Mom's final days. She even said Mom tried to set us up before she passed." Dion stared at him for a long beat before letting out a long whistle. "That's wild." "It's more than that," Lionel said, his voice quieter now. "It doesn't feel like a coincidence." Dion narrowed his eyes. "You think it's like fate or something?" "I don't know what I think," Lionel admitted, "but when I see her, it's like something's pulling me toward her. Like I already know her." "And she feels it too." "Yeah, we made a deal. If we bump into each other again, without planning it, we'll go on a date." Dion let out a soft chuckle. "A fate clause. Y'all pinky promise or something?" Lionel smiled. "We actually did." Dion shook his head, grinning. "Man, you sound like you're 16. Don't it feel like that sometimes, though?" Lionel said with a smile. "That innocent, scary-ass kind of magic." Dion's smile faded into something softer. "Listen, I gave you hell before because I didn't want you chasing ghosts. But this sounded like it could be real." Lionel looked down, his voice quiet. "It feels rare." "It is," Dion said simply. "And if you're lucky enough to find someone who sees you, really sees you, and you feel that same pull, don't blow it, bro. Don't let fear turn you into dad." Lionel's chest tightened. "I won't." "Good." Dion nodded. "Then next time fate knocks, answer the damn door." Charisma curled up on Tasha's couch, legs tucked beneath her, and a tea mug nestled between her palms. The steam curled up like incense, but her mind was far from calm. "I had a dream last night," she said quietly. Tasha didn't look up from the magazine in her lap. "Was Idris Elba in it?" Charisma gave her a look. Tasha smirked and closed the magazine. Okay. Go on. I'm listening." Charisma exhaled slowly. "It was about Lionel." Tasha blinked. "The park guy. And the coffee shop guy. And Letty's son." Tasha's brow arched. "Wait, all the same person?" Charisma nodded slowly. "I didn't even know until the funeral. He showed up and, I swear, Tosh, it was like my soul stood up before I did. I knew him, before I even remembered where I'd seen him." Tasha stared for a second, then sat up. "Okay, pause. Let's rewind. You're telling me the man you felt drawn to, twice, is the same man Letty tried to hook you up with?" "Yes." "And now you're dreaming about him?" "Yes." Tasha raised an eyebrow. "Wedding dress or baby stroller?" Charisma blushed. wedding dress. Tasha grinned like she just won a bet with herself. I knew it. You're falling. I don't even know him. You don't have to know everything. Sometimes your spirit knows before your brain catches up. Charisma looked down at her tea, watching the ripples settle. We made a deal. If we randomly bump into each other again, we'll go on a date. But what if it's just trauma bonding or wishful thinking? What if I'm making it all up in my head? Girl, stop. Tasha leaned forward, serious now. You've had enough trauma to know what's real. And this ain't fantasy. This is divine timing. Charisma was quiet for a long moment, then whispered, It feels like my heart already trusts him. Tasha softened, then let it, just a little. You don't have to hand him your whole soul on a silver platter, but don't shut the door on magic just because life's been messy. Charisma laughed under her breath. We even pinky promised, like teenagers. Tasha clutched her chest in mock dramatics. A pinky promise? Oh, girl, that man already got one foot in the family. They both laughed until the air felt lighter. Tasha reached over and squeezed her hand. If fate lines it up again, don't just stand there wondering. Go find out what the universe has been trying to tell you. The day had been long for both of them. Charisma had run through her last bit of oat milk that morning, an essential for her evening tea and her peace of mind. She'd meant to grab more earlier, but work dragged and traffic was brutal. By the time she parked at the little corner store tucked between the laundromat and the florist, it was already dusk. Lionel wasn't supposed to be there either. He usually shopped on Sundays, loyal to his routines like clockwork. But his brother had used the last of his almond butter without telling him, and Lionel refused to eat dry toast for another moment. Annoyed but amused, he made a detour on the way home. They moved through the store like two threads pulling toward a single knot. Neither noticed the other at first, both focused, tired, and moving on autopilot. The soft hum of overhead lights, the quiet rustle of carts, and the faint music playing some throwback R&B track, they were just background. Until they reached for the same item. Fingers brushed, a quiet gasp, eyes lifted. Oat milk, she said, almost disbelieving. Almond butter, he said at the same time, holding up the jar in his other hand. They both blinked, then laughed. No way, she breathed, eyes wide with a mix of shock and something more tender. This is the third time. It's officially weird, he said, though he was smiling like it was anything but a problem. They stood there, neither moving to let go of the oat milk they now both held. This counts, right? Charisma asked quietly, a sparkle in her eyes. This is the third time. Lionel tilted his head, considering her, the moment, the jar. It does. Neither of them said it, but they both remembered the pinky promise, the way it had felt to be 16 again, the way their dreams had wrapped around each other like vines in the dark. Well, she said, loosening her grip on the carton with a gentle shrug. Guess it's time for that date. He didn't let go either. I was hoping you'd say that. They stood there a moment longer, still holding the same item, smiling like they just found something sacred in the snack aisle. Are we really doing this? She asked softly. Lionel raised his pinky with a small grin. Only if you honor pinky promises. Charisma looped her pinky with his. Always. The sun was beginning its descent when Charisma arrived, painting the sky in hues of rose gold and amber. The breeze off the lake carried the scent of blooming jasmine from the nearby bushes, and cicadas hummed lazily in the trees as if the evening itself had slowed down for them. She stepped out of her car and paused, smoothing the fabric of her sundress and steadying her breath. The park by the lake wasn't extravagant, but it was beautiful in that quiet, timeless kind of way. Open sky, shimmering water, and the kind of silence that lets two people hear each other's hearts. Lionel was already there, standing near the edge of the dock, his back to her as he watched the sun stretch its arm across the rippling water. He wore a crisp green shirt with sleeves rolled to his elbows and a softness she hadn't seen before resting on his face. He turned at the sound of her steps. "Wow," he whispered, like he couldn't help it. "You clean up nice too." They stood there for a beat longer than necessary, grinning like fools, both a little nervous, but not wanting to admit it. Then he motioned to a nearby blanket spread out beneath a weeping willow, surrounded by lanterns that flickered to life as the sky darkened. There were snacks, her favorite drink, and even a little Bluetooth speaker playing something mellow and soulful in the background. "You did all this?" she asked, a little breathless. He nodded, looking sheepish. "Didn't want to mess up the first real date." She touched his arm, her smile softening. "You didn't." As they sat beneath the tree, the conversation flowed easier than either of them expected. They laughed about childhood mischief, swapped stories of awkward moments and unexpected blessings, and danced around the electric truth growing between them. Then there was a pause. The kind that doesn't feel empty, but full. Full of meaning, full of what hadn't been said yet. The sky was nearly violet now, the lake reflecting stars just beginning to show themselves. "I keep thinking this shouldn't feel this easy," Charisma said softly, looking out over the water. Lionel leaned back on his elbows beside her, his gaze never leaving her face. "I know. It's like I've known you forever, even before we met." She nodded, swallowing the lump rising in her throat. "Sometimes I wonder if we really met, or just remembered." He turned toward her fully, his voice lower now. "Can I tell you something?" "Yeah." "I dreamed about you. Not just any dream. It was us, a family. Happiness I've never even let myself imagine." Charisma's breath caught. "I dreamed about us too, but it was our wedding." Their eyes locked again, and for a moment, the air shifted. Like time paused. Like the universe held its breath. They both looked away at the same time and laughed nervously, shaking their heads. "This is crazy," she said. "Wild," he agreed. They spoke again in perfect sync. It's probably just a coincidence." And then they laughed again, so fully, so freely, they could feel the tension break like a wave against the shore. "Okay," he said, still smiling. "If it happens again, we go all in," she finished. And without needing to ask, they locked pinkies once more. "I feel 16 again," she murmured. Lionel bumped her shoulder with his. "Good." Maybe 16-year-olds know a thing or two we forgot. They sat under the tree until the stars were bold in the sky, until silence felt like another language they both understood. And when they parted that night, neither said the words out loud, but both knew they were already fallen. The light was soft, golden, like filtered honey pouring through a stained glass window. Charisma stood barefoot on a lush, dew-kissed lawn, her gown light and flowing around her ankles like a whisper. A warm breeze danced through the trees, and laughter, the pure, melodic kind, rippled through the air like a blessing. She turned, and there he was, Lionel, standing at the end of the garden aisle, wearing a linen suit with a slightly crooked tie and a look on his face like she was everything he'd ever needed. Their guests blurred into a soft backdrop. It wasn't about them. It was about this. The way he looked at her. The way she felt. Safe. Loved. Chosen. The dream wrapped itself around her like a second skin, soft and sure. But beneath it, something stirred. A sliver of doubt. Not about him, but about the way everything felt so perfect. Too smooth, too aligned. Her heart whispered, when has anything ever been this easy and lasted? She wanted to believe this was different, that this wasn't just another story she'd wake up from and carry like a bruise. But love like this, it had always come with a catch. Still, in the dream, she said, I do. She smiled. She reached for him like she always had, even in her loneliest thoughts. But as her fingers touched, the scene flickered just slightly, a jolt, like the dream itself wasn't sure if it could hold. And then she woke up, heart pounding, fingers curled into the sheets like she was still reaching. Lionel stood in a sunlit kitchen, the scent of fresh-baked something hanging in the air. Charisma stood across from him, laughing as flour dusted her cheek. She was holding a toddler, round-cheeked, wide-eyed, gripping a wooden spoon like a scepter. A second child ran in circles around their feet, giggling uncontrollably. Home. It felt like home. Charisma caught his eye and smiled like she knew what he was thinking. Like all the noise, the chaos, the small moments, they were exactly what they'd both prayed for, but never dared ask aloud. He reached out and grabbed her waist, pulling her in for a kiss that was all warmth and belonging. For a second, the world felt weightless. But then it hit him. This isn't your life. Not yet. The echo of every time he'd let his guard down and gotten hurt rang through his chest. That tight, familiar fear wrapped around the edge of the dream. What if this was just a trick of the mind? A craving dressed up as destiny? What if love this easy meant to fall that much harder? Still, he held her tighter in the dream. Let himself believe, just for a little while. But as the child in Charisma's arms called him, Daddy, and reached toward him, the light flickered. The dream glitched, just enough to send a chill through him. And then he woke, sweating, breath shallow, a strange ache blooming in his chest. He wanted it, but wanting had never been enough. The sun had long dipped beneath the horizon, leaving behind streaks of lavender and gold that bled into a deepening sky. City lights flickered to life in the distance, humming softly against the hush of early evening. Lionel wiped his hands on a clean towel, the rhythmic beat from the speaker still pulsing faintly through the walls of his music studio. He had just finished a long recording session. The kids from the community mentorship group finally gone, the lingering energy of their raw creativity still echoing in the space. He stepped out into the hallway, loosening the collar of his shirt, grateful for the quiet. That's when he heard it, the unmistakable sound of heels clicking against the tile. Light, measured, curious. Charisma. She appeared at the far end of the corridor, her brows furrowed in confusion as she glanced between suite numbers. Her phone was in her hand, open to a text conversation. Oh, wait, she murmured, half to herself, turning a small circle before stopping in front of Lionel's studio door. She knocked gently, peeking inside. He blinked. Charisma? She looked up, startled, eyes wide. Lionel? A laugh bubbled out of her, half embarrassed, half delighted. I I was trying to find the nail tech. I swear her text said Suite 304. He smirked, stepping into the doorway. You're not far off. She's next door. But, wow. I know. She tucked a curl behind her ear, the golden hallway light catching the blush in her cheeks. What are the odds? Getting kind of suspicious, he teased. Her laugh was warm, disarming. Seriously. He leaned against the doorframe, folding his arms. You think it means something? She tilted her head, eyes dancing. I think I don't believe in coincidences the way I used to. There it was again, that electric hum in the silence, that soft pull like gravity drawing them closer with every unplanned moment. I had a dream, he said, voice lower now, more vulnerable. So vivid, I woke up smiling. Her lips parted. Me too. They both laughed, the sound echoing off the walls like fate teasing them. This is getting weird, she said, her voice light but tinged with wonder. Weird, he nodded, but kind of amazing. The pause between them stretched, full and unspoken. One breath, then another. I mean, she said with a smirk, it could still be random. Right, he nodded. Could be. Just a string of really well-timed coincidences. Exactly. Their smiles mirrored each other. Wide, knowing, almost disbelieving. But, she added, lifting a playful brow, if it happens one more time, just one more, we go on a date, they said in unison. They froze, then cracked up, the hallway briefly alive with laughter that felt like an exhale. She reached for his hand without thinking, and he met her halfway. Their pinkies hooked, gentle, certain, sealed. Now we really sound like 16-year-olds, Charisma said, shaking her head. Yeah, he replied, his grin stretching lazy and lopsided, but I don't hate it. They stood there, suspended in a state of both terror and fascination. To tell a truth, neither of them dared to name. As she slowly pulled away, preparing to head next door, a question hung between them, almost too heavy to speak. Lionel took a step forward, a voice barely above a whisper. So, what now? Charisma bit her bottom lip, eyes glinting with mischief and meaning. You tell me. He chuckled, rubbing the back of his neck like he couldn't quite believe this was happening. I think we just ran out of excuses. And then, without planning it, without cue, they both spoke at the exact same time. I think we're supposed to find out why.
I wanna take it back, but I can't. I wanna leave it behind, but I can't. It's not easy to love it, darling. It's not easy to love it, darling. I should've left you in the moment. I should've told you all the problems. It's not easy to love you, baby. It's not easy to love you, baby. It's not easy to love you, baby. You just run, you don't talking. Don't wanna be behind you, baby. Behind you, baby. Let it go, let it go, let it fly. It's not love, it's not love, it's not the time. Let it go, let it go, let it fly. It's not love, it's not love, it's not love.
He pulled it up. A gold pendant. Elise's pendant. His hand shook as it caught the light. Recognition crashed into him like a wave of acid. The same pendant he had given her as a wedding gift. His face contorted. His breath came shallow and fast. Then he snapped. Some women need flowers. Elise needed fire. She didn't want to be held. She wanted to be consumed. Her husband gave her structure, stability, a home. But what's a home without heat? But when a woman like Elise is left unfed for too long, she doesn't wither. She wanders. And one day, she wandered right into Malik, a man whose flame matched her own. Their deal was simple. He'd give her words, sweet ones, dirty ones, scripted or sincere. She'd give him everything else. But what do you do when the words turn sacred? And the body starts listening to what the heart was told to ignore? This is a velvet tale, where romance bleeds, temptation breathes, and love never plays fair. The club's decor was elaborate, yet simple. Something about it whispered sex dungeon. The deep crimson walls soaked in mood lighting and black velvet curtains caught every flicker of candlelight. White roses bloomed from tall glass vases, their scent thick in the air, laced with the ache of R&B, and the words of poets floated like clouds, heavy and ever-present. It was the kind of place built for indulgence, where time softened and romance felt just a little more possible. Elise walked in alone, though a friend from her art circle had invited her. She wore black, like always. Tonight, her dress clung to her like a second skin. She wasn't there to be admired, but that didn't stop heads from turning. There was something about the way she moved, smooth, seductive, like a woman who knew what it meant to hunger and hide it. She slipped into a small table near the back, tucked behind a flickering pillar candle and a half glass of champagne. Her eyes scanned the room without urgency until she heard the voice. It came from the stage, low and seductive. Even before the words took shape, a tall man stood beneath the spotlight, dark skin glowing bronze beneath it, posture calm but magnetic. He didn't look like he was about to perform. He looked like he was about to confess. She didn't ask for love, he began. She just wanted someone to sit in the silence with her, to memorize the shadows she hides in, to kiss her before she breaks, and again once she's in pieces. The words found her before she had the chance to brace herself. Something inside her fluttered, a tremble she hadn't invited but welcomed anyway. Elise wasn't new to poetry or to passion, but this felt different. This wasn't just spoken word. This was the language of her body remembered, the kind that once made her believe in something wild and rare. When he stepped down and vanished into the velvet folds of the room, she turned to her friend with wide eyes and a half laugh, as if to say, "What the hell just happened?" "His name's Malik," her friend whispered, already grinning. "He's like that every damn time." Later, he descended from the back, shaking hands, signing books. That beautiful magnetic smile flashed like it belonged to him and only him. He flirted easily, instinctively, holding waists, kissing foreheads, saying what women wanted to hear in ways that didn't sound cheap. But Elise saw something else. He was attractive, charismatic, talented, but she wasn't drawn to his charm. She was drawn to the ache behind it. Something about him made her want him, but not the way she had wanted men before. She didn't crave a quick encounter, not even a one-night stand. She wanted something harder to explain, a glimpse behind the concrete wall she was sure he guarded his heart with. She wanted the mess of him spilled into her ears. She wanted his confessions, to hear what the darkest corners of his heart sounded like. Needless to say, she wanted him bare and raw. He moved toward her like the room was his stage and she was the next line of his poem. As he introduced himself, she felt the smile already forming on her lips, hungry for the sound of his voice, closer now and even more hypnotic. Off stage, his voice wasn't rehearsed. It was curious. It painted intimacy on women's hearts, especially those who'd forgotten how to be seen. Women like Elise. But this was different. When they faced each other, she felt stillness, a sense of familiarity he hadn't offered the others. He hadn't rushed. With her, he lingered. He listened. Their conversation unfolded in the quiet corner of the venue like soft jazz. They shared a mutual admiration for Langston Hughes and stories of artists who used grief like ink. They even talked about creativity like it was a wounded friend, art like it was a blood relative, and desire like it was a former lover neither of them had quite gotten over. The air between them turned into a canvas, and their chemistry painted bold hues of red and orange, with streaks of gold. Something sacred passed between them as their minds mingled. It wasn't quite love, but it had a scent. So when he leaned in slightly and asked, "Can I call you sometime?" She wasn't surprised. But still, her smile faltered. "I'm married," she said softly. Her voice dipped in regret. He didn't blink, didn't pull back in shame, didn't push forward in arrogance. He simply nodded, slowly, like he had expected the answer, but hoped to be wrong. "I respect that," he said, "but I won't forget you." And from the look in his eyes, she knew he meant it. The clink of silverware against ceramic was the only sound in the room. David sat across from her, chewing with the focus of a man who saw meals as nothing more than fuel. The lights were warm. The food was plated like a painting, but between them, a fog. Not the pretty kind that dances in the morning, but the kind that swallows everything whole. Gray, heavy, thick enough to smother the light. She watched him, not with anger, not even with hurt anymore. Just the quiet ache of someone who's waited too long for something that would never come. "Do you ever miss us?" she asked, already knowing the warmth she needed wouldn't come. David looked up, blinking like he hadn't heard her right. "What do you mean?" "When we were young. When we'd hold each other like we were lovers, just meeting for the first time. How we loved on the edge of lust? Like every kiss might be the last?" David chuckled. Keyword, young. Something we're not anymore. What's the point of staying together if we let time dull the pulse of passion? He sighed and reached for his water. "Elise, come on. We're not 25 anymore. I've got a lot on my plate. Work's been insane." She let silence sit for a second. Let it press against the air like humidity. "You always have a lot on your plate." "I'm building a future for us," he said, his voice tightening. 6 more years, and I retire. Then I'll have all the time in the world to give you what you need." She whispered, more to herself than him. "I miss it. I love the comfort of mature love, but I still need the chaos of young love, the kind that's messy and impulsive and full of fire. I need that part of us back. I need you." He set his fork down, the sound too loud in the quiet. "Look, I'm tired. I don't have the energy for this tonight." Of course, it was never the right time, never the right moment. She was always asking for too much. But all she wanted was to be looked at the way he used to look at her, to be touched like she still mattered, to be loved like passion wasn't a phase, but a practice. Instead, he stood up, kissed her forehead out of habit, and disappeared into his office. Elise sat there, alone at the table, staring at her barely touched food. Some women could live with being unseen. She had tried to be one of them, but the silence was louder now than it had ever been. Elise sat at her favorite table, in her favorite restaurant, drinking her favorite cocktail. A Bloody Mary with extra vodka, 2 celery stalks, fresh sliced jalapeno, and tagine on the rim. She was a regular at Nevin's, a downtown restaurant with a vibe that matched her home. Plush red furniture, luxurious chandeliers, sheer crimson curtains, black walls, and gold-framed windows that invited sunlight in like it was a cherished customer. Her earbuds masked the chatter and the romantic R&B vocals of artists like her, Coco Jones, and Snow Allegra. She'd typed his name into the search bar hours ago and had been binge-watching him like he was her favorite show. Malik Ellis. Video after video. His voice poured through her like something forbidden, gentle, powerful, too honest, too familiar. "Have you ever kissed somebody so deeply it feels like your lips found home? Don't just take off my clothes. Take your time with my truth. That's the part I want you to see." She pressed play again and again. Her fingers curled into her glass, but didn't lift it. In another clip, he spoke about connection like it was oxygen. "Some women ain't looking for just sex or love. They want to be wanted with intention. Like their body ain't just a body, but a prayer somebody finally answered." Elise wiped a tear before it reached her cheek. The material was presented as content, but to her, it was a meal she hadn't been served in years. Malik got it. She knew it that night, but seeing him now, watching him pour the words she'd been desperate to drink, made her addicted to his poison. This wasn't about cheating. Not yet. This was about being reminded she was still a woman, still capable of feeling something. And tonight, with nothing more than words, he'd done what her husband hadn't done in years. touched the part of her that forgot it still had a pulse. Elise had just clicked replay again when the hostess walked by, pausing just long enough to tilt her head. "You're a fan?" she asked, nodding towards Elise's phone. Elise blinked, caught in the act. "Yeah, he's..." She paused, looking down at the screen. "Undeniable." The hostess smiled. "That's Malik's usual booth in the back. He's here tonight." Her breath caught like it tripped on itself. She turned slowly, eyes moving before her body followed, and there he was. Malik Ellis. Not just a face, not just a voice, but a presence. He was sitting in the booth like he owned every inch of it. Long limbs stretched out, black tee hugging his broad shoulders, one hand wrapped around the glass, the other scrolling through his phone like the world could wait. His beard was shaped perfectly, but not like he was trying too hard. Like he just stayed that fine. Their eyes met. She looked away, then back again, because it was too late to pretend she wasn't looking. And just like that, he rose from the booth, walked over like he'd been planning to anyway, and stopped beside her table. "You always stare at men like that while they eat?" he asked, grinning, voice dipped in velvet and mischief. Elise smirked. "Only when the fries look seasoned." He laughed, the kind that came from the chest. "You got jokes. All right, cool." He motioned to the empty chair. "Mind if I sit?" She gestured towards it with a raised brow. "Do I look like I mind?" He slid in smoothly, like he belonged in the space next to her. They sat in a moment of easy silence, the kind that usually takes time to earn. "So," he said, nodding toward her phone, "you've been watching me like I'm Netflix. That means I got rewatch value or just something to fill the silence?" She smiled. "Both. Have you ever heard something so powerful that it feels like you said it? Like it came from your own soul? That's what your words do. They hit so deep, I forget I'm just the one listening. And the way you say them, it sounds like you mean every word." "I do," he said. "I don't just talk to hear my own voice. I'm not out here saying pretty words with no meaning. If I speak, it's because I've got something real to say." She looked at him for a moment. "You always this smooth?" "No. Sometimes I stutter," he said, smirking. "Usually when I'm feeling something real." They both laughed, lightly at first, then more softly. He watched her for a beat, then tilted his head. "You good, Elise? I mean, not how's your day good. I mean, deep down, where the quiet lives. You good there?" She opened her mouth, closed it, then shrugged slowly. "Honestly, I don't know. I've been fine, but I'd like to be happy." He nodded, his expression shifting into something tender. "I feel invisible sometimes," she admitted. "Like I'm living in parentheses, because the world moves around me, but never through me." Malik leaned in just slightly, arms resting on the table. "Damn," he said. "That's a heavy kind of lonely." "It is," she said. "I miss softness. I miss feeling like a work of art, not just the background. I miss feeling like I take up space, the kind that matters." He nodded slowly. "I see you," he said, eyes locked on hers, voice low and deliberate. "And you are art, not background, not filler. I got canvases I charge thousands for, but none of them hold a candle to the kind of beauty you carry." Elise blinked, blinking back the tears that burned behind her lashes. "Why do you talk like that?" she asked, smiling to keep from unraveling. "Like a song that ain't been written yet." "Because I see too many women loved in half measures," he said. "Women who forgot they were sacred. I don't know how to be around that and not speak life." She swallowed hard. "You're dangerous," she murmured. He smiled again, softer this time. "Nah, I'm just awake." A long silence settled between them, but it didn't feel awkward. It felt like exhale. Then Malik leaned in just a little more, elbows on the table, voice dropping into a near whisper. You ever meet somebody and it feels like your spirit exhaled? He waited. That's what this feels like. I don't know what you're running from, Elise. But if you ever want to stop, just for a night. He hesitated, adjusting his jacket like he was choosing his words with care. Come by the loft. I ain't trying to fix you. I want the pleasure of being a distraction from your sadness. For a little while. His voice didn't pull. It offered. She didn't answer right away. A man who didn't run from sadness? That was rare. She couldn't remember the last time David even noticed her heavy sighs at the dinner table, or the way her head hung a little lower these days. But Malik noticed, and that was worth her time. She looked at him, studied the man in front of her, like he was a painting she wasn't ready to walk away from. And finally, she nodded once. Elise unlocked the front door to the home she shared with David and was met with a cold silence. She had a long day at the gallery. Pieces had gone missing, some hadn't arrived on time, and others were damaged in a delivery accident. Stressful, dragging days like this used to end with laughter and wine. She missed the times she and David were close, when she could confide in him and be held, not just heard. The sun still shined inside the spacious home she'd worked so hard to decorate. Golden hour draped the walls with its honeyed light, but the warmth didn't reach her. The chill of loneliness always seeped in. She decided to treat herself to a bath while the sun still had energy to spray its rays of happiness across her home. The warm bathwater embraced her mahogany skin like a liquid lover, spilling over every private space she hadn't felt a touch on in a long time. The steam rose like a lullaby, soothing her sadness with a constant warmth that kissed the parts the water couldn't reach. She sipped her Bloody Mary and watched a video her friend had shared on Facebook. Malik at an open mic night. She sings the song of a lover's cry as I caress the parts of her that are hidden. She hums as I enter the spaces no other man has been able to reach, and she tugs at my soul with her song, singing my name like it's a hymn. Making love should never be ordinary when you're inside your lover's mind. Elise felt her body respond to the words as if he were physically in the room. His voice lingered long after the video ended, and her skin remembered the sensation of his hand on her arm. The uncontrollable urge to release at just the sound of his voice pulled her into a place where the real world no longer existed. There were only splashes of color and his face. When the release came, it was sudden and jarring, her body trembling in the water as waves of lust crashed into her hand. Her head fell back against the edge of the tub, gasping for air she wasn't ready to breathe. And when her pulse slowed, regret crept in. David had been the only man she craved for years. But here, in this room, in this moment, Malik had become the drug she needed most. How was that? It hadn't even been a week. She rushed out of the tub, water trailing down her thighs as she grabbed a robe and chugged the rest of her Bloody Mary, like it might drown the feelings clawing their way to the surface. The room still pulsed with the sound of Malik's voice, even though the video had ended minutes ago. His words clung to her skin more intimately than the steam. She picked up her phone, thumb hovering. Not over Malik's name, though she wanted to, but over David's. The man she had vowed her life to. The man who used to be her peace. She called. Voicemail. Again. She didn't leave a message. What was the point? If he wanted to hear her voice, he'd answer, but he didn't. She changed into one of his college t-shirts, the fabric worn and stretched from years of memories that no longer felt like hers. Sliding under the covers, she pulled the comforter to her chin. The sheets were cold. The other side of the bed is untouched. This wasn't new. This was normal. And yet, tonight, it scraped at something raw. Her hand found the empty pillow beside her. She clutched it, but there was no scent, no weight, no warmth, just absence. Her eyes didn't tear up. She was past that. But something stirred in her, quiet and unfamiliar. Something awakened in the space Malik had unknowingly cracked open. She turned toward the wall, heart heavy but restless. Her body remembered softness. Her soul remembered poetry. And Malik's words, they didn't just linger. They comforted her in those lonely moments. And maybe that was the part that scared her the most, because for the first time in a long time, her sadness didn't feel fatal, but like a sickness that could be cured. Malik's loft was exactly as she imagined it: chaotic, beautiful, and laced with a scent of oil paint and masculine spice. Art covered every surface, spilling from canvases stacked against the walls to half-finished sketches tacked onto corkboard panels. Music hummed from a vintage speaker. Miles Davis, soft and sultry, the notes curling like smoke through the space. He handed her a glass of red and gestured toward a canvas near the window. This is what I was working on when I met you. Elise stepped closer. A painting of a woman, head tilted back, throat exposed, eyes closed in surrender. It wasn't her, but it could have been. It's stunning, she said softly. So are you. The words struck something tender. She flinched, just slightly, like he'd grazed an old bruise. She moved toward the window to mask her reaction, sipping her wine as she admired the glittering city lights. I miss this, she said, creating something from feeling. You don't? I used to. Now I just facilitate the sale of other people's passion projects. Is that all you want? He asked, voice velvety smooth. No. Her answer was immediate. But my time is tied up. I give so much that no one notices when I disappear. Malik turned back to the canvas, dipping his brush in crimson. You'd be hard for me to forget, he said, a gleam of care flickering in his eyes. You don't have to settle for anything. That's the whole point of being an artist. Yes, create art. But we're also the designers of our own lives. Your desire should be at the center of everything you build or take part in, Elise. Remember that. She nodded slowly, her fingers trailing along the edge of a nearby easel. The weight of his words pressed against something buried inside her. She was hyper aware of his presence, how close he stood, the quiet intensity in his voice, the smell of paint and possibility. He painted in silence while she wandered through the space, letting the hum of creativity settle over her like a warm blanket. Her phone vibrated. David. The name and a picture of them on their wedding day lit the screen in bright, stark letters. Malik saw it. He didn't speak, just glanced once, then turned to his brushstrokes. Elise stared at the screen, watching it ring, and go silent. She didn't move to answer it. I should go, she said quietly. Of course. She walked to the door slowly, as if unsure whether she wanted to leave the warmth of this moment for the cold she knew was waiting at home. Good night, Malik. Don't forget me, Elise, he said, turning as his eyes met hers. His voice wrapped around her like a whisper meant for more than just air. She hesitated at the door, caught in a gaze that burned with tension and promise. A gaze no married woman should ever share with someone like Malik. Her name on his tongue felt like poetry, and sin. The conference room upstairs was a world of its own. Glass, steel, and soft textures woven together with intention. Large windows overlooked the city's heartbeat, and a curated arrangement of vintage and modern pieces anchored the space with effortless elegance. Malik stepped inside slowly, eyes scanning the room with reverence. "This space is beautiful," he said, walking toward a deep red velvet armchair. "Let me guess. You decorated it." Elise stood near the window with a glass of leftover champagne, watching him with measured calm. "Of course I did. I needed a space that felt like mine, like truth." He looked around again. Brass accents, sharp reds, moody textures whispering secrets beneath sophistication. "You're really good at this. Interior design, I mean." She shrugged, taking a sip. "It's not design. It's control. I can't control the chaos of my life, but I can make a room obey." A soft laugh escaped him. "That's not control. That's vision." She turned to face him fully now. "No more pretense. You still haven't asked why you're here." He met her gaze, steady. "Because I wanted to see you." "No," she said, stepping forward. "You're here because I wanted you here. Because I made a phone call. Because I curated this moment the same way I curated that art downstairs." He paused, blinking once. "I brought you to the gallery," she continued, voice low but razor sharp. "Not for business, but for this. For us." Silence thickened the air between them. She set the glass down, crossing the room like gravity had turned her toward him. "I've been unraveling," she confessed. "And you are the only thing I've touched lately that feels like thread strong enough to hold me together." "Elise." "No," she cut in, firm but not cold. "Let me say it." She inhaled deeply. "I'm not offering love. I'm not offering promises. What I am offering is presence, an escape that feels like coming home. I want the part of you that whispers poetry in broken rooms, the part that sees me in ways I've forgotten how to see myself." His mouth opened slightly, but no words came. "I want your fire, Malik," she continued. "Your words, your hands, your attention. In return, I'll give you everything that's left of me that still feels real." He swallowed hard, tension rippling through his chest. "I'm inviting you into something dangerous. You know, what you're asking for won't be easy." "I'm not looking for easy," she said. "I'm looking for something that's wild." "Can your marriage survive this?" he asked, voice low, eyes dark, with something almost feral. "I don't know," she said with a faint, pained smile, "but I think I'll feel alive trying." He stepped closer, breath hitching. "This isn't a fair trade. I'm not offering fairness. I'm offering clarity, warmth, and experiences you can't get from anywhere else." Their eyes held, and for a moment, time blurred. "I should walk away," he said, fingers flexing at his sides. "But you won't," she whispered, "because you're starving, and I've been feeding you without mercy." His jaw clenched. "I want to be touched by someone who means it," she said, "and if I have to curate that experience like I curate a gallery, so be it." He reached for her wrist, his touch deliberate and trembling. "Then say it, Elise." "I'm inviting you into something dangerous," she said, "but I'm asking with open eyes." Malik drew in a slow, shaky breath. And I accept, he said, voice gravel and heat, not as a game, not as a transaction, but as the most beautiful form of surrender I've ever seen. She leaned in, her lips near his ear. Then don't break me. He pulled back to meet her eyes. Only if you promise not to save me. For a single breath, the world around them dissolved. This wasn't professional. This wasn't rational. It was the beginning of one of the most exquisite deceptions they would ever create. A lie so intoxicating it just might become the truth. The hotel room smelled like bergamot and velvet. City lights painted the walls with streaks of gold and red. Elise stood by the window, backlit and dangerous, her coat falling from her shoulders like she was shedding restraint. Malik hesitated in the doorway, hands in his pockets, heart thudding like he'd just stepped into something far bigger than desire. You're nervous, she said softly, turning to face him. I'm not used to being the sin, he replied. She walked toward him, slow and smooth. You're not the sin. You're the cure. Elise, you already have the drug, she whispered, stopping in front of him. You just need to give it to me. Her perfume wrapped around him like silk and smoke. He leaned in, lips barely grazing the curve of her neck. Your scent drives me wild. You know that, right? She smiled faintly. Then breathe me in. He did, long and slow. His hands found her waist like they belonged there. Your body, he murmured, mouth brushing her skin. It turns me on in ways I can't explain. You have no idea what you do to me. I think I do, she whispered, tilting her head. But tonight, I want to know exactly what it is. You'll give it to me, he said, voice roughening. Then you'll take it back. That's what we agreed, she teased, fingers slipping under the hem of his shirt. But I already know, he said, eyes locked on hers. I won't want to give you up. She stepped even closer, hips pressing into his. That wasn't part of the plan. He smiled, slow and carnal. Neither was this feeling. Their words ricocheted. Heat, challenge, yearning. And in the back and forth of their breathless banter, something else bloomed. Something real. I don't ever want another man to touch you the way I touch you, Malik said. Not after tonight. Then touch me like you mean it, she replied. And he did. Their mouths crashed like fate colliding. The kiss was desperate, full of ache and fire. He carried her to the bed without breaking eye contact, laying her down like she was something sacred. Clothes scattered like secrets, hands explored like worship. Their bodies learned one another like rhythm and rhyme. Every movement, every moan, every sigh, they were making something more than love. They were making memories. Malik didn't just touch her body, he learned it, traced every inch until it felt like prayer. And Elise didn't just give in, she gave over, fully, recklessly. They moved like a secret never meant to be spoken, limbs tangled in silk sheets and stifled gasps. Elise felt everything, and Malik gave everything. They unraveled, slowly, quietly, like two people trying not to feel too much and failing. Later, they lay in the warm hush of the hotel room. The city hummed beyond the glass, but inside was stillness. Elise sat up, reaching for her blouse. Malik watched her dress in silence, eyes tracking her every move. She smoothed her skirt, fingers trembling slightly. He stood and walked toward her, barefoot and bare-chested, the air still thick with her perfume. He cupped her face, gently, studied her like she was something he wasn't ready to let go of. Then he kissed her, slow, deep, and lingering, the kind of kiss that asked a question without needing an answer. When they parted, their foreheads touched. I don't want you to leave, he murmured, voice raw. Elise paused, her breath brushing his lips. Then, softly, just for now. They held each other's gaze, something unspoken dancing between them. Her fingers slid down to his, holding, squeezing. Then she let go and walked toward the door. He watched her slip into the hallway, her scent still clinging to his skin, and as she disappeared from view, Malik smiled. Nevin's was Elise's favorite kind of place. Intimate, low lit, with jazz curling through the air like smoke. Velvet chairs, gold rimmed glassware, a long, moody bar glowing with amber bottles. She'd come here often, alone or with clients, when she needed to feel steady again. Tonight, she was anything but. Malik sat across from her, rolling up the sleeves of his charcoal button down like he was stripping off armor. The top two buttons were already undone. The hint of ink at his collarbone kept catching her eye. This space suits you, he said, voice low and warm. Didn't even have to ask. I knew it would. Elise smiled, lifting her wine glass. You finally learning to trust your instincts. He smirked. Only the ones that lead me to you. Their eyes held a steamy and passionate gaze. They ordered shared plates, grilled octopus, charred broccolini, lamb skewers kissed with saffron and smoke. Midway through the second glass of red, Malik leaned back in the booth, twirling his glass between two fingers. I've been stuck, he said. My last piece drained me. Haven't been able to create anything real since. Elise tilted her head. Define real. Something that feels like it's coming from the inside out, not the other way around. She nodded, letting the silence breathe before speaking. Maybe you're trying to finish a sentence you haven't fully lived yet. He blinked at her, caught off guard. Damn. She smiled, swirling her wine. You feel more than most people. That's your gift. But it can also shut you down when life gets loud. Malik studied her like she was the art. What made you stop painting? I didn't stop, she said. I just shifted. My art became curation, then the gallery, then creating space for others. Do you miss it? Sometimes, she said. But this, she gestured around the table to the wine, the music, him. This feels like a brushstroke too, just a different kind of canvas. His gaze dropped to her mouth. You make everything look like art, he said, almost under his breath. She glanced up, her expression soft. Maybe you just see it that way. Maybe I only see it when it's you. She didn't speak right away, just looked at him. Really looked. And in that gaze, something unspoken passed between them. A recognition, a surrender, a knowing. He leaned in, his voice husky and low. Come back to my place. No pressure, just let's not end this here. She set her napkin down, slowly. All right. His fingers found hers under the table. Warm, firm, grounding. She smiled, her voice barely above a whisper. Let's go see what we create next. As they stood, he helped her into her coat, hands lingering just a second longer than necessary on her shoulders. And when they stepped out into the night, the air wrapped around them like a shared secret. One that didn't need to be rushed, only lived. They left Nevin's with fingers still entwined, the night folding around them like a whispered promise. Back at Malik's loft, the world quieted except for the steady rhythm of their breaths. He rewarded her gift of insight with the sweetest lies he'd ever told a woman, words laced with longing, tenderness, and possibility. But even as he spoke, a flicker of doubt lingered beneath the surface. A silent question. Where did the lies end, and where did the truth begin? Malik's loft was quieter this time. No jazz humming in the background, just the soft click of Elise's heels against the hardwood, echoing like punctuation in a sentence neither was quite ready to finish. She stepped inside without knocking. like she belonged there. He looked up from a half-finished canvas, brush still in his hand. His eyes drank her slowly. Back so soon. Elise set her purse down gently on the entryway table. You said not to forget you. His mouth tilted in that barely there smile she was starting to crave. And you remembered. She moved toward the window, not toward him. Her arms folded loosely across her waist like she was holding something delicate inside her. I couldn't stop thinking about what you said, about building a life around desire. He stepped behind her, quiet as breath, not touching her, just close enough that his presence wrapped around her like a question. And what does your design look like, Elise? She stared out at the skyline, the city glittering like possibility. I don't know yet. But tonight, it smells like saffron and paint, and it feels like danger wrapped in warmth. He exhaled, voice thick. Your scent has been stuck in my sheets. It's driving me mad. Do you even know what you do to me? She turned to face him, slow and deliberate. Then show me. His hands found her waist. The brush dropped soundlessly to the floor. You undo me completely. And still, he traced her jaw with one knuckle, reverent. You're going to give it back to me. Elise leaned in, a glint in her eye. And you're going to say my name like it's poetry. His voice dipped low and rough. You're not like anyone else. They give pieces. You give flame, thought, war. You give it all. I give it to you, she said, voice velvet and still. Only you. He groaned, resting his forehead to hers. I don't ever want another man to touch you the way I do. Then make me forget, she whispered. What followed wasn't hurried. It was intention, stitched into skin. They didn't fall into bed. They arrived there, like it was a destination written between stars. Every kiss was a question, every touch an answer. Later, she stirred with her head on his chest, and the night folded around them. Malik reached for her wrist, gentle but firm. Elise. She paused, looking at him. I don't want you to leave, he said, the words unraveling from somewhere deep. She softened. Just for now, she said, brushing her thumb across his jawline like a promise she wasn't ready to make. Then she pulled away, gently, like she was taking a part of him with her. He watched her leave, standing shirtless by the door, a ghost of a smile playing on his lips. And for a man who thought he'd mastered detachment, he was dangerously close to unraveling. It wasn't supposed to go this far. They told themselves it was chemistry, a well-timed indulgence, an arrangement wrapped in velvet and denial. But somewhere between just one night and I couldn't sleep without you, 2 months passed in a blur of heat, laughter, and limbs tangled in moonlight. At first, it was a Thursday evening ritual. Dinner, desire, departure. Then it crept into Mondays, then Saturdays, then Tuesdays, uninvited. They started to build a rhythm, one made of midnight glances and half-buttoned shirts, of shared toothbrushes left at his sink and the scent of her lotion lingering on his pillow. He'd wake up with her hair fanned across his chest, heart thudding like it had forgotten how to rest. The gaps between their meetings narrowed until they were barely hours. She started stocking his fridge with things she liked. He moved his meetings around to accommodate just one more hour with her. And still, they didn't talk about what was happening, didn't name the quiet longing, the need. But Malik knew her laugh better than he knew his own voice, knew which wine to buy, knew she hummed in her sleep when she was truly relaxed, knew that when she touched the scar on his left hand without saying a word, she wasn't just tracing skin, she was tracing history. Elise had memorized his moods, the sound of his breathing when he was lost in painting, the way he always looked at her as if he were about to speak but changed his mind. They weren't just having sex, they were undoing each other, slowly, skillfully, like a secret unraveling beneath a silk dress. There were moments Malik would catch himself staring at her mid-sentence, completely disarmed by the way she held the glass or the way her voice dipped into velvet when she said his name. Moments Elise would lie awake in his bed after he fell asleep, watching his chest rise and fall, wondering how something so dangerous could feel so safe. They didn't fight. Not yet. But they both felt the pressure building, soft as a whisper, sharp as a thorn. He started to sketch her face without realizing. She started to cancel plans without an excuse. It wasn't love. At least that's what they told themselves. It was an addiction. One that grew stronger each time they touched. Each time he pulled her closer and she didn't resist. Each time they whispered things like, "This doesn't mean anything," while looking at each other like it meant everything. They weren't falling. They had already fallen. And the scariest part, neither of them wanted to climb out. The rain had started sometime after midnight. Soft at first, then heavier, urgent, as if it were echoing the way they touched. Elise hadn't meant to stay this long, but when she was with Malik, intentions always melted. Dissolved beneath the weight of his stare, his touch, the way he spoke her name like it was both question and answer. Tonight felt different, though. He hadn't kissed her when she walked in, just pulled her straight into him, whispering something about missing the way she fit against his chest. He'd been painting again. Pictures of her, of course. Abstract, emotional, full of color and ache. She saw it on the easel and said nothing, but something in her shifted. Now they were tangled again. Skin slick, sheets twisted, and silence sat heavy between them. The kind that followed something said that shouldn't be. Because he had said it. "I love you," he whispered against her collarbone as he pushed into her, slow, deep, and reverent. Then, again, at the edge of his release. "God, Elise, I love you." And she sat frozen for a moment, just a breath, but he felt it. She didn't say it back. And now she was doing what she always did. The rain hammered harder against the window. Inside, the heat was suffocating, thick with words left unsaid, with truths clawing to be heard. Elise was already pulling on her coat, hands trembling just enough to betray her calm. Malik's voice stopped her, low but sharp. "Why rush home to a cold, empty place," he said, "when you could be warm with me?" She froze, breath caught in her throat. "Move in with me," he said, stepping closer, eyes burning. She swallowed hard, her voice barely whispering, "You don't mean that." "I do." His hands clenched at his sides. "You knew this would get dangerous. You knew what you were doing, giving yourself to me like this. And I'm a single man starving for every inch of what you give, and you keep serving it willingly, Elise." Her eyes flashed fire. "You're being selfish." "Selfish?" Malik's laugh was bitter. "I'm the one here bearing everything, telling you I want more than this, more than the lies we tell ourselves every night. And you're going to walk away because you're scared." She shook her head, voice breaking with frustration. "I'm not scared of you. I'm scared of what happens when the truth hits. You want me to throw away everything, but you don't even know what you want." "I do," he said, stepping into her space, voice low and fierce. "I want you. All of you. Not just your body, not just the nights we steal. I want your heart, your mornings, your fears. But you keep holding back, holding on to some ghost that doesn't love you the way I do." Elise's breath hitched. "That's not fair." "No, this is fair," Malik pressed. "You keep walking back to a man who's already lost you. And you come here, giving me pieces you pretend aren't whole. But I see it all." She sat on the edge of the bed, her breath uneven. "This has gotten messy, Malik," she said, tears catching in her lashes. "I don't want to hurt you, but I would never leave my husband." "You are mine. And I don't want you to walk away. Not tonight, not ever." She shook her head, stepping back, her coat slipping from her shoulder like a falling decision. "It's not that I haven't imagined this. Dreamed of it, even, she said quietly. But dreams don't clean up reality. He moved in closer, voice low and tender. I know what it gives you. Structure, maybe even safety. But when was the last time you felt alive in his arms? Baby, I don't want to take you from your life. I just want to give you back to yourself. Ely's chest rose and fell in shallow bursts, her throat tight. He wasn't wrong. David hadn't noticed the shift. He hadn't asked why she was distant, hadn't touched her in weeks, months. But none of that made this simple. I made vows, she whispered. Vows he stopped honoring first. Malik said, softer now. Don't punish yourself for needing more. Her eyes stung. She grabbed her purse, but didn't move. This wasn't about lust anymore. It wasn't about escaping for an hour in Malik's arms. It was about staying in a life that left her numb or risking everything for a feeling that might not last. She looked toward the door, then back at the bed. Her hands trembled. Elise knew the next step would change everything. She took one breath, then another, and stood there, suspended between two lies. She didn't know if she was walking away from her past or toward her biggest mistake. Malik didn't say a word. He just stood there watching her, his chest rising, his fist unclenching like he knew that one wrong move would send her running. The rain outside had softened into a steady rhythm. Elise let out a long, tired sigh, not the kind that came from physical fatigue, but the kind that came from carrying too much for too long. She hadn't really slept in weeks, not since everything with David began to unravel. Even in her own bed, silence felt sharp. But here, surrounded by canvases, the low hum of jazz, and the faint smell of paint, quiet didn't feel so threatening. Still, she didn't move. Malik stepped toward her slowly. He didn't touch her, didn't reach for her, just slipped the coat off her shoulders, careful, like he didn't want to scare her off. The coat hit the floor with a soft sound. Elise. He said her name gently. I'm not asking you to leave him. I'm not even asking you to stay. I'm asking you to stop choosing things that are breaking you. That hit her in a place she hadn't let anyone touch. She glanced toward the painting, the one of her real face. No makeup, no pose, no mask, just color and paint, and pieces of herself she had forgotten how to name. I don't know how to do this, she whispered. I've built a whole life with David. A home? A family? I don't even know where that ends and I begin. Malik didn't argue. He just took her hand, quiet, steady. Then start with this, he said. Start with what's real, with how you feel right now. She looked down at their hands, his fingers wrapped around hers, not pulling, just holding. She didn't pick up the coat. She didn't speak. But when he turned and walked toward the bed, she followed. After so many years of feeling numb, the heat of Malik's passion made her feel too alive to resist. She knew what they shared wouldn't last, but for the first time in a long time, she didn't feel like someone's wife or someone's mother. She felt like a woman a man couldn't take his eyes off of, desired, wanted, chosen. And tonight, that was enough. The next morning, Elise was careful as she slipped out of bed, making sure not to wake Malik. She kissed his forehead and left a note on his pillow. She had to go home, but that choice didn't come easily. Malik had given her the sweetest words any man had ever spoken. For that alone, he deserved a compassionate goodbye. Once she reached her car, tears came, heavy, hot. She let them fall freely because she knew that would be the last time she saw Malik. He had broken their agreement. And if things got messy, she had promised herself she would leave. By the time she arrived home, the sun had risen, casting golden light through the wide windows of her sprawling vintage house. The home was so large, only natural light could truly illuminate its grand spaces. Elise walked over to the fireplace and smiled faintly at the frames lining the mantel. She picked up the photo from last year's ceremony just as she heard footsteps descending the stairs. David. He walked behind her and rubbed her shoulders, pressing a kiss to her cheek. Long night at the gallery? He asked. Yes, Elise replied, startled. So much paperwork for the new artist being onboarded. She faked a yawn. I can ask Tilly to come help you sort it all out. I missed your beautiful face last night. He gently moved her hair to one side and kissed her neck. David hadn't done that in years. And her body responded, sharply. The places Malik had touched, kissed, claimed, they awakened for David. What's this about? She asked, her back arching slightly as the heat rushed through her. I just told you, he said, slipping her dress down. That morning, they made love on the couch, like they did when they were younger. David touched her like a man starved for her, and Elise didn't understand what had ignited this hunger. Afterward, they sat in silence, both naked. The scent of their bodies mingled in the air. Perfume de passion, she used to call it. She had missed it. The sunrise painted them in golden hues. David reached for her, sensing her quiet confusion. I just wanted you to feel like mine for once, he said, taking the time to kiss each of her fingers. Why now? She asked. Because I found out I can retire early, he said. We got an offer on the firm, enough to set us up for life. He looked into her eyes, voice thick with emotion. And I started thinking about what you said, that we let time dull the pulse of our passion. I want to live out my last days making love to you. You were the reason I worked so hard, Elise, and I can't afford to lose you. Not now, not ever. Tears welled in Elise's eyes. She had longed to hear these words, but she had already indulged in the poetic fire Malik offered her. David brushed her hair from her face and gently cupped her cheek. What is it? He asked softly, sensing the weight behind her silence. He sat in front of her, searching her eyes for a flicker of hope, for some sign that she still wanted him. I'm ready to give you everything you've ever asked for, he said, his voice low with sincerity. I know I've seemed cold, distant, but I swear, from this moment on, things will be different. He paused, his thumb grazing her skin. Just tell me it's not too late, my love. Elise closed her eyes, leaned into his touch, and kissed his palm. It's never too late for us, she whispered. But as David pulled her close again, Elise knew she had work to do. Traces of Malik lingered in her phone, on her skin, and buried deep in her heart. If she planned to truly move forward with David, she would have to let all of that go. Every piece. Malik destroyed every canvas he'd worked on since meeting Elise. Each one held pieces of her laugh in the brushstrokes, her hips in the curves, her presence in the colors. He couldn't stand the sight of them now. The silence in his law felt heavier than usual, the emptiness echoing the hole she left behind. It had been weeks since he woke up to the sweetest goodbye he'd ever received. A letter sealed with a red lipstick kiss, a ghost of her lips pressed to paper, what he once kissed so freely. Now only a shadow he grieved. The words were tender, full of regret, but they only fueled the storm inside him. She had asked him to act, to show up with fire in his voice and longing in his touch, but the kind of heat she craved could only come from a man who needed a woman the way he had come to need her. In the moment he surrendered, gave in to the very words she had begged to hear. She let him go. How was that fair? But she had warned him. She wasn't offering fairness. Yes, she had asked him to pretend. But deep down, she knew the passion between them couldn't be faked, especially not by a man like Malik. The heat they shared was real, even if she wanted him to keep up the act just to make her feel safe. But what about him? For her, believing it was all a performance eased her guilt and let her live in two separate worlds. She had asked for a show, a pretend falling in love. Then she walked away the moment the act became real. What made it worse was that she saw him, really saw him, the way no other woman ever had. Elise read him like a private journal instinctively. She could feel his moods before he named them, recognize his rage as misplaced passion, and never judge him for his chaos. His failed marriages, his erratic temperaments, she understood it all. She even celebrated it. Elise didn't flinch when he spiraled. She stayed until she didn't. And that's what made being thrown away hurt the most. He remembered how her body trembled when he asked her to stay, how she agreed with tears in her eyes, and still, the next morning she was gone. No word, no trace. When he called to find her, the call didn't even go through. She had blocked him. It didn't take Malik long to piece together what had happened. David, the puppet master in his tailored suit, had woven his web. Malik could see it all clearly now. David's whispered promises of stability, the subtle guilt that must have pulled her back home. Malik spent days tortured in his loft, hoping she would return, but as reality sank in, his anger began to shift, hardening into resolve. He wasn't just going to wait anymore. Now he was ready to fight for her love. He opened his laptop and began digging. Elise may have blocked him, but she had left behind breadcrumbs. Her gallery's website, their vow renewal photos on public pages, articles praising her handbag business, a perfect life from the outside. But Malik knew better. He had seen the cracks in her, tasted the ache in her voice when she talked about lost time and empty beds. Then something clicked. He recognized David. His smug face had flashed on Elise's phone once when they were together. And now, staring at his LinkedIn photo, Malik realized why it bothered him. David had been his classmate in college. The smooth talking finance guy who always wore a suit to class, while Malik was just trying to keep paint off his clothes. They hadn't been close, but they ran in the same ambitious circles. The difference was David chose power, Malik chose passion. And now, they were about to clash. He scrolled through David's online presence, interviews, firm updates, nonprofit donations. Squeaky clean. Too clean. Elise's name appeared next to his in most searches, a testament to their picture perfect empire. Malik gritted his teeth. If I could get her into my bed, I can get back into her heart. And if she still felt him, really felt him, this wouldn't be hard. He drafted a message to David on LinkedIn. Hey, long time. Let's catch up. Lunch on me. David replied within the hour, warm, eager, even offered to pay. That night, Malik sat hunched over his laptop, the screen glowing in the dim loft. His usual weapon, words, his way of seduction, failed him as he struggled to develop a plan. There was no way to confront David without sounding unhinged, so he had to find another approach, a backup plan. One he'd only use if David tried to involve Elise. This wasn't about her anymore. This was a man-to-man conversation, and Malik wasn't above getting dirty for the woman who knew the language of his soul. David had arrived early. He texted Malik to let him know he couldn't stay long, saying he had a late lunch planned with his wife, Elise. Malik shuddered at the thought of them dining together, smiling, touching, pretending. He'd parked across the street for nearly 20 minutes, watching David through the restaurant's front windows. The bastard had spent most of the time scrolling through the very album that set Malik's blood on fire. 25 smug little Varinor photos. Elise glowing in a series of elegant gowns, David beside her with that too tight smile. Malik had studied those photos so obsessively that he could recall them backward, starting from the stiff, pose shots all the way to the one where her eyes still held something real. A hostess greeted him with a soft smile as he stepped through the doors. Reservations under David Lee? Malik said, adjusting the sleek cuffs of his black jacket. She guided him to the booth, the same booth he'd watched from the car. David was already seated, looking far too pleased. Malik, it's so good to see you. Man, you've been doing pretty well for yourself, David said, raising for a hug. Yeah, thanks. I see you've been lucky in business, even luckier in love. I hear. Malik replied as they embraced. Smoothly, he slipped the slim tracker into David's coat pocket. They slid into the booth, and David, beaming, wasted no time pulling out his phone. Yes, my love, Elise. He practically gleamed, swiping through the same album he'd just viewed alone. He handed Malik the phone to scroll freely. She actually owns a gallery now. If you're looking for a space to sell your art, I could get you her contact. She's got an eye. Malik's jaw clenched. Elise had once said David called her design taste too much. Oh, nah, I'm good, Malik said with a calm smile, handing the phone back. I'm independent. My online profile moves pieces on its own these days, but thanks anyway. She is beautiful. There was a moment of silence, thick, unsettling. David broke it. What about you? Any special women in your life? Malik chuckled lightly. Yeah, there's one, but she's married. David stiffened. The change was slight, but Malik caught it like a hawk. Well, that's complicated, David said, face tightening. It is, Malik said, his voice lower now. Her husband works a lot. She got lonely. Women need attention, and he forgot that. She ended up in my yard, and we've been inseparable ever since. David's eyes flinched. He reached for his water. You work a lot, don't you, David? Malik asked, sipping his coffee casually. I did, David said, adjusting his posture. Sold my firm a few weeks ago. Me and Elise were solid. It's hard to hear about women betraying their men like that, though. I feel bad for that guy. Malik smirked through a bite of his Caesar salad. Yeah, most of them don't even know until she's packing her bag and walking out the door. David stared at him. What can I do for you, Malik? He said flatly, trying to steer the conversation away from the fog of infidelity. Not many of us brothers at SFSU back then. Figured you'd be a good contact to have. Malik reached out, patted his shoulder. David relaxed a bit and reached into his wallet. Of course. Here's my card. Anything you need, let me know. Just as he stood, Elise's name lit up on his phone. One more thing, Malik said quickly, ensuring David didn't answer. I know you said you sold your firm, but I've been getting electronic payments for my art, and I think someone's skimming off the top. I could use a light audit. Think you can help? Sure, David said, phone still buzzing in his hand. Bottom of the card, Tilly, my assistant. Send her your info. She'll book something for us. Think we could meet at my place, Malik added. With my name out there, I'd rather not get recognized while we're going over my personal finances. No problem. Coordinate with Tilly. I've got to run, David said, already turning away. Malik sat back, watching David leave in a hurry, ignoring Elise's third call. He stirred his coffee, pulled out his phone, and opened the tracking app. Target acquired. Nevins. Nevins? Elise brought him there? Their spot. By the time Malik arrived, he was parked, hidden. From the sidewalk, he peered through the velvet curtains and gold-framed windows of Nevins. They were there, Elise and David, a beautiful lie and its willing believer. She sat across from him, arms crossed, lips pursed in that way she did when irritated. A small crease formed above her left brow. the crease that used to deepen when Malik canceled or came late. He'd kissed it once to make it vanish. David looked agitated, gesturing with sharp hands and tense shoulders. Words flew from his mouth like darts, but Elise didn't flinch. The first half of dinner was an argument. The second half, reconciliation. Malik watched Elise scoot closer, watched her nudge David playfully. Her arms wrapped around his neck as she whispered something and kissed him deeply. Malik read her lips as they shaped the words, I love you. They paid and left the restaurant like teenagers drunk on hormones. Malik was already behind the wheel when they came out. He followed them, quietly, obsessively, like a shadow laced in heartbreak. Their home was exactly as Elise had described it. All black, long driveway, vines curling around the columns, and in the moonlight he saw them, making love. No lights, just moonbeams kissing Elise's mahogany skin. But David didn't know how to handle her. He grabbed her like property, moved her like a possession. No grace, no worship, nothing like Malik. She had once said Malik's touch felt like poetry written with fingertips. Now she was in a performance written in brute force. Malik couldn't watch anymore. He turned the key and drove off into the night, fury burning beneath his skin. The next part of his plan would require precision and patience. You've been busy, David muttered, flipping through the digital file of Malik's transactions. His eyes widened. This could take months to audit. You've got almost 1 million transactions for your art alone. He rubbed his temples, clearly overwhelmed. I really appreciate you doing this for me, Malik said smoothly, watching David from across the room. I make good money, but I live off my commissions. No way I could afford to hire a full-blown financial firm right now. That was a lie, of course. Malik made what most people earned in a year off a single piece. But this wasn't about money. It was about control. David nodded slowly. You're doing well for yourself. But yeah, trust is everything when it comes to finances. I get it. I'm free every day after 4. That's if you're trying to rush this and get it wrapped up by the end of the month. Malik offered, leaning back casually. David went silent, staring into the distance, clearly calculating. I'll talk to my wife about it, he finally said, and get back to you on my availability. Malik turned slightly in his chair, letting out a short snicker. David glanced up. What? Oh, nothing, Malik said, rising and walking toward the fridge. Y'all got that kind of marriage, I see. David's brows drew together, confused and insulted. What's that supposed to mean? Malik poured ice into his glass and splashed in a heavy shot of dark liquor. He motioned the bottle toward David, who wordlessly held out his glass. I'm just saying, you're a businessman. Looks bad for business to ask permission, Malik said with a crooked smile, watching the flicker of embarrassment cross David's face. But hey, to each his own. David took a long sip, trying to shake the discomfort off. I'll give you a week. I'll get started on the audit and then toss it to my firm. It's the best I can do, considering the volume. Thanks, man. I really appreciate it. Malik walked over to the corner of his studio, thumbing through a few canvas pieces before pulling one out. He stared at it for a moment, then turned it toward David. It was a vibrant portrait of a woman who looked eerily like Elise. Same mouth, same bone structure, but with an exaggerated afro made of bold paint strokes, lined and lips bursting with neon pink. He signed the corner in thick Sharpie, boxed it carefully, and handed it to David. Is your wife a fan? Maybe she like a signed piece. David's eyes lit up as he took the box. Man, this is worth a small fortune. She's gonna love it. Malik smiled, slow and knowing, as David stood to leave. They hugged at the door briefly. Appreciate you, David said. I'll be in touch. As the door shut behind him, Malik's expression shifted into something colder, calculated. Everything was going according to plan. He sipped his drink and stared out the window. After a week of David working late, Elise would start to feel that familiar loneliness, and when she did, Malik would be right there, waiting. David postponed their week long audit due to family issues, but Malik knew the truth. Elise had seen the painting and panicked just as he'd expected. Whatever you're trying to do, it won't work, she said, trying to sound composed, but Malik heard the tremble beneath that sweet, practiced calm she wore like a mask. Who is this? He asked, voice smooth, feigning confusion, pretending not to recognize the woman whose voice once made his knees buckle. You know who this is, Malik. You had no right to contact my husband. She was clearly angry, but her tone never spiked. You'll have to be more specific, he replied dryly. I come into contact with countless women daily. You undo me, Elise. I don't ever want another minute to touch you the way I touch you. God, Elise, I love you. She mimicked his voice, quoting words he'd once whispered while they made love. Oh, okay, no need to get explicit, he said coolly. I got the picture. What can I do for you, Elise? That's cute. Pretending like you don't recognize the voice of the woman you begged to run away with you less than 2 months ago. It's also sad, considering I know how lonely you truly are. I haven't got much time to chat, Elise. What can I do for you? Her callousness caught him off guard. He had given her so much ammunition, assuming she'd never use it. But here they were. You're pathetic. A 3-time divorcee, so screwed in the head only a canvas could ever fall in love with you. Leave my family alone or I'll have you arrested. For what, dear? He asked, still playing dumb. Her fury stung, but this fire in her, it turned him on. He wanted to see just how far she'd go. The painting! She finally screamed. You mean the gift I gave an old college buddy for helping with my finances? He replied casually. He bragged about his beautiful wife all night, so I thought I'd thank him with a painting. Didn't know that was a crime. College buddy? Elise repeated, her voice softening just slightly. Yeah, the guy doing my audit. We went to SFSU together. That's your husband? Wow. Small world. So, you didn't know? She asked, the aggression draining from her tone. No, Elise. How could I have known? Oh, I'm so sorry for the harsh words earlier. I assumed he cut her off. You assumed you were far more important than you truly are, madam. I've already moved on. In fact, I was on my way to help my new lover move in when you called, harassing me. He hated being so cold, but in less than a week, she'd be back in his arms and he'd explain everything. Without another word, he hung up. Malik and David worked side by side on the audit. It was easy to see David still enjoyed the thrill of chasing numbers. What started as a 1-week kickoff quickly turned into 2, and each day, Elise's calls grew more aggressive. Once Malik overheard David arguing with her in the bathroom about his whereabouts. That was all the confirmation he needed. His plan was working. Elise was unraveling. She hated that David was gone so often, but what tortured her more was knowing he was with Malik. She feared the truth would come out, that they had slept together. The fear was the weapon. Malik had no intention of telling David. He just wanted Elise to believe he might. Payback for ghosting him, blocking his number, and walking away like he meant nothing. She played with his heart. Now he was playing with her head. Earlier that week, Elise had come by the loft, unannounced. I feel so terrible for assuming such horrible things about you, she said, eyes soft with regret. Elise, please, I don't have time for this. Malik replied flatly, feigning disinterest. With women like Elise, indifference was the only thing that made them question themselves. Truly, Malik, I'm sorry. Let me make it up to you, she said, grabbing his coat and pulling him toward the door. This time, she didn't take him to Nevin's. Instead, they went to her gallery, where she'd arranged for the in-house chef to prepare a private dinner. She was hiding him, but he could tell she missed him. The way she talked endlessly, laughed too hard, lingered too long in silence, it all told the same story. When the conversation turned toward their breakup, Malik pretended not to remember, but Elise pressed forward, giving away more than she ever had. I'm sorry for how it ended. It wasn't an easy choice. The truth is, we really don't know each other. I'm sure you realized that after it was over. Yes, I think everything happens for a reason, he said with a cool detachment. She smiled, but sadness shimmered behind it. Don't think I haven't thought about you. What we had, it was special. You're special, she whispered, touching his shoulder. Their eyes locked. Then came the kiss. Hungry, unplanned, electric. The chef quietly closed the doors. Not here, Elise gasped as Malik reached beneath her dress. They raced back to his loft, where they made love again and again. Her body felt just as warm and inviting as he remembered. He let himself enjoy her, but he had to keep his head. This was still the game. Getting carried away now would mean losing. Perfume de passion, Elise murmured, inhaling the air between them like it was sacred. What's perfume de passion? Malik asked, still breathless. It's a scent only two lovers can manufacture, with their heat, lust, and moisture, she replied, mounting him again, ready for another round. But Malik stopped her. My girlfriend will be here any minute, he said coldly, getting dressed. He tossed her clothes onto the couch without looking her in the eyes. Before she could respond, he reached into her blazer and slipped the gold pendant David had given her back into his pocket. Time to go, he said, holding the door open. Elise stood frozen for a moment, blinking through shock. Then she left without a word. As the door slammed shut, Malik let out a raw, frustrated scream. Why did it have to be like this? She should have stayed. They could have been together forever, but now he had to make her feel like nothing more than a discarded whore, when in truth, she was the woman he loved more than anything. He drank through the night, sitting in the dark with the pendant in his palm, preparing for the next phase, the phase where he'd no longer need to pretend, the final stage. By the third week of working side by side with David, Elise's calls had stopped coming to him entirely. Now they came for Malik. Non-stop. His phone buzzed across the desk in rhythmic, desperate intervals, her name lighting up the screen again and again. You need to take that? David asked, trying to sound casual. Someone really wants to talk to you. He nudged Malik with a sly grin, the kind men use when they think they figured out the game. No, Malik replied coolly, slipping the phone back into his pocket. Business comes first. David chuckled, but the edge in his smile didn't reach his eyes. Every few minutes, he checked his own phone, flicking his screen, refreshing messages, waiting for Elise. She never called, and she never responded. Eventually, he gave in and sent one more text. Thinking of you. Read. No reply. Malik watched it all unfold with a dark satisfaction simmering beneath the surface. For a brief moment, he almost pitied David. Almost. A man like him could never handle a woman like Elise. Women like her needed someone who knew how to punish their rebellion and reward their submission. Someone like him. Later that evening, the office was quiet, just the low hum of fluorescent lights and the ticking of a dusty wall clock. David sat on the couch, scrolling his phone, nervously bouncing his knee. He sent his 12th unanswered message. As he shifted deeper into his seat, he suddenly froze, his fingers brushing against something cold and metallic between the cushions. He pulled it up. A gold pendant. Elise's pendant. His hand shook as it caught the light. Recognition crashed into him like a wave of acid. The same pendant he had given her as a wedding gift. His face contorted. His breath came shallow and fast. Then he snapped. He threw his phone to the side, the device clattering to the floor, and charged at Malik with no warning. The first punch landed hard. Malik didn't see it coming. Then another and another. Fists pummeled his jaw, his ribs, his stomach. One kick knocked the wind out of him and sent him crashing to the ground. Blood poured from his nose and split lip, his face already swollen. David's wedding band, thick, gold, unyielding, cut into Malik's skin with every hit. A cruel, ironic weapon. When David finally stopped, he staggered backward, chest heaving, his knuckles raw. He leaned against the couch, dazed by his own violence. Malik lay still for a moment, coughing blood, then reached slowly into his coat pocket. David didn't notice until it was too late. With a sudden, precise thrust, Malik drove the sharp, gold pocket knife into David's chest. Their eyes locked. David's wide with shock, Malik's narrowed with fury. He leaned in, twisted the blade hard, deeper, with deliberate cruelty. "She's mine now," he growled. He felt David's blood pump in time with his heartbeat, until there was no heartbeat left. David's body slumped to the floor, lifeless. His eyes stared blankly at nothing. Malik stepped back, panting, covered in blood. He dropped the knife and screamed, not in grief, but in unfiltered release. It was over. Finally over. He picked up the phone and dialed 911, forcing a tremble in his voice. "Yes, I've been attacked." He wouldn't stop. "I had to defend myself." The lie flowed as easily as the blood on the floor. It was simple, yet filthy. Clean, yet buried in layers of deceit. There was no need to explain anything to Elise. The cops already had. Now, Malik wasn't the villain. He was the victim, and everything was falling perfectly into place. Malik assumed that with the kids, the chaos of the funeral, and the suffocating quiet of widowhood, it would take Elise at least a couple of months before the loneliness set in. He was wrong. The night of the funeral, she texted him, "Can I come over?" At first, he pretended to hesitate, typing and deleting, crafting a performance. "My therapist said I need time. Trauma processing. Too soon." But she insisted. When she arrived, she didn't say much. She walked in like she was sleepwalking and dropped onto the couch, still in black, her eyes red and swollen. Malik limped slowly across the room, his bruised leg from the fight still tender, though he made sure to exaggerate every grimace, just to earn her pity. She watched him with wide, guilt-ridden eyes. "How have you been?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. Sympathy poured from her gaze, thick, heavy, vulnerable. Malik didn't look at her. "Sore," he muttered, voice laced with bitterness. "Physically, mentally, spiritually." "I feel terrible," she said, her voice cracking. "If only I hadn't left my pennant here. If I'd been more careful. None of this—" "I had to kill a man, Elise," he snapped, turning to her now, eyes sharp, voice low and trembling, with anger. "One of the only people who ever showed me kindness in school, because of you." She flinched, shrinking into the couch. "Malik, if there's anything I can do, anything to fix this—" She was begging, right where he wanted her. Malik buried his face in his hands, rocking slightly, playing the grieving hero, but inside he smiled. He was ready to take off the mask. He looked up slowly, tears glossing his eyes, but they weren't real. "Run away with me, Elise." She blinked, stunned. "What?" "Let's leave all this behind," he said, his voice softening, seductive now. "No more whispers, no more stares, just us. I love you, Elise. I always have." A beat of silence hung heavy in the room. I I don't know," she whispered, looking away. "The kids? My job? This is all happening so fast." He inched closer. We could start over. Somewhere new. You and me. He reached for her hand, gently lacing his fingers through hers. You deserve a man who would kill for you. I already proved that. Her breath hitched. Somewhere inside her, alarms were blaring, but they were drowned out by grief, by guilt, by confusion, and something else, curiosity. She didn't let go of his hand. Malik leaned in, brushing a tear from her cheek. Say yes. She looked into his eyes. Then the camera of her phone buzzed on the coffee table. Unknown caller. Malik didn't notice, but Elise did. She reached for it slowly, but didn't answer. The call ended, and then came the text from an unknown number. He lied. Meet me. Don't trust him. Her heart dropped. Her hand tightened around the phone, knuckles white. Malik tilted his head. Elise, what is it? She looked up, tears back in her eyes, but now her stare was different, harder, smarter. Nothing, she said. Just give me a second to think.
I wanna take you back, but I can't. I wanna leave you behind, but I can't. It's not easy to love you, darling. It's not easy to love you, darling. Should love you in the moment. Should tell you all the problems. It's not easy to love you, baby. It's not easy to love you, baby. It's not easy to love you, baby. You just run, you don't talk, and don't wanna be behind you, baby. Behind you, baby. Let it go, let it go, let it fly. It's not love, it's not love, it's not the time. Let it go, let it go, let it fly. It's not love, it's not love, it's not love.
Deep down, do you feel Cameron wants the best for you? Do you feel this is different from your former marriage? Keisha looked surprised by the question. Of course, Cameron is nothing like Andre, not even in the beginning. Pastor Greg leaned back. Then what's the struggle with trust? I was always told not to trust a man, that they'd mess you up and ruin you. Then I met Andre, and that's exactly what happened. So I don't know if I can trust what I see or if I should stay cautious just to stay safe. That's the definition of survival mode, Pastor Greg said with a soft chuckle, placing a reassuring hand on Keisha's leg. Caution doesn't keep you safe any more than holding a gun guarantees you won't get shot. Women who've been through war and love do not enter new relationships with open arms. They enter with armor. They smile with watchful eyes. They love cautiously, even when the man in front of them is nothing like the one who broke them. Because trauma doesn't know time. It just knows that safety is suspicious. And the hardest part is realizing that after all that surviving, you've forgotten how to live, how to be soft, how to be held without preparing to be dropped. This is a velvet tale, where love is soft but never simple, where hearts unravel in whispers and healing often hides in the arms of another. Keisha couldn't sleep. She just sat in the middle of her king-sized bed, locked in a staring contest with a ceiling fan. Tears spilled quietly down her cheeks as she replayed the day in her mind. As a little girl, she had dreamed of this day for so long. Hell, even as a grown woman, she still clung to the dream. Lord knows she'd been unlucky in love. So why, on the day she should have been the happiest, did she feel sadder than ever? Love with Cameron had been safe, consistent, blissful. He was one of the kindest, most gentle men she had ever known. He knew how to handle her, and that wasn't easy. Keisha was complicated and bruised. Most men ran after just one conversation. But Cameron, he saw the bruises, heard the trauma, felt the tears, and stepped closer each time the cracks were revealed. She wasn't used to that kind of response to her brokenness, and a part of her still wondered if he was here to love her or just waiting for the right moment to break her with all she trusted him with. Just as her thoughts began to spiral, she heard movement in the kitchen. Moments later, her 16-year-old son, Joshua, walked into her room holding the rest of the orange juice. "Before I finish it," he said casually, his way of saying he wanted to talk. This was their thing. They'd start with the last of one juice and end up pouring their hearts into a new one. Girl drama, school, friends, life. She sat up, waved him over, and took the glass from his hand. For a moment, they sat there, sipping, exchanging quiet smiles. Then he asked, sarcastic as ever, "Y'all really getting married?" She chuckled. "Well, we gotta plan the wedding first, but once that's done, I'm sure we will." He smirked, then went quiet. Looked into his glass like he was searching for something deeper. "He's nothing like Dad," he said softly. It wasn't a question, but it felt like one. And then, more quietly, "That's a good thing." Her breath caught. She looked at her son, this 16-year-old boy with grown man thoughts, and felt tears return to her eyes. It was one of the sweetest moments wrapped in the saddest truth she had ever experienced. Because how do you tell your son, his dad ain't shit? That the man who made him was also the one who broke you. That you've hated the man you created him with for years. You don't. You don't have to. Because in that moment, he just told you he knows. He saw it, felt it, lived it, and more than that, he was giving you his blessing to choose something different. "Most of my life," he said, voice cracking slightly, "I watched you care for so many people, love so many people, give to so many people, and I never saw any of them give you what he gives you." He looked up at her. "I used to think what you and Dad had was goals, because you always fought through it. But with him, you don't have to fight for anything. That's goals, right there." He sipped the rest of the juice, wiped his eyes like it was nothing, and flipped back into cool mode. Then, he kissed her cheek and said softly, "I love you, Mom." She watched him leave the room, her heart full in a way it hadn't been in years. Joshua had seen everything. He'd witnessed her relationship with his father. He never liked any of the men who came after. But if he was Joshua approved, Keisha knew Cameron was something special. Keisha still couldn't sleep, but the love and excitement buzzing through her veins gave her all the energy she needed. Right on cue, her phone lit up with Cameron's morning text. "Good morning, beautiful," yellow heart. It was followed by one of his signature inspirational quotes, always perfectly tailored to whatever she'd been overthinking that week. She smiled. That was his love language. Gentle consistency. She texted back, thanking him for the inspiration and for one of the sweetest dates she'd ever experienced. He replied with a heart and the phrase, "Hearing this before I walk into work." Ear emoji. His subtle way of saying, "I'll respond later, properly, when I'm free." Because Cameron never liked rushing anything with her. Despite running on zero sleep, Keisha decided to start her day. She made breakfast for the kids, floating through the motions with a dreamy kind of energy. Every time she moved, her rose gold engagement ring caught the light. She couldn't stop smiling, couldn't stop thinking about him. She got lost in thought and accidentally overpoured the milk in her 5-year-old's glass. Milk bath! He shouted gleefully, splashing the milk across the counter. More! More! Keisha laughed. She was so happy, not even a mess could shake her mood. She moved through the morning hustle, buttoning blouses, tying shoes, and brushing ponytails, with a hum in her heart. As she buttoned her daughter's uniform shirt, she didn't realize she'd misaligned it completely. Mom, something's not right, said Jada, her 10-year-old, staring at her reflection. Keisha squinted at the shirt and shrugged. Girl, you can fix it yourself. On the school drop-off drive, Through the Night by Maida blared through her Honda speakers on repeat. The kids exchanged glances, confused. Joshua offered them a subtle head nod, silently saying, "Let her have this one." She gave each of them extra tight hugs before they hopped out. Even the teen didn't resist. By the time Keisha got to work, the crash was hitting her. The high of love couldn't completely outrun exhaustion. She sat at her desk, yawning, until her ring caught the light on her keyboard. Suddenly, energized again, she walked over to the window and let the sun hit her hand. Each diamond took its turn dancing in the light, reflecting the joy she still couldn't believe was real. Then her Apple Watch buzzed. Cameron. She answered, still at the window, the sunlight warming through her sheer curtains. His voice came through the speaker, deep and soothing. "Hello, fiancé." She grinned. Finally. Cameron grinned back, removing the hood of his hazmat suit. "How's your day going, beautiful?" "I've been all out of sorts, thanks to you," she teased. "Who you telling? I locked my keys in the car twice today." "Oh my God, who bailed you out?" "Dave. I've been cheesing all day, telling everybody." She said yes. They both laughed. "I was nervous as hell," he added. "But there's nobody else I'd rather sweat bullets for." "You knew I'd say yes," she said with a smile. "I'm not letting you get away, Mr. Garrett." "And if you said no, I would have asked you 100 more times, Mrs. Garrett." She laughed. "I will report the milk for John John, and Jada's buttons were all over the place. I was like, girl, fix it yourself." "Dang," he said, grinning. He loved hearing how his presence in her life was felt. "Keisha, I've never been this happy." "Me either," she whispered, biting her lip. There was a pause. "I can't wait to make love to you," he murmured, now fidgeting with the buttons on his car stereo. He casually queued up Anywhere by 112, their unspoken signal. They never talked directly about sex, both intentionally celibate, but he'd play a song when the heat crept in. And this one always left them both bothered in the best way. They sat silently, both imagining, simmering. As the song faded, they collected themselves and eased back into conversation. "That was hot," she said breathlessly. "My thoughts are untamed." He laughed. "I gotta get back to work before I say something I shouldn't to a beautiful, classy woman of God like yourself." "Just make sure you know how to say it when the time comes." "Oh, baby," he said, a voice dipping lower. "I got a whole book of things I've been waiting to say and do to you. Don't worry about that." Then, softening again, "We still on for dinner tonight?" "Of course," she said, heart fluttering. "Okay, tell me something." She smiled. She knew what he wanted. "My heart is yours. And you're wearing mine on your finger." He blew her a kiss through the watch and ended the call. Keisha stood still, hand on the glass, smiling like a fool. God, that man never missed a beat. Cameron had a way of softening even her sharpest edges. His love was like balm, applied gently to wounds that had long since scabbed over but never truly healed. Towards the end of her workday, Keisha received an email from Human Resources. A simple reminder. It read, "Please update your legal name in our system. We are conducting employee audits and notice you no longer use your former married name. Please ensure the legal process is completed." Her stomach flipped, not from excitement, but from pure annoyance. She exhaled deeply, her body slumping slightly in her chair. She had been putting it off, knowing the process would be yet another item added to her already overwhelming to-do list. With 5 kids, a full-time job, wedding planning, and now this? Changing her name legally felt like a mountain and one she resented climbing. Andre was still inconveniencing her, as if wasting 18 years of her life hadn't been enough. She could feel the heat rise in her chest just thinking about it. She and her best friend Tilly had gone back and forth about this. Tilly, ever the voice of reason, told her to just knock it out during the last hour of work. "You're allowed to use company time for HR-related tasks," she said. "Just get it over with." But Keisha didn't want to just get it over with, because it wasn't just paperwork. It was pain. It was revisiting a name tied to every betrayal, every broken promise, every tear cried into her pillow while her children slept down the hall. She should have never married Andre. Everyone had said it. Friends, co-workers, even her aunties. Everyone but her father. And he was the very reason she walked down that aisle. He'd reassured her, told her it was the right thing to do, that love would come after the vows, that marriage was about duty and forgiveness, and now he walked around boasting to everyone who'd listen. "I told her he wasn't no good." Keisha clenched her jaw. She hated him for that, for convincing her to stay, for giving her bad advice wrapped in a father's pride and parading it as wisdom, for leaving her to pay the price while he smugly claimed foresight. For those 18 years, Keisha had been a stranger to herself. She had no clear view of her own identity, not as a woman, not as a wife. She'd poured herself into motherhood, into survival, and into the illusion of a marriage that had never truly existed. Now, as she sat at her desk, the glare of her monitor softening, her eyes drifted to her left hand. The rose gold band Cameron had placed on her finger the night before shimmered under the office lights. She rubbed her thumb across it slowly, as if trying to memorize its texture, its weight, its promise. Could this end the same way? That single question hit like a rogue wave. No, no, please, God, no. But the thought was there now, planted. And no matter how beautiful the ring or how kind the man, doubt had cracked the surface. Keisha blinked back tears, sat up straight, and shook the thought loose. Cameron was not Andre. Her life was not on repeat. This love was different. It had to be. Still, as she logged off her computer and began packing her things, that lingering fear followed her out the door, like a shadow. The parking lot was nearly empty by the time Keisha made it to her car. The sun was starting to set, casting long golden streaks across her dashboard. She tossed her bag into the passenger seat, exhaled slowly, and sat in silence for a beat before starting the engine. As the Bluetooth connected, her phone began to buzz. Tilly, right on cue. Keisha smiled faintly and answered, putting her phone on speaker. "Hey, girl." Tilly's voice came through the car like a breeze. "Hey, future Mrs. Gary. You sound tired." Keisha chuckled dryly. "That's 'cause I am. It's been a long day." "You glowing, though. I already know it. What's up?" There was a pause, long enough to feel heavy. Keisha swallowed, then finally said it. "I'm scared, Tilly." "Scared of what? The wedding? Girl, don't start with me." "No," Keisha interrupted, her voice cracking slightly. "I'm scared of getting it wrong again." The silence on the other end said more than words ever could. She continued, her eyes fixed on the road ahead. "You know, most days I feel good. I feel like I've grown. I feel healed. But then something small will happen and all the old fear creeps back in. Cameron will say something kind, and instead of receiving it, I flinch. Like he's gonna flip the script any day now. I hate that I do that to him. Tilly exhaled. Whew, girl, I feel you. Honestly, that's why I'm single. Most women end up in the same relationships repeatedly. It's like we just swap faces but keep the same pain. I'm not ready to roll those dice again. Keisha nodded slowly, even though Tilly couldn't see her. That hit. But, Tilly continued, you're in a different space now. You got your own place, a car, a good job. You're not dependent on nobody for nothing, even if it don't work out. Keisha cut in softly, her voice trembling. It's not about that, Tilly. It's not about being able to survive if it fails. I already know I can. That's the scary part. Tilly stayed silent, letting her speak her truth. Keisha gripped the steering wheel tightly as her eyes began to sting. It's the thought of what Cameron and I have turning into what Andre and I had. That would ruin me. It would kill something in me that I don't think could come back. Her voice cracked on that last word, and she blinked quickly to keep from crying at the wheel. Tilly's voice came back, this time softer. Girl, I hear you, and you're right to be scared. But what you're scared of isn't Cameron. It's the version of you that stayed too long last time, and you're not her anymore. Keisha sniffled. I hope not. You're not. I see it. Cameron sees it. You got to believe it. Keisha finally pulled into her driveway, cutting the engine and sitting in the silence of her car for a long moment. Thanks for listening, Tilly. Always. Now go love that man before I steal him. They both laughed, light breaking through the heaviness. As Keisha stepped out of the car, she looked up at the night sky and whispered to herself, please, let this be different. She spent the whole night cleaning the house, prepping the kids, and debating what to cook for dinner. It was Cameron's first time meeting all the kids, all 5 of them, in one room. And even though she was marrying this man, something about that made her both excited and nervous at the same damn time. She knew the backlash he'd face for being with a woman who had 5 kids. His friends, uncles, even some coworkers clowned him about it. She tried not to let that get to her, but part of her worried. Would tonight's chaos change how he felt? Because being a mom of 5 meant surprise fights, random crying fits, and the occasional vomit explosion were very real possibilities when guests came over. She had begged the kids to be on their best behavior, but honestly, they were engaged now. He was going to have to get used to the reality at some point. She spent so much time doing the kids' hair and getting them dressed that she only had time for a mini beat. Just eyebrows, concealer, lip gloss, and a quick finger fluff to her curls for that effortless, sexy bedroom look. She was pulling garlic bread from the oven when the doorbell rang. John darted to the front room yelling, "It's him! He's here!" Like it was Christmas morning. The other kids scattered like someone had a dog loose in the house. A normal reaction to company. Keisha saw Cameron smiling through the frosted glass as she approached the door. He smiled, bright, easy, and all hers. Smells like heaven in here. You're late, she teased, stepping aside to let him in. Traffic. But I brought peace offerings. He held up a bottle of wine in a small box. One for you, one for your sweet tooth. Keisha raised a brow. Is that cheesecake from Nina's Bakery? The one with the caramel swirl. Figured I needed to stay on your good side. She rolled her eyes, but smiled. You're lucky you're cute. John tugged at Cameron's pants leg. Want to see the table I helped set? Cameron immediately knelt. Of course I do. Lead the way, little man. As they walked off, Keisha watched Cameron letting John John grab his hand like it was the most natural thing in the world. No performance, no awkwardness. He just fit. Dinner was loud, in the best way. Journey grilled Cameron with a list of questions she had clearly prepared in advance. Do you know how to cook? What's your favorite color? Have you ever seen Princess and the Frog? Cameron answered every question like it mattered, even sang a bar of Almost There, complete with dramatic hand gestures. The kids were in tears laughing. Keisha hadn't laughed like that over a meal in years. Watching him cut John John's spaghetti and pour apple juice without being asked, it did something to her. Made her feel safe in a way she hadn't felt in a long time. After dinner, they all played Uno on the floor. When John John threw a tantrum after losing, Cameron didn't snap. He simply invited him to help shuffle the deck. By 9:15, the kids were in bed. Keisha stepped quietly out of their room and found Cameron in the kitchen, putting away leftovers. She leaned against the doorframe, arms folded. You know you don't have to do that. He looked up. I know. Doesn't mean I shouldn't. She smiled. Why? Please. They sat on the couch, lights low, a candle flickering on the side table. The kind of quiet that didn't feel awkward, just warm. Keisha handed him a glass and sank into the cushions beside him. Thanks for tonight. I should be thanking you. That meal? Chef's kiss. She laughed. You're just happy to finally eat a home-cooked meal. That too. He grinned. They sipped in silence for a while. You're good with them, she said eventually, not looking at him. Most men get awkward around kids that aren't theirs. Cameron shrugged. Kids are easy. They want honesty and attention. Adults are the complicated ones. She turned to him. And you're good with complicated. He met her gaze, slow and steady. I think so. I'm here, ain't I? Keisha felt a knot in her chest begin to loosen. Just a little. I've spent so long holding it all together, she murmured. Being the one who shows up, who makes everything okay. Sometimes I forget what it's like to be taken care of. Cameron reached for her hand, his fingers brushing hers gently. You don't have to forget, he said. Not with me. She didn't reply. Just let her hand rest in his. Let the moment be what it was. Soft, unhurried, real. Then it crept in. That familiar ache in her chest. The one that shows up when you've survived too much to trust peace. The ache that whispers, don't get used to this. Because this felt good. Too good. The kind of good that used to end in heartbreak. Cameron must have felt the shift. He gently tightened his hold on her hand. You still with me? He asked. She nodded slowly. Yeah. But the truth was, she was fighting it. Fighting that voice that told her to pull away before she got too close. Before the rug got yanked again. I know what you're thinking, Cameron said gently, and I get it. All of it. She raised a brow. You psychic now? No, he said, setting his wine down. But I know what it looks like when someone's holding their breath. Her eyes stung. She looked away. I'm not going anywhere, he added. Not when things get loud, not when the kids get sick, not when you don't have all the answers. I'm not afraid of your real life. She turned back to him slowly. You should be. It's messy as hell. He smiled. So am I. Keisha let out a soft laugh. It was quiet, cautious, but real. You don't gotta be still all the time, he said. I know how to hold soft things. God, that man never missed a beat. The silence between them settled like a blanket. Not heavy, just warm. Keisha leaned her head on his shoulder and finally let herself breathe. Not all the way healed, but held. And for now, that was enough. It felt like God had given them a break before the storm because by the following week, Keisha and Cameron were being bombarded with unsolicited advice from family members, most of whom had just found out about their plans to marry. Keisha got calls from all corners of the family, elders, aunties, even third cousins she hadn't heard from in years. Don't do it, they warned. You already had one messy divorce. Just date him this time. Most of them had never even met Cameron. They were going off the mess her father had been spreading. Ain't no single man gonna deal with a woman with all them kids unless he getting something out of it, her cousin quoted her dad. Apparently, the word around the family grapevine was that Cameron was using Keisha because she had a good job and a nice house. Never mind the fact that Cameron had a solid career and his own well-kept home in the suburbs. Cameron wasn't spared either. Why you want to marry a woman with all them kids? You didn't even get to have fun making them. His uncle scuffed. She gonna get back with their daddy. One added, a woman don't have all them kids with a man unless she still love him. But the worst one came from his own father. She just wants somebody to help raise them kids. The two of them spent hours dodging calls and deleting messages from family members trying to warn them. People who didn't even know either of them well enough to speak on anything real. By the end of the week, they were worn out. So they made a pact. No stress this weekend. Me and the girls are going on a wine tour. Keisha groaned into the phone. Lord knows it's going to take all the wine in Napa to help me unwind after the nosy ass family intervention convention I just went through. Cameron laughed on the other end. Me and the boys are club hopping in San Francisco. Gotta shake off all that negative energy they've been putting in my head. They promised to regroup next weekend, just the two of them. Cameron and his boys had just arrived at Club Lux in San Francisco, a hot new spot with Miami vibes, but a touch more class. The music was hitting. Chris Brown, Migos, and all the latest club bangers. But Cameron wasn't feeling it. All he could think about was her. He sat in their VIP section, thumbing through pictures she sent him. Photos of the two of them, memories from their first date, selfies from random days when she caught him smiling. He wanted to call her so bad, but he didn't want to mess up her night just because he missed her. She rarely got a chance to go out and unwind. So he stayed quiet, eating his feelings and scrolling. Then his phone rang. It was Keisha. Can you hear me? She asked, slurring hard. Yes, baby, I can hear you, he said, already smiling. I was just thinking about you. I'm not having fun at all, and I think I'm drunk. He sat up straighter. What do you mean you think you're drunk, babe? I told Gina I only wanted alcohol-free wine because I had to drive, but I don't think she listened. Where are you? His heart started racing. I don't know, but listen. Her voice cracked. I'm scared, okay? He stood and stepped outside the club into the cool air. Do you want me to come get you? No. Listen. She started crying. I don't know if I want to get married again. Cameron paused. His breath caught halfway between a sigh and a swallow. He didn't know how much of this was drunk talk and how much was truth leaking out. I'm listening, he said calmly. Andre did a number on me, Cam, and I can't even take the thought of us becoming that. I love you so much, and if you turn into him or anything like him, it will break me. I'm scared. I don't know you, but I feel like I do. And then came the sound of vomiting. Cameron heard her friends panicking, voices shouting, someone saying to hold her hair, someone else asking where her phone was. Then the call dropped. He sat there frozen for a moment, phone still pressed to his ear. He understood it, all of it. Her fears weren't unfounded. They were built on years of pain. She was triggered, vulnerable, drunk, yes, but speaking truth she tried to keep buried. But what about his fears? He was used to being the one who fell for the woman that didn't feel the same. The ones who were always too busy, too cute to be kissed, or too hot to be tied down. The ones who made him chase until he was exhausted and emotionally broken. Keisha was different. But this was the part they always came back to. Her pulling back, him pressing forward, both of them bleeding from old wounds. He didn't mind scars. He could handle a little blood. But he needed to know her heart was his. He wasn't going to fight to keep someone else's woman. Not again. Cameron and Keisha hadn't spoken since her drunken, emotional rant about her fears of getting it wrong again. Cameron was hurt, and honestly, Keisha didn't remember half of what she said. Just that she'd called him drunk and rambling. I guess he's mad. Let him stay mad, Keisha snapped, as she wrestled Jada's hair into a ponytail the next morning before school. What is he mad about, though? Gina asked, confused. I really don't know, but I don't have the energy to chase a man this go round. If he thinks I will, he got another thing coming. She yanked Jada's hair a little too tight. Ouch! Jada flinched, trying to escape her mother's grip. Be still, Keisha hissed. I don't have time for this kind of energy. I've got too much on my damn plate. Andre keeps asking to take Jada and John John for the summer. My job is changing shit every 15 minutes, and my dad is still feeding information to Andre. Girl, that's a lot. Now is not the time for Cameron to be getting in his low feelings. He normally doesn't act like this, but I guess they always show their true colors eventually. I just gotta move on. Like, are y'all breaking up? Or just taking space? I really don't know. But if this is how he acts after asking me to marry him, I may have to rethink my decision. Maybe the thought of marriage is a lot for him too. Maybe he just needed time to process. I can't do this again. I'm just going to call the wedding off. You're serious? Yeah, I'm going to tell him now. I'll call you back after. Okay, let me know how it goes, Gina replied as Keisha hung up. Just as she picked up her phone to call Cameron, a text came through. Good morning. Can we talk on my break? No inspirational quote. No, hope your day is amazing. Just straight to the point. Keisha stared at the message, then left it on read. She felt a little guilty, but he'd missed a whole week of good morning texts, and when she texted him first one morning, all he said was, I need some time to think. That was the last thing she'd heard from him. She went about her day. Work, errands, the kids. By the end of the day, the text was still on red. The truth? She planned to break off the engagement, but she was stalling. She didn't want to make a fear-based decision. Still, Cameron's disappearing act made her question his character for the first time. This was exactly the kind of thing that ruined things with Andre. And Keisha refused to be in any relationship where she had to fight for her spot. A whole week passed. Then, out of nowhere, Cameron texted again. Keisha, we need to talk. She read it, then went on with her day. School drop-offs, work, groceries, dinner. But something didn't sit right. There was a pressure on her chest, like the issue had grown heavy enough to demand her attention. So she called him. "Hey," he said, transferring the call from his earbuds to his phone speaker. "You wanted to talk?" she asked. "Yes," he replied coldly. "That was a week ago." "You can always wait another week," she said, even colder. "That's harsh." "You disappearing. That's harsh." "I knew you'd feel a way about it." "Who wouldn't? But you asked me to be your wife, then just disappear. And what is it we need to talk about? You left me." "I didn't leave you. I just needed time to..." "It doesn't matter. That's not how you handle things with your partner. You lost my respect." "Whoa. I told you I
Then
needed
take more time.
Hell, take forever. I don't need this right now." "I'll give you some more time to cool off. Hopefully we can get to a resolution instead of throwing blows and
I don't
making
need more
things
time.
worse," she shot back. "I need you to grow up. You don't propose, then disappear. You're too old for games, Cameron. I don't have anything else to say." "Calm down." "I am calm. As calm as a pit bull ready to attack an intruder," he muttered. "I need you to breathe." Cameron started breathing slowly, deep inhales and exhales. Keisha followed after a beat, trying to keep herself from snapping again. After a few breaths, silence settled in. Then Cameron spoke. "I need you to take off the armor, soldier. No one left. We're both still here. I'm still in this. I just needed to think." She continued breathing, slower now, quieter. "I know you're upset," he continued, "but I'm not going anywhere. I'm sorry if it felt like I disappeared, but if you'd called or texted, I would have answered." "What you don't get is," Keisha said softly, "is after all I've been through, things like this feel like a threat. It's a signal to put the armor on, but I don't want to live like that." "Steel or leather?" he asked gently. "Steel," she whispered. "I can handle the steel, as long as I know the softness is in there, somewhere." "You're gonna regret trying." "I've regretted less meaningful things," he said, knowing it would make her smile. And it did. "I think this is worth the risk," he said. "You have the power to hurt me, but I trust you won't use it. And I want you to know that if you gave me that power, I'd never use it either. I understand why you need armor, baby. But with me, it'll be useless. Because I'm not fighting you. I'm fighting for you." Keisha dropped her shoulders and her defenses with that one line. The heavy armor she'd carried since he asked for space disappeared. And just like that, she was mush again. A soft puddle in the center of his palm. God, that man never missed a beat. Cameron sat in his parked car long after the call ended. The quiet hum of the engine was the only sound in the space, but inside his chest, everything felt loud. His heartbeat, his thoughts, his fears. She was mad, and she had every right to be. He stared at his phone, her contact still on the screen, and whispered, "Damn, Keisha." When she hung up, he didn't feel relief. He didn't feel victorious. He felt like a man trying to catch water with open hands, desperate, overwhelmed, and coming up empty. He hadn't meant to hurt her. He just needed air, time to breathe, time to make sure he wasn't making the biggest mistake of his life, or hers. He wasn't scared of commitment. He was scared of ruining it. Every time he closed his eyes, he could see flashes of what he never wanted to become. His father pacing the house after his mother left again, spewing the same old line about how women only needed you when they were drowning. That image haunted him more than he admitted. He didn't want Keisha to feel like she had to pull him to shore. He wanted to meet her there, swim beside her, not to be another dead weight she had to drag through life. But he didn't know how to say that. Not in a way that would make sense, especially not after going ghost for a week. He tapped his finger on the steering wheel and exhaled. She had called him out, rightfully so. Disappearing wasn't the answer. It never was. But he panicked. That drunken call of hers had cracked something deep in him. She said she was scared. Scared of him becoming another Andre. Scared of being broken again. He didn't blame her. But the idea that she even saw that possibility in him, that gutted him. Because he had never loved anyone the way he loved Keisha. It wasn't just chemistry or vibes or convenience. It was the way she mothered her children with a fierce love. The way she smelled like warm vanilla and quiet strength. The way her laugh made him forget there was ever pain in the world. He didn't love her despite her baggage. He loved her with it. He loved her soft and hard and completely. But now he had to show it. Not with gifts or texts or deep conversations, with consistency, with presence, with staying when things got loud instead of disappearing to think. He had fumbled, no question about it, but he hadn't lost her yet, and he would move heaven and earth not to. He picked up his phone again and opened their thread. He didn't want to text. He wanted to show up. Cameron shifted gears, pulled out of the parking lot, and headed toward the flower shop she loved near downtown. He remembered the name because she mentioned it once. Petals and Poetry. He was going to pick up the biggest damn bouquet they had. Not to fix things, but to say this. I'm here, I'm learning, and I don't plan on leaving again. Keisha had just finished wiping down the kitchen counter when the doorbell rang. She wasn't expecting anyone. Her first thought was Gina probably forgot her charger again. But when she opened the door, no one was there. Just a large cream box tied with an emerald green ribbon sitting neatly on her doormat. She glanced up and down the street, curious, then slowly bent to pick it up. There was no name on the box, but there didn't have to be. She knew. She closed the door and carried it to the kitchen, heart thudding a little harder than she wanted it to. Inside was a bouquet unlike any she'd ever received. Not just the usual red roses or grocery store carnations. No, this was intentional. Deep purple ranunculus, soft blush peonies, creamy garden roses, eucalyptus, and a single bold sunflower nestled right in the middle. Keisha blinked twice. The card attached wasn't store-bought. It was handwritten. His handwriting, neat, blocky, letters with a little curve to the end of his Y's and G's. She already knew what it smelled like before she even lifted it. Him. That warm cologne with hints of wood and something earthy. The card read, "Steel or leather. Doesn't matter. My love is soft enough to get through either. I'm not going anywhere. See." Her throat tightened. She sat down at the counter and stared at the flowers. No words, just feeling. So many feelings she hadn't sorted out yet. Love, anger, fear, hope, exhaustion, longing, all stacked on top of each other like unread messages in her inbox. She'd been ready to let him go just a few days ago, had practiced it in her head like a script. It's not you, it's timing. I love you, but I need peace. Something soft enough to shatter him, but final enough to keep him from chasing her. But then, this. Not just the gesture, but the knowing in it. He remembered her favorite flower, remembered that she loved arrangements that felt like poetry, remembered her, the woman beneath the armor, not the single mother, not the ex-wife, not the girl trying to hold everything together. Her. And maybe she wasn't ready to fall completely back into his arms. Not yet, but she wasn't going to slam the door either. She reached for her phone. Thank you for the flowers. I felt every word. His reply came almost instantly. Cameron. And I meant every one. I'm still here. She stared at the message for a long time, then typed, maybe we should talk in person. Cameron. Named the time and the place. She paused, then sent, petals and poetry. Saturday, noon. If they were going to figure this out, they might as well start where the words first bloomed. Cameron had arrived 10 minutes early. He always did when it came to her. The bell over the door gave a soft chime as he stepped into Petals and Poetry, the little boutique flower shop that looked like a dream wrapped in petals. The air was filled with notes of jasmine and lemon balm, and he could already feel the edge of his tension dulling. She's in the back garden, the attendant said before he could ask. He nodded, taking the slow walk past buckets of blooms and chalkboard signs etched with quotes like, "Love grows here," and "Healing takes root when hearts stay open." He found her seated under a canopy of ivy and wisteria. Legs crossed, back straight, expression unreadable. She wore a green dress, the color of growth and new beginnings. Or maybe he was just being poetic again. You're early, Keisha said, not looking up at first. I was afraid if I wasn't, you'd leave. She smirked faintly, then nodded toward the seat across from her. Sit. The quiet between them wasn't heavy, but it wasn't light. It was loaded, unsettled. Cameron broke it first. I appreciate the call. I know you didn't have to do that. I didn't want to keep pretending like nothing happened, she said. But honestly, I don't remember everything I said that night. Just that I called you and felt awful the next morning. He leaned back in his chair, fingers steepled, then dropped his voice. Do you want to know what you said? Her eyes snapped up to his. I'm not sure. You told me you didn't know if you could get married again. You said you were scared that I'd turn into Andre. That you didn't know me, even though it felt like you did. Then you broke down and you cried. You sounded terrified, Keisha. And it wasn't the wine. It was deeper than that. She dropped her gaze to her lap. Damn. I know you don't remember it clearly, but it stuck with me. And I'll be honest, it messed with my head. He paused. I kept asking myself, how can I build a future with someone who's already bracing for me to fail her? She looked up, face open now, soft. Cameron, I'm sorry. He gave a little nod, like he'd been waiting for that, even if he hadn't admitted it to himself. You didn't owe me perfection, but I needed honesty, and I got it, even if it came slurred between sobs. I've been carrying so much fear that sometimes it leaks out of me before I know it's there. But that night, I was drunk and exposed, and you didn't deserve the weight of my past like that. Keisha sighed, her shoulders lowering. He leaned forward. I didn't disappear because of what you said. I disappeared because I didn't want to become the next scar on your timeline. I needed to check myself, make sure I was steady enough to carry the both of us. I just wish you would have said that instead of vanishing. That felt too familiar. Andre used to do that. Run when it got heavy? I'm not him, Cameron said, firm but gentle. But I get that sometimes the echo of the last man drowns out the voice of the one standing in front of you. She nodded, chewing her bottom lip, and I'm tired of hearing ghosts. He reached across the table and slid his hand over hers. Then, let's get quiet enough to hear each other. No ghosts, no armor. Keisha looked at him, truly looked. I've been wearing armor so long, I don't even remember what soft feels like. You let me in once before, he said. Let me earn my way back. No rushing, no pressure, but I need you to remember, I'm not fighting with you. I'm fighting for you. Her fingers tightened around his. I meant what I said on the phone, she whispered. I don't want to keep living behind a wall, but when you pulled away, I panicked. I turned into that version of me I hate, the cold, defensive one, the one who pushes first just to avoid being pushed. You're not her right now. She exhaled. I'm sorry for ignoring your text, for trying to end things in my head instead of bringing my fears to you like a partner should. Cameron's thumb brushed the back of her hand. Thank you for saying that, but I'm still here because I saw the real you in all of that chaos, and I liked her, even scared, even unsure. Keisha's eyes brimmed. I don't want to lose you, but I need to feel safe. Then, let's build safety. Slowly, brick by brick. She stood up, without another word, and came around to his side of the table. He rose too, pulling her into a gentle, breath-stilling hug, her cheek against his chest. His hand cradled the back of her neck, and for the first time in weeks, silence felt like healing. I swear, girl, I almost sabotaged the whole thing, Keisha said, pacing the kitchen with a glass of peach juice in one hand and her phone on speaker. I told that man I didn't know if I wanted to marry him, then hung up mid-puke. A mess. Gina gasped dramatically through the phone. Wait, you said that to Cameron? You? On wine? Keisha groaned. I didn't remember saying any of it until he told me. And the worst part is, it was all fear talking. That wasn't even me. That was trauma dressed in Chardonnay. Gina burst out laughing. You are so dramatic, I swear. But you gotta admit, at least you didn't throw the phone in the toilet this time. Gina, I'm being serious, Keisha said, collapsing onto the couch with the throw pillow in her lap. I made him think I was still in love with Andre or something. Like I thought he'd do me the same way. Well, I mean, Gina let the silence hang. What? Gina exhaled. I'm just saying, you've been bracing for the worst since you met him. You love him, but you don't trust the good. That man has shown up for you. And yeah, he pulled back a bit, but he circled back to talk it through. That's more than Andre ever did. Keisha nodded, then realized Gina couldn't see her. True. He actually sat me down at that little flower shop by my job. Petals and Poetry? You know, the one with the vines and all the cute-ass quotes? Oh, yes. The Soft Girl Sanctuary. Continue. We sat out in the garden. He told me everything I said while I was drunk. Didn't sugarcoat it. But he also didn't throw it in my face. He just wanted me to understand how it made him feel. And girl, he said he's not fighting me. He's fighting for me. Gina let out a soft, surprised, "Damn." And when I told him about my armor, he didn't flinch. He said he could handle the steel, as long as the softness was in there, somewhere. Whew. Okay, so he's one of the poetic ones, Gina teased. You always did love a good metaphor. Keisha smiled. I melted. That man held my whole heart in the palm of his hands and just spoke to it. That's different, Gina said quietly. I know. Like, really different. Andre couldn't communicate to save his life. You could tell him how you felt, and he'd look at you like you were speaking Morse code. Exactly. And Cameron listened, not just with his ears, with intention. And he didn't get defensive or dismiss me. He stayed. You sound scared. It might actually be real, Gina said. I am. But maybe, Gina added gently, he really is different. Keisha let the silence sit for a moment. It didn't feel heavy this time. It felt real. Like maybe she was finally stepping into something she didn't have to shrink inside of. I think it's time to take off the armor, she said softly. Girl, take it off and let it rest. They both laughed. And Keisha? Yeah, let him love you the way he's trying to. You don't have to carry it all by yourself anymore. Keisha's eyes watered, but she blinked them dry before her daughter walked into the room with her backpack half open. I'll try, she whispered. That's all you need to do, Gina said. Try. Cameron sat on the edge of his sister's patio, nursing a bottle of craft ginger beer and staring off into the twilight. The soft hum of cicadas buzzed in the distance, mixing with the occasional laughter of kids riding bikes down the block. But his mind was still stuck in that garden with Keisha, stuck on her voice trembling when she said, I don't want to live like that, and the way her eyes softened just before she let her guard down. You all right? His sister Talia asked, stepping out with the blanket tossed over her shoulder and an eyebrow already raised. She didn't wait for him to answer. You don't look all right. Cameron let out a breath. We talked. I mean, really talked. Oh, she said, pulling up a chair beside him and kicking off her sandals. So, what's with the pity face? It was deep, he said. She told me she wears armor because of all she's been through. But she dropped it for a second, Talia. I saw her, not just the strong mama or the boss woman. I saw her. Talia gave a tight smile. I'm happy for you, Cam, but just remember, one moment doesn't mean the battle's over. He turned to her, eyebrows pinched. What's that supposed to mean? It means I'm glad y'all are having deep talks and moonlit apologies, but don't go falling too fast without watching your footing. She sipped her tea and gave him the older sister look, the one that always came with a dose of unsolicited wisdom. She still talks about Andre a lot, doesn't she? Cameron hesitated. Not like that. Not like that, but like something. You know what I mean? Talia leaned forward, voice low. Any woman with 5 kids by a man who hurt that deeply and still brings him up regularly, she's not done untangling herself from that pain. And pain is sticky, Cam. She's not in love with him, Cameron said quickly. I didn't say she was, Talia replied. But don't confuse not in love with not affected. She's still trying to make sense of the damage. That means she's still inside the mess, emotionally. And if you're not careful, you'll become her cleanup man instead of her partner. Cameron sat silently, eyes fixed on a patch of dead grass by his shoe. I'm not saying walk away, Talia added gently. Just don't put your whole heart in her hands while she's still learning how to use her own again. He nodded slowly. She said something to me about armor, like she wears still, and I told her I could handle it, that I wasn't fighting her. I was fighting for her. Talia chuckled sadly. And that's beautiful. Until she gets triggered. Until she's in fight or flight. Then what? Cameron looked up. She's in survival mode, little brother, Talia said, her voice soft but firm. And in survival mode, you don't think, you react. If she feels even a hint of danger or uncertainty, she's gone. Not physically, but emotionally. She'll shut down, push you out, and protect herself. And you? You'll be the one bleeding while she's walking away with her armor back on. He swallowed hard. And another thing, Talia added. I don't mean no harm, but does she even ask about your pain? Cameron blinked. What? Think about it. You told me what she said when she was drunk. How scared she was. How she didn't know you like that. How she was afraid you turned into Andre. You ever notice how it's always his shadow in the room? Never yours. Cameron stayed quiet. She talks like she's the only one with wounds. But Cam, you still healing too. Remember what happened with Lisa? Cameron clenched his jaw slightly at the name. Talia pressed gently. Lisa told you she loved you, let you meet her son, then got pregnant by her ex, and didn't even tell you until she was 5 months in. She let you build a future with her while stuck in her past. You were all in with her, and she wasn't even done grieving that other man. I know, he said, voice low. And what happened after you found out? I left, Cameron muttered. No, she pushed you out, Talia corrected. Made it feel like it was your fault for not understanding, for not being patient enough while she was busy being reckless with your heart. Cameron shifted in his seat. I'm just saying, doesn't this feel a little familiar? Talia asked. The way Keisha talks about Andre, how she assumes you'll become him, how she disappears into herself instead of leaning on you. Cameron didn't answer, but he wasn't blinking either. His face had gone still. Too still. Talia watched him carefully, voice softer now. Be careful, baby brother. I know you love her, but love with a wounded woman is a battlefield. And you gotta ask yourself, what happens when your pain and her pain crash into each other? Who catches the shrapnel? Cameron looked away, staring out into the dark yard again. She's still in survival mode, Talia whispered. And if she gets triggered, you'll be the one bleeding, not her. The night got real quiet after that. Cameron didn't respond. He just leaned back in his chair and stared up at the stars. Stars that now looked a little less romantic and a little more like warning lights blinking in the distance. And for the first time since meeting Keisha, he wondered if maybe, just maybe, Talia wasn't wrong. This moment felt sharp, like the knife of truth was lodged in his ribcage, and he had to lean into the pain just to sort through the confusion. As he approached her door, his hands shook as he reached up to knock. The door creaked open just enough for Keisha to peek out. Her smile cautious but genuine. I wasn't sure if I'd see you tonight, she said, her voice barely above a whisper. Neither was I, Cameron murmured, stepping inside. The door clicked shut behind him and silence settled between them, thick and loaded. I need to talk to you, he began, careful and steady. And I don't want this to come out wrong, so I'm just going to say it. Okay. He sank onto the couch, elbows on his knees, hands clasped tight. That knife of truth twisted deeper as the moment of confession drew closer. Yesterday felt good, real, like we were finally moving forward. But today, I couldn't shake this heaviness. Like there was something said I shouldn't be overlooking. Keisha's eyes narrowed slightly. What exactly are you saying? I talked to my sister. I didn't mean to, but she picked up on my energy. I told her the truth, that you've been through a lot, and that I've been trying to love you through it. So she told you to walk away from me. Keisha's tone sharpened, clipped with irritation. No. She told me to protect my peace. And speaking as a woman, she said Andre is brought up a lot more than he should be. Keisha flinched like she'd been slapped. Of course she did. Keisha, you brought it up, she snapped, which means some part of you agrees with her. That's not fair, Cameron said, his voice low but firm. I said it stirred up fears I was already having, stuff I didn't want to admit out loud. Keisha's arm stayed locked across her chest. I've been here before. Family members always have something to say. Hell, even my people were gossiping about you using me. But that shouldn't overpower how we feel about each other. Andre let his family run our situation, and I'm not doing that again. Not even for you. I hear you, he said gently, but I'm not Andre. And Talia is not his mom or his sisters. She's my sister, and her fears are valid. Which of her fears are valid? Her voice rose, trembling with hurt. That I'm going to bring him up? He was the only other man I ever loved. We were married. We had kids, a family. And I'm broken because I'm still affected? No, Cameron said softly. She thinks you're in survival mode. That one emotional trigger could make you run. Keisha's shoulders slumped. She's not wrong. The honesty hit him hard. For a moment, he didn't know how to respond. She sat beside him, her voice more tender now. But I told you, I don't want to live in that mindset anymore, Cameron. I really don't. But it's hard to turn off because it's protected me from other men like Andre. And when your people start questioning me, it makes me feel like I'm just some woman with baggage, trying to prove I'm worthy of love. That's not helping. He turned to her, eyes shining. That's not how I see you. But I'd be lying if I said I wasn't scared. You're not the only one affected, Keisha. We both have scars. And what happens when my fears clash with yours? She met his gaze, then reached for his hand, pressing it gently against her chest. Cameron, you said you'd fight for me. Baby, I need you to fight now. I need you to see what you want me to see. That just because it happened before doesn't mean it's happening again. I'm still in this, and we've worked hard to build something deeper than what either of us had before. Don't give up now. I'm not giving up, Keisha, he said, voice breaking. But I have to know I'm not just a man picking up the pieces. I need to know your heart is mine. It is, she said, tears in her eyes. It always has been, since the day we met. No man has ever poured into me the way you do. Cameron felt that blade twist deeper in his chest. He knew Keisha loved him, but in that moment, her expectations weighed heavy enough for him to want to run. Because being loved for what you're not isn't the same as being loved for who you are. He swallowed hard. So, do you love me because I give you what Andre couldn't, or do you love me for me? Keisha blinked, stunned. That wasn't what she meant at all. Cameron. Her voice cracked under the weight of everything unsaid. Tell me what you want me to do. You want me to let you go? No. I don't want to walk away. I think we need space. Not to break up, not to cancel anything, just space to think clearly. 30 days. I already reached out to Pastor Greg. I want us to talk to him, get clarity. Her lip trembled. I hate that we're here. Me too. The silence that followed wasn't cold. It was full of ache and understanding. Keisha finally whispered, "Okay, let's take a break. As long as it's to breathe and not to detach." Cameron nodded slowly. Space, not distance. "Just don't shut me out completely," she said, her voice barely audible. "I won't." They rose together. Their embrace was long and heavy, like they were holding on to the last piece of something fragile. He kissed her forehead, then turned to leave. As he reached his car, his phone buzzed with a message from Keisha. "You fought for me, and I'll fight for us, even when you're unsure." He exhaled deeply, the weight of her words settling onto his chest, but he didn't reply. Not yet. Keisha woke up the next morning with the kind of headache that only comes from crying all night. Ever since the engagement, it felt like their union had been tested and tried. Family gossip, ex-drama, triggers. Now his sister wanted to put in her bid for the "this won't work" train. It felt like they got so close to a resolution only to be pulled back into the conflict again. That kind of whiplash reminded her of Andre, but she acknowledged that Cameron wasn't Andre. And even though her feelings were hurt, she couldn't ignore how many times she had brought Andre up. Still, her head pounded and her heart ached from Cameron's absence. The pain deepened when she realized she wouldn't be waking up to one of his beautiful good morning texts. A knock at the door was followed by Gina's voice calling out before she let herself in. "I brought carbs and comfort," Gina announced, nudging the door closed with her foot. "Which one you want first?" Keisha looked up, her eyes tired but dry. "Both," she said. Gina set the food down and dropped onto the couch beside her, peeling open a container of fries and shoving one toward Keisha like a peace offering. "So, talk to me," Gina said after a beat. "What happened?" Keisha didn't answer right away. Her eyes dropped to her lap as she picked up the edge of a napkin. "We didn't break up. Just taking a break. For clarity." Gina blinked. "Girl, what? After all that progress?" "Yeah," Keisha whispered. "Came over. We talked. He said he felt like he was ignoring things that shouldn't be ignored. That we needed space. 30 days. Then we talked to Pastor Greg." "But y'all just made up," Gina exclaimed. "Didn't he show up with flowers and all that soft poetic stuff? You said he was present, breathing with you, for God's sake." Keisha gave a small, sad nod. "I thought we were past it, but his sister said something that got to him and said I talked about Andre too much or something like that." Gina rolled her eyes hard. "So you're not supposed to talk about the man you loved for 15 years? That's ridiculous." "Right? But it's not just that. It's how I compare Cameron to Andre." She also told him I'm still in survival mode. That if I ever hit a fight or flight moment, he'd be the one to get hurt, not me. Gina went quiet, choosing her words carefully. "Okay, that's not completely untrue, but still, it's not her place to say. And it definitely shouldn't outweigh your voice." "I told him that," Keisha said, her voice trembling. "I asked why her opinion mattered more than my truth. I've lived through nosy, opinionated family before. I won't go back to that." "What did he say?" "He said it already bothered him, that it wasn't just her voice. So we agreed to take a break. He said it wasn't goodbye, just air." Keisha laughed bitterly. "But it feels like rejection again." Gina reached out and pulled her into a hug. Keisha melted into it, letting herself rest for just a moment. "This could be good for you both," Gina said gently. Maybe you do have some healing left. You don't want another unsure man pushing through. You want an intentional man working through with you. If this space gives Cameron time to decide which one he is for you, let him. I know, Keisha whispered, pulling back, but it still hurts. Gina didn't argue. The truth was, healing didn't always feel like progress. Sometimes it felt like breaking in new ways. And even with a man who showed up, who breathed through the chaos with her, there were still shadows to wrestle with. Even healing hurts sometimes, Gina said, handing her the tray of chow mein and a fork. Keisha nodded, letting the words settle as she grabbed the tray and began eating her fillings. Maybe she needed the pause too, not because she wanted distance, but because she needed to be with herself long enough to know if she felt safe removing the armor for Cameron when he came back. The first few days felt hollow. Cameron kept the house quiet on purpose. No playlists, no TV humming in the background. He needed silence to hear himself think. But even in the silence, he found himself checking Instagram for the memes Keisha used to send during her sleepless nights. He'd reach for her during his favorite shows only to touch the cold cushions instead of her warm legs. He missed the smell of her perfume on the passenger seat during their lunch break dates on Wednesdays. And he broke down the moment he realized he needed a hug after hearing bad news about his grandmother's health. Despite all of that, he couldn't pinpoint to one specific reason he missed her. He just did. He missed her essence, her energy, the way she could make him smile with a single look. He hadn't realized how deeply she'd woven herself into the rhythm of his life until she wasn't in it anymore. At night, he'd stare at the ceiling, her messages still unread in his inbox. You fought for me and I'll fight for us, even when you're unsure. He hadn't replied, for fear of being prematurely pulled back into her warmth. Her words were sure and comforting, but he couldn't afford to let them drown out his own intuition. Still, he questioned whether his fear was justified or if he was just scared of being loved that deeply in the first place. He met with Pastor Greg like he promised, determined to make this space meaningful and not an excuse to withdraw. I told her I wanted to make sure this was best for the both of us, Cameron said. Pastor Greg nodded slowly. And do you want it to be? I do, but I'm scared my trauma is showing up as protection. I'm starting to confuse caution with avoidance. They talked for nearly 2 hours about Lisa, about his father's absence, and about how Cameron coped by carrying everything alone until it crushed him. Afterward, he spent more time journaling, something Keisha had encouraged months ago. He wrote the things he never said out loud, like how seeing her with Andre during school drop-offs stirred something ugly in him. Not because he didn't trust her, but because he didn't fully believe someone like her could choose someone like him without some emotional strings still tied to the past. And then there was Talia. Her warning echoed more now than it had in the moment. Keisha is still in survival mode. If she ever hits fight or flight again, you're the one who'll bleed. Cameron wanted to believe Keisha would fight for him, but part of him kept waiting for her to run. And deeper still, he knew he was running too. Around day 22, he pulled out the poem Keisha had written during their petals and poetry night. It was about how deeply she felt for him, how although he had never seen her naked, she'd bared parts of herself no man had ever touched. He read it twice, then 3 times more. It was raw, intimate, and for the first time in weeks, he let himself feel everything. Her vulnerability, her hope, her pain, and then he cried. Not for her, but for himself. Because he was finally realizing he wasn't afraid she'd leave. He was afraid she'd stay, and that he'd mess it up anyway. Keisha never knew quiet could feel like this. It wasn't loneliness, exactly. More like stillness. Like standing in the middle of a room that used to be filled with warmth, trying to remember where everything went. Cameron's absence was everywhere, in the smallest, strangest ways. Lunch breaks felt longer. Work days felt heavier without his reassurance. She missed his voice in her ears, saying things she once only dreamed of hearing. Missed his smile and the way it could brighten her entire day. She didn't just miss him, she missed the feeling of him. His strength, his protection, that quiet, ever-present connection that made her feel like one half of something sacred. His presence had become a comfort she didn't realize she relied on. And even though they'd never made love, he had touched and claimed a part of her no man ever had, the center of her soul. His absence echoed louder than the silence on the phone when she got her promotion and realized she couldn't call him. But she didn't crumble. She still celebrated. She lit candles anyway, played the R&B vinyl he bought her for Valentine's Day, still woke up early, got the kids to school, journaled most nights before bed. It was hard not to text him, especially after a long day, or when her daughter asked if Mr. Cam would be coming back around. But she remembered Gina's words. You don't want another unsure man pushing through. You want an intentional man working through with you. So she gave him space. And in that space, she learned more about herself than she expected. She started running again, remembering how Cameron once said running helped him through dark days. Movement heals, he told her. And he'd always offered her those quiet tools, gentle nudges toward healing disguised as casual conversation. She missed how he listened, really listened. With Andre, she'd learned to shrink her pain into bite-sized pieces so he wouldn't feel burdened. But with Cameron, he made space for the whole story, even the parts she couldn't say out loud. Keisha found herself reaching for the things he'd encouraged, drinking more water, reading before bed, holding boundaries with toxic people. His love hadn't just been romantic, it had been restorative. And now that he wasn't around, she could feel the imprint of that love in her daily routine. But the space also forced her to face the hard truths. She still struggled to fully receive love. Every time things got too good, she prepared for heartbreak. That was survival mode. And even if she didn't want to live there anymore, she still checked the exits before entering the building. Toward the end of the 30 days, she reread the letter she'd written but never sent. Notes filled with apologies, longing, and little updates. She never hit send, but she read them all. She had long talks with Gina, who reminded her, a man who sees your wounds and still chooses you? That's not common. And Cameron, he sees you. Keisha nodded, but said nothing, because she knew what Gina didn't. That night, when Cameron hesitated, it triggered her survival mode, kicked it into full gear. But she was fighting hard to stop it from taking over, fighting for their love, fighting for him, just like she promised she would, just like she hoped he was fighting too. On the final night, she sat on the porch, looking up at the sky. She whispered into the stillness, I hope you still want this. I really do. And even though she hadn't heard from him in weeks, part of her believed he was whispering the same thing from wherever he was. Cameron's hands gripped the wheel tighter than usual. His palms were dry, but the back of his neck felt damp. The sun had dipped low, casting golden streaks across the windshield as he turned onto the familiar street leading to Pastor Greg's counseling office. It had been exactly 30 days. 30 days of noise and silence, of remembering her laugh mid-conversation and then catching himself, of wondering if she still whispered his name when no one else could hear, of rereading her last text more times than he'd ever admit. You fought for me and I'll fight for us, even when you're unsure. It echoed every time he tried to convince himself that space was the right decision. Now he wasn't so sure. The closer he got to the church building, the heavier everything felt. Like love wrapped in uncertainty. Like walking towards something beautiful, with bruised knees and no armor. He hadn't seen her face since that night. He hadn't heard her voice except in memory. He pulled into the lot and sat there for a moment, watching the glow of the street lamp flicker on. His reflection stared back at him in the rearview mirror, tired, anxious, but ready. Keisha sat in her parked car, watching the entrance. Her fingers toyed with the edge of her journal, the one she brought just in case she needed to write through the moment before it swallowed her whole. She hadn't expected the nerves. She'd spent the last 30 days working on herself, and still, tonight felt like the biggest test of all. Like the future was waiting just beyond those doors, and all she had to do was show up, honestly. She wondered if he'd changed his mind, if space made him realize that her baggage really was too heavy, or worse, that maybe he liked the quiet more than he liked them. She looked down at her outfit. Simple, soft, intentional. Just like the way she wanted to love him. But would that be enough? Just then, she saw a familiar car pull into the lot. Her breath caught. Cameron. He stepped out, closed the door, and paused before walking toward the building. She stayed in her car a second longer, hand over her chest as if she could calm her own heartbeat. Inside the church, Pastor Greg waited quietly in his office, soft jazz humming from the speaker. Two chairs were set across from his desk, angled toward each other. Close, but not too close. Neutral territory for two souls trying to find their way back. Cameron walked in first, eyes scanning the room before settling on the empty chair beside his. He stood behind it instead of sitting. Moments later, Keisha entered. She paused in the doorway, locking eyes with him. For a second, neither moved. There was no embrace, no smile, just eyes that said, "I still see you, even through the hurt." She stepped forward slowly, taking her seat. He sat beside her. Still, no words. Just two people sitting in the echo of everything unsaid. And in that quiet space, Pastor Greg looked up, smiled gently, and said, "Welcome back. Let's begin." The low hum of jazz faded as Pastor Greg turned the music down and leaned forward, folding his hands. 30 days, he said gently. "I know it hasn't been easy." Cameron nodded but stayed quiet. Keisha glanced over at him, then focused on her lap. Pastor Greg gave a soft smile, the kind that didn't rush you but made you feel seen. "I'd like to begin not with the relationship, but with each of you. What have you learned in this space apart?" Cameron exhaled slowly. "That I missed her, even when I didn't think I would." Keisha looked over, surprised at the honesty. "I learned that love doesn't fix fear," Cameron continued. "It exposes it, and sometimes it confuses the two." Pastor Greg nodded. "What was the fear, Cameron?" Cameron hesitated. "That I was just the bandage. That once she was whole, she wouldn't need me anymore. That I'd be what Andre wasn't, but never really seen for who I am." He looked down, ashamed to admit it out loud. Keisha's voice cracked through the silence. "You are seen." Cameron looked at her, eyes glossy. "Sometimes it felt like I was just a softer landing after the storm. Like you loved me, but out of relief, not choice." "I chose you," Keisha whispered, holding his gaze. "Every single time. But I was in survival mode. I know that now." Pastor Greg turned gently to Keisha. "And what did you learn during this time?" Keisha's breath shook as she answered, that healing is my responsibility. That no matter how good love is, it can't replace the work I have to do in myself. Cameron swallowed hard. I learned that Cameron doesn't just show up for me, he makes me better. He challenged my routines, pushed me to face things I buried, and when he stepped back, I realized how much I leaned on his strength. She paused, voice faltering. But I didn't just wait for him to come back. I journaled, I prayed, I cried, and I kept showing up for myself and my kids. Because I want to bring a whole woman to this love, not just a woman surviving. Pastor Greg let the weight of her words settle. And now? He asked, voice low and warm. What do you both want now? Not out of fear or habit, but out of desire and clarity. Cameron spoke first. I want us, but not the version built on patching wounds. I want the version where we see each other clearly and choose each other daily, even when it's hard. Keisha nodded, eyes full. I want us too. And I want to keep healing, with him beside me, not carrying me, not fixing me, just loving me honestly while I do the work. Pastor Greg smiled. That's a hopeful place to begin. He reached for a folder and pulled out a page. These are the questions we'll explore over the next few sessions about triggers, trust, and the future. But for now, I just want you two to look at each other and tell the truth. Keisha turned to Cameron. Cameron turned to Keisha. A silence passed between them. Not heavy this time, but sacred. I'm still in this, she said, voice thick. Even when I'm unsure, even when I'm scared. Cameron reached out, resting his hand over hers. I'm not here to save you, he said quietly. I'm here to love you and grow beside you. Pastor Greg closed the folder and leaned back with a peaceful nod. Then we're right on time. The rain outside tapped gently against the church windows. Inside, the mood was quieter, more reflective. Keisha sat a little straighter on the couch this time. Cameron's body language was relaxed but guarded, like he came prepared to be honest but unsure how it would land. Pastor Greg adjusted his glasses and looked up from his notes. Today, he said gently, I want us to talk about defensiveness, not as a flaw, but as a shield. Something people use when they don't feel safe, and something that can unintentionally harm the people trying to love them. He looked to Keisha. Are you open to talking about that today? Keisha hesitated, then nodded slowly. Yeah. Good. Let's start with you, Cameron. What does her defensiveness feel like to you? Cameron cleared his throat. Like I'm always one wrong sentence away from being shut out. He didn't say it harshly, just truthfully. That after all the work I've put in to show her I'm not Andre, if I say or do something that even looks similar, I get placed in that same box. She starts to feel like I'm controlling or manipulative, and I lose all her respect with one move. Keisha blinked hard, but stayed quiet. I'm not trying to control her. Cameron continued. I just want to understand her, but sometimes it feels like me having feelings makes me the enemy, and that hurts. Pastor Greg turned to Keisha. Do you recognize that pattern? He asked. Keisha bit her lip. Yeah, I do. Where do you think that comes from? She exhaled slowly. I've had to defend myself most of my life. From Andre, from his family, from my own doubts. I got used to always being on guard because I was always being blamed, even when I was the one bleeding. Her voice trembled. So when Cameron brings something up, even if it's valid, it hits that old wound. And I go into defense mode. Not because I don't trust him, but because I still don't fully trust that I'm safe. The room went still with understanding. Cameron reached over, gently rubbing her back. I never want to be another person you have to brace yourself for, he said. I want to be your soft space, but you gotta let me. Keisha looked at him, her eyes shimmering. I want to, I do. But sometimes my mouth moves before my heart gets a chance to explain. Pastor Greg leaned forward. Deep down, do you feel Cameron wants the best for you? Do you feel this is different from your former marriage? Keisha looked surprised by the question. Of course, Cameron is nothing like Andre, not even in the beginning. Pastor Greg leaned back. Then what's the struggle with trust? I was always told not to trust a man, that they'd mess you up and ruin you. Then I met Andre, and that's exactly what happened. So I don't know if I can trust what I see or if I should stay cautious just to stay safe. That's the definition of survival mode, Pastor Greg said with a soft chuckle, placing a reassuring hand on Keisha's leg. Caution doesn't keep you safe any more than holding a gun guarantees you won't get shot. It just keeps people at a distance, but not everyone trying to get close wants to hurt you. Your defenses are keeping Cameron from getting close. If you believe you've done the work to prove he's safe, why keep dragging him through the process? Don't you trust the parts of you that declared him safe in the first place? Keisha struggled to respond because that was exactly it. She didn't trust that soft part of herself, the part that had let Andre in, even through red flags and warnings. Her eyes filled with tears, but she stayed silent. So, Pastor Greg continued. He turned to both of them. When you feel that heat rising, Keisha, try asking yourself, what's really being said? What does Cameron need from me in this moment? And Cameron, when you sense her getting defensive, instead of reacting, try gently saying, I'm not attacking you. I just want to understand you. They both nodded. I want to challenge you two with something, Pastor Greg added. This week, I want you to talk about something uncomfortable without trying to solve it. Just listen, just hold space, and when the urge to defend or fix it comes, breathe through it. Sit in it. He looked at Keisha. You survived a lot, but you're safe now. And sometimes love isn't about proving anything. It's about allowing. Keisha swallowed, her throat tight. I hear you. And Cameron, he said gently, you're not wrong to want to feel chosen, but that fear of being used as a band-aid, that's your work, not hers to constantly disprove. Cameron nodded, voice soft. I understand. The session ended with no grand conclusion, just soft hands, still tangled together, and a shared willingness to try again. The sun was warmer today, and yet there was a noticeable chill in the room. Cameron sat with his shoulders slightly hunched, fingers interlaced tightly in his lap. Keisha noticed. For the first time in a long time, she saw how tired his eyes looked. Pastor Greg, seated across from them, glanced between the two and asked gently, Cameron, how are you doing today? Honestly. Cameron hesitated, then gave a faint smile. I'm good. Pastor Greg raised an eyebrow. All right, let me ask a different way. When was the last time you let Keisha see you hurting? Keisha turned to him slowly, curiosity blooming across her features. Cameron looked down at his hands, twisting his watch. I really don't do that. Why not? Pastor Greg pressed. Calm, but firm. He exhaled. Because she's been through enough. Because she's still healing. Because I thought it was my job to be the strong one. Keisha frowned slightly. But I want to be there for you too. Cameron glanced at her, voice low. You say that, but it's hard to believe when every time I've had a moment of doubt, it's drowned out by yours. Silence fell like a slow-moving tide. I'm not blaming you, he added quickly, but somehow along the way, I stopped letting myself feel anything loudly because I didn't want to add weight to what you were already carrying. Keisha blinked, the realization settling heavy in her chest. And now? He's not hurt, Lex said flatly. He's calculating. That man is doing something called no contact. Look it up. It's a manipulation strategy to make you chase him. Hard to get 101, her sister added. They ignore you until you spiral. They feed off your energy, your attempts, your guilt. Nessa looked stunned. So you're saying he's doing this on purpose? Yes, they said in unison. She slumped back against the couch, overwhelmed. But I didn't know. I didn't know that's what he was doing. I thought maybe he just needed time to heal. I, I thought I hurt him. Lex looked at her, soft but firm. You did what any woman with a heart would do. Try to fix it. But he's using your compassion to keep control. Ashlyn picked up Nessa's phone. It's time. For what? Nessa asked. To block him. He had a habit of saying the right thing at the wrong time. You really fucked up this one, boy. You're so graceful. Marcus replied sarcastically. How the hell you call your fiance by your ex's name in bed? I got caught up in the moment. He hit his head while it hung in his lap. If he could have, he would have kicked himself. So why would you sleep with her knowing that was going to happen? Vanessa was angrily tossing things around the room as she searched for her clothes, tossing handfuls of laundry across the room. Her cinnamon brown skin was glistening as she started to sweat. Marcus wanted to grab and kiss her, beg her to come back and finish what they had started, but he knew it wasn't that simple. Only 10 minutes ago, they were making love on top of his messy bed after indulging in a couple of drinks at Marco's Taco Bar, located just down the street from his condo. Marcus and Nessa enjoyed their date. They talked, kissed, and flirted. After a couple of drinks, Nessa whispered in his ear that she wanted to have his baby in the middle of her tequila haze. He shook his head, yes, and he rubbed her thick, full, brown breast. They held each other's gaze and kissed so passionately that Marco brought over their check. They exited the bar and kissed against the wall outside for a while. He loved kissing her. She always had a faint taste of Starburst on her tongue, the scent of caramel dripping from her twist, and the warm scent of vanilla coming from her skin. He was in love with Nessa, for whatever that was worth. He loved getting lost in the moments of intimacy with her. She had a way of making him feel like he was melting into her as they became one. That turned him on. He never experienced that with any other woman. Maybe it was the intense eye contact, the way she ran her soft hands down his back, or the way she rubbed his head and cradled his face. Nessa had a way of making sure he felt her in every way possible. Because of this, she owned him, and she knew it. This feeling of making love to someone he was in love with was addictive, but he had a lot of addictions. They kissed themselves into a frenzy. The tequila had them both in a haze that made them throb for each other. They ran home, threw the clothes off the bed, and got naked, like they loved to do. He had her pressed against the headboard, their bodies moving in rhythm. She bit her lip, a sign that he was doing something right. While she was intoxicated with tequila and his love hormones, she moaned with so much passion, and he couldn't help but admire his lover's cry. He picked up the pace, feeling her pulse quicken as they both grew more lost in the connection. Her movements became more urgent, and he could feel the tension building between them. When the waves started to subside, she opened her eyes and looked at him. Let me take control, she said, her voice low. He shifted, allowing her to take the lead, both of them caught in the passion of the moment. She moved with purpose, her eyes locked on his as they continued to explore each other. It was so good. He slipped out of their world of intimacy into his sleazy center mode. He was no longer her man. He was the selfish man he turned into when he was getting sleazy with randoms, and he accidentally screamed out the name. K, K, Connie. Shit. And Nessa stopped instantly. He felt his sin dripping back onto him along with the shame and guilt of his actions. She got up and went into the tirade she was in now. Through his embarrassment and tear-soaked face, he felt the words slip through his cracked and bruised pride. Nessa, please, let me explain, he sheepishly whispered. Don't speak to me, she roared, her chest heaving with fury, fingers pointing at his face. Her lips were tight, her forehead creased with anger. He paused, torn between lying or telling the truth. His mind raced faster than ever, running through thousands of possible outcomes. What came out of his mouth now would decide everything. She was mad. She knew he'd messed up, and he couldn't deny it. I meant to say, can I switch positions? Not Connie, he mumbled, trying to salvage something. His voice lacked confidence. His hands hovered awkwardly in midair, unsure of what to do next. He was disoriented, caught in his own lies. He knew he messed up big time. So this is why she had the nerve to confront me at the club, she asked, voice sharp with disbelief. He didn't respond, fearing it would only make things worse. Her frustration grew. You're a liar. This is the best excuse you've got? Sleeping with your married ex and calling me her name? You're pathetic. I made a mistake, Nessa, he said, his voice quiet, regret sweeping in. I gave up everything for you, she spat. I turned down a huge career opportunity just to be here with you, and you were out here sleeping with your ex, and now you're giving me lies and that sad excuse of a face? This is what I get? His heart sank, but he still tried to explain. It was just one time. Don't lie to me, she snapped. Don't you dare lie to me, you cheating, two-faced, disloyal coward. She grabbed her purse, the words a final blow before she headed for the door. Okay, Marcus, we tried the lie. Now let's try the truth, he muttered to himself. I messed up, but I do love you. I can't be the only man who's ever made a mistake. She turned to him, cold and furious. You're not the only one, but you're the dumbest one I know. I told her we were engaged, but she wouldn't stop pushing up on me. I got weak while you were visiting your sister. I was lonely. His excuses came out one after another as if he was trying to justify his actions. Spare me the details, Marcus, she said, crossing her arms, but now she seemed a little less tense. She wasn't buying it, but she wasn't as wound up either. Marcus searched her face, looking for any sign that his minimization was working. Maybe there was still a chance to fix things. It wasn't even that good. Honestly, I couldn't even perform, so should it really even count? That was a mistake. She scoffed. So now you're telling me that your affair doesn't count because you couldn't get it up? Do you hear yourself? Tears welled up in her eyes as she took a deep breath. I'm moving, she said, her voice cracking. What? He asked, stunned. My sister bought a house next door and she wants me to move in with her. There's an opportunity at her job and I agreed. I'm leaving this summer. No, baby, please, he whimpered, his voice barely a whisper. You don't get it, she said, tears streaming down her face. Everyone warned me about you. My family, my friends, even my boss. And I kept telling them we had something real. But deep down, I always knew this was coming. I thought I knew you. I thought you were different. I don't want this. he said, his voice breaking. I wasn't going to leave you, she whispered, her tears falling faster. But now I have to. They stared at each other for what felt like hours, the pain in their eyes palpable. The reality of his betrayal hit him harder than any blow. This wasn't just about the affair. It was about trust, about her giving up everything for him, only to be let down. He realized this was it. There was no coming back from this. She sighed. He sighed. They made eye contact for a while, staring into each other's eyes and attempted to sever the connection between them with the harsh, sharp, and cold reality of his betrayal. The worst thing about this type of breakup was the instantaneous demand to return all feelings of affection, desire, need, love, and warmth to the supplier. Knowing Nessa was not the type to go back and forth with a nigga like him, he realized this would be the last time he got to look into those big brown almond eyes. She sighed. He sighed. Then she walked out. The next day, he went over to his dad's for some much needed guy's time, even though he knew he would just make him feel worse. He had a habit of saying the right thing at the wrong time. You really fucked up this one, boy, his dad exclaimed with a Twizzler hanging out of his mouth, switching his 3-year-old granddaughter to the other arm so she would stop trying to snatch it. You're so graceful, Marcus replied sarcastically. How the hell you call your fiancé by your ex's name in bed? I got caught up in the moment. He hit his head while it hung in his lap. If he could have, he would have kicked himself. So why would you sleep with her knowing that was going to happen? Gee, Dad, I don't know. Let me ask my penis. Marcus opened his waistband slightly, looked down, and began to speak. Why did we have to screw that nasty hoe? He said with a rapper's accent, DMX-like. His dad cracked up and covered his granddaughter's eyes. That brand of crazy, the kind of ain't no woman gonna deal with. He waved him off and sat back down on the porch, hung his head in shame, and cried. You'll be all right. Gotta learn to control yourself, little man, his dad said, gesturing toward his sinful penis. Dad, I don't want to hear this. Marcus wiped his face and grabbed his niece, holding her while he cried. She was wearing the onesie Nessa bought her when she was born. I'm Auntie's favorite, it read. He sobbed harder. Hurt, don't it? All them games and gratuitous pussy far from free. You don't have to pay in the short run, but that long run cost is expensive. You're paying a cost many men have had to suffer. Learn your lesson now. Control yourself. This was his dad's attempt at soothing him, which he rarely did. His dad was very affectionate for a Generation X male, but Marcus was the child who never showed emotional vulnerability. That made this moment a challenge for them both. He placed his hand firmly on Marcus's back and rubbed him in a circular motion. Marcus listened to his advice because he knew all about the long-run cost of gratuitous cat. I'll be all right, Marcus sniffled, realizing his dad was pitying him. Yeah, in the future, you'll be all right. But you also feel a lot of pain. You will have days where you want to die and days where you're happy you're living. So make sure the good days stay good. You get me? He leaned over for a fist bump to confirm Marcus understood his covert way of saying, don't fuck up again. I got you, Pop. Marcus confirmed with a fist pump and a half smile. Marcus and his dad spent the rest of the day watching the whole season of a dramatic TV show with his niece as their only female guest. They would watch the show, change her diaper, get her a snack, and situate themselves in between every episode. They spent most of the show talking about the dynamics in the family and how they were vastly unrealistic. The mom and the son hated each other because the dad had slept with every woman the son brought home. Marcus's dad just didn't get why the son hated the mom and talked crap about the guy every time he was on the screen, often yelling, she should have Planned Parenthood your ass. They ended the night once Marcus's mom returned home. She greeted him, took his niece, and told his dad to wrap it up. She even gave him the eye and rubbed his meaty shoulders with a sensual, lingering swipe and squeeze. Marcus and his dad said their goodbyes. He packed a plate of the hot wings his dad had cooked and went home to his cold, lonely bed while his 57-year-old mom and 61-year-old dad made love in his childhood home. His dad, Terry Holcomb, fathered 4 children, all with his mother, Angela Holcomb. They had been married about 32 years at this point in Marcus's life. They always told their children that regardless of the situation, they knew they loved each other and would fight the devil to prove it. Why was it so hard for Marcus to find that kind of love? Roddy Ricch rapped in the background while Marcus sipped Jose Cuervo and snacked on the wings he got from his pop's house. An intimate tape of him and Nesta played on the TV on mute, and every now and then he would press pause to catch her glimpse in the camera, look her in the eyes, and say, "You ungrateful bitch." He was salty as heck that she left. She refused to reply to any of his "Can we work it out" text, and even restricted him from commenting on her Instagram post. She never returned for any of her belongings after the night of the breakup. She left with her purse, wallet, phone, and the clothes on her back. "So I guess you gonna keep my ring?" he questioned the television version of his former lover as he stumbled toward the mounted flat screen with the bottle in one hand, the chicken wing and controller in the other. He was so angry his temples were twitching. "I gave you everything," he screamed. "Why you couldn't just stay? Everybody got problems. Why you trying to make me feel like I'm the devil or something?" he screamed intensely. "I ain't the only man that got issues, but I really loved you, girl. Guess that don't mean nothing to you, though." He backed away from the TV with his hands up like he surrendered. Just then, he caught a glimpse of his pain in the reflection on the TV. He didn't like what he was seeing at that moment. A vulnerable, desperate, and broken man was staring at him. He looked just like his dad the night his mom moved out, pitiful and broken. Marcus was devastatingly sad and disappointed about his own failure to be faithful, just like his pops. How could one feel so shameful and abandoned at the same time? It was his fault. The relationship had ended, but he wanted her to ride with him, like Roddy Ricch was rapping. This was the type of situation that changes a man like him for the worst. He didn't care whose fault caused the breakup. He just wanted to stay in love with her. Her ripping her heart from him felt like a slow death that rotted him from the inside out. So he could never let this happen again. Maybe next time he'd play it smarter. Disappear first. Pull back before she does. Starve her of him before she even thinks of walking away. That's the trick, right? Make her miss him before he ever has to feel this hollow again? Women used to stay in love because they wanted a happy home. Now they were finding reasons to fall out of love just to stay happy. So if love was a game now, then maybe silence was his best move. 6 weeks flew by, and Marcus had been so distracted by the breakup that he had not been getting any work done. Those simultaneous phone calls must have been one of his boys calling to curse him out. He partially owned one of the hottest nightclubs in Atlanta called Summer Nights. Actually, Marcus was pretty sure Daryl was the person interrupting his sleep. He was supposed to look over their quarterly content planner and incorporate the photos from their last event. This was supposed to be done the night he and Nessa broke up over 6 weeks ago. He had been disinterested in any form of work due to the exponential guilt and shame. It was Daryl who first said, "Stop all that begging, bro. If you really want to flip this, go ghost. Fall back. No more texts. No long-ass apologies. Let her sit in silence." He swore up and down that no contact would make her miss him, called it a psychological reset. At first, it sounded dumb, but Marcus was hurt and out of moves, so he tried it. "Where the heck have you been? I needed the content planner approved 6 weeks ago. I don't want to hear nothing about the stuff I already posted without your approval, because I did the best I could. Y'all stay disappearing in the middle of a busy month. This is why I've been asking for an increase for my share of the profits, since I'm really the only one who's been consistently driving revenue. Next month, when I'm out of town, don't call me for nothing." As he suspected, Jonte was very angry. He hung up after his rant concluded. This was Marcus's first time disappearing in the middle of a busy month, but he couldn't say the same thing for the other two. This was a recurring issue that needed to be addressed, but not before Marcus finished his part of the quarterly tasks. Marcus and Nesta had lived together for a whole year while they planned their wedding. This was the reason he had procrastinated on completing his task thus far. The story of their short-lived love affair was in his sleek 16-inch MacBook Pro M3. There were constant reminders of his failed engagement no matter what app he clicked open. On Excel, he would see their wedding cost spreadsheet. On Microsoft Word, he would see the list of wedding guests she forced him to write in front of her one night after they made love. On his Safari web browser, there would be the wedding venues they looked up before choosing a pricey venue in San Francisco. Lest he forget the huge wallpaper image of them kissing in the background while she flashed that huge diamond ring in front of the MacBook camera. He felt intense pressure on his chest as he went to change his wallpaper to a picture of his niece. This was that wave of unhappiness his pops had warned him about the other day. What hurt the most was the fact that, before Nessa, Marcus was a sleazy sinner. He refused to go deeper than intercourse with any woman because he was engrossed in his career and the joy of female variety. Nessa was different for him. He realized that she was the only woman who ever reciprocated the work and time he put into her. So he committed to spending the rest of his life with her. His stupidity just got in the way. Marcus couldn't help but wonder if he could make it right somehow, or should he even try? Part of him felt like reaching out again, apologizing until his voice gave out, but another part of him, the part that was tired of feeling this hollow, wondered if pulling back completely was the better move. Maybe if he gave her space, she'd remembered what they had. Maybe silence would make her miss him more than words ever could. No contact wasn't healing. Not really. It was strategy. But he was out of moves and he couldn't handle another rejection. He had to shake this feeling for now. Summer was around the corner and that was a major season for their nightclub. They had events with celebrity hosts, private functions, and a couple of dating events hosted by popular dating sites on the calendar. The number of these events almost tripled in the summer. This meant their revenue and costs would too. So they had to be sharp. As Marcus stared at the phone, his thumb hovering over Nesta's contact, memories of his childhood surfaced. He recalled the countless nights hearing his parents fight behind closed doors. His father, a proud, hard-headed man who never showed weakness, and his mother, bitter and broken, staying because of obligation and tradition. The fights were loud, full of insults, and left marks deeper than just the physical. He remembered the silence that followed each argument, the cold distance between his parents, and the way his mother's eyes seemed to die a little more each day. Marcus was just a boy, but he knew. He knew love could turn toxic. It could hurt. It could destroy. And as he grew older, he vowed never to end up like them. Never to be weak. Never to be vulnerable. So he built walls around his heart. Treated love like a game, not realizing that what he witnessed as a child was poisoning his view of relationships. As he thought of Nessa, the love they shared seemed distant, like a faint echo of something beautiful but lost. He remembered the way she cared for him, the way she made him feel safe, something his parents never showed him. But his fear of repeating the cycle, his fear of being trapped in a loveless marriage, held him back from being the man she needed. He knew deep down he pushed her away, not just because of his mistakes, but because he couldn't bear to let someone in the way his mother had let his father in. He couldn't drop his guard. Vulnerability felt dangerous, like giving someone the blueprint to destroy him. And Nessa? She got too close. He loved her for it, but it terrified him. Marcus gripped the phone tighter, his breath quickening. The path he was on felt like one of slow destruction, a mirror image of the toxic love he witnessed growing up. His father's coldness, his mother's silent resignation. Those patterns were etched into his bones. Maybe that's why he always held love at arm's length. Pushed when things got too real. Hid behind silence when he didn't have the words. Then suddenly, her name flashed on the screen. Nesta. He froze. His stomach flipped as a surge of emotion rushed through him. Shock, panic, hope, dread, all at once. Was she calling to forgive him? Or to cuss him out one last time? Did she find out something else? Something worse? Or was this just a goodbye he wasn't ready to hear? His thumb hovered over the green button. He couldn't do it. Not like this. Maybe, just maybe, it was time to rewrite his story. Or maybe saying nothing was the better move for now. Maybe space was safer than stumbling over apologies that wouldn't fix it. He wondered if silence might do what words couldn't, pull her back. He didn't know if it was too late for him and Nessa, but the decision to change, to break free from the cycle of toxicity, started with him. Still, change was unfamiliar, uncomfortable. Maybe no contact would buy him time to get it together. Sup? Connie answered coldly. Trying to kick it? Marcus replied. No, I gotta take the baby to an appointment in the morning. Besides, don't you have a wedding to plan? She sneered. Clearly, she was still pissed, but it was unlike her to sound this bothered. We not together no more, he said, puffing his chest, doing his best impression of a man who didn't care. All that money you spent and you let her run out? Must have been bad. Listen, I ain't trying to get into it. You trying to kick it or not? He heard Connie walk into another room the way she always did when they were about to speak candidly. She found out about us. I don't need no shit coming to my door. I got a family, she snapped. Wow, thanks for your concern. He was already irritated with her selfishness, but what else should he expect from his ex-married side chick? Don't play with me, Marcus. Did she find out? Well, yes. Shit, you are so messy. You said you had your shit tight, and now this little girl gonna come and fuck up my life, too. She panicked. He could hear her silver earring tapping against the phone as she fidgeted. Messy. Yes, messy. But you've always been messy. That's why we didn't work out. Calling me other chicks' names in bed, leaving stuff around the house, you ain't never gonna change. You a whole ass hypocrite. Did you forget it was your idea to cheat on our partners just because you were bored with your dude? I'm already hurting. Don't add to it. She laughed hard at him, like real amusement, not shade. Hurting. I bet you're blaming her for the breakup with you just like you blamed me. You made a fool of that girl, and any woman with sense would have left you too after the games you played. Just move on, and next time, try not to get caught. She hung up quick. Marcus sat there staring at the dead screen. Clearly, she was an expert in not getting caught. He was honestly surprised her husband still hadn't sniffed out the 4-year affair they had damn near every week. But still, he wasn't about to take advice from a married woman sleeping with an ex who cheated on her. Connie and Marcus's relationship, that was lust. Repetition. Escape. But Nessa, he loved that woman. They had plans. They had roots. He shared parts of himself with her he never let anyone see. That's why it cut so deep when he lost her, and why he hated that someone like Connie, of all people, had the nerve to laugh at his pain. The worst part? She might have been right. He'd played too many games with Nessa. Lied, cheated, hid things. Now all he had left was silence, and maybe, if he could get control of that, use it right, let it sit between them, it would speak louder than his mistakes ever could. But the truth was, he didn't know if silence would make her miss him, or just finally let her heal. Marcus was giving a consultation and venue tour to a summer event client when his dad called. He declined it the first time. He was mid-sentence and trying to be professional. But then the call came 3 more times, back to back. That's when Marcus got worried. He excused himself and stepped into his office, answering with tension already building in his chest. You know how I feel about being put in the middle of shit, right? His dad barked the second he picked up. Marcus quickly took him off speaker and shut the door behind him. What are you talking about, old man? He asked, half confused and half annoyed by his dad's judgmental tone. Nessa and Ashton been calling me and your mama all week. Why are you ignoring her calls? I thought you wanted another shot to make things right. I need more time, Marcus snapped, voice slightly louder than he meant. Oh, okay, his dad said, sighing. But tell her that after you give her stuff back. She can't have her stuff back, Marcus growled. Oh, you mad now? His dad shot back. I raised you better than that, Marcus. Real men take accountability. Only lowlifes try to ditch consequences, and I know I ain't raised no lowlife. I took accountability, Marcus argued. She didn't want to hear it, so I'm doing it my way. This is not the way. His sentence cut short as a shuffle came through the line. Then his mom's voice came through, sharp and direct. Give her her stuff, or I'm using my key to get it for her. I won't take part in this mess. Me and Cheryl still go shopping together. You will not mess up my friendship with Nessa's mom just because you're being immature. You got 1 week to get it together, or I'm shipping it to her myself. Then, click. The line went dead. Damn, Marcus muttered, staring at the phone silent. He had to find a way to accelerate this process. So he called Daryl. Yo, bro, my parents are pressing me about this Nessa situation. Her mom, her sister, even my mom is on my ass. They're threatening to come get her shit. Damn, they're treating you like you stole it. Daryl chuckled. I ain't ready to give it back yet. There was a silence on the line. Then, you playing the long game, huh? I guess. I don't know. I need to feel like I'm not the one being abandoned. Like I'm in control or something. Daryl exhaled through the receiver. Look, if you're going to hold off, fine. But don't do it emotional. Do it smart. Stay silent. Don't text. Don't explain. Let her wonder. Let her miss you. Sometimes the absence says more than any damn apology ever could. Marcus ran a hand over his face. I don't know if that'll work. She loved you, right? You were about to marry her. Love doesn't just disappear, but she's mad. And if you keep begging, she'll stay mad. Give her that silence and she'll come looking for a reason to break it. That's when you move. Marcus nodded slowly, pacing again. Yeah, you're right. Until then, Daryl added, you don't gotta say no, but stall. Say you're waiting on a shipping company. Say some stuff's in storage. Say it's a legal thing if you gotta. Just don't let her call the shots while emotions are high. If she thinks she's controlling the narrative, she won't stop swinging. So I keep her on ice without outright beefing. Exactly. It ain't petty, it's positioning. Control the pace or you lose. Marcus hung up feeling steady. For now. Marcus never replied to Nessa's last text. She had sent another calm, mature message that morning asking if he could please confirm a date to ship her things. She even offered to pay for it. He stared at it for 10 minutes, then closed it. Instead of responding to her message, he hit up Ashlyn. He figured going through her sister would soften the blow, maybe even make him look like he was taking steps. He typed, Hey Ash, just wanted to let you know I haven't forgotten about Nessa's things. I've been going through some stuff mentally. I need a little more time, but I'll make sure everything gets to her. Appreciate your patience. No lies, just omissions. Ashlyn replied an hour later, You got 1 more week before my mama shows up herself. Get it together. Fair. But even that short delay bought Marcus something. Silence, space, power. He scrolled through Nessa's social media daily, monitoring her moods like a weatherman, watching radar before a storm. At first, it was all angry quotes, rage-colored posts about men who lie, cheat, and take their women for granted, memes about dudes risking everything for a stale piece of ass, rants about how liars never prosper. Then her tone shifted. She started posting hopeful quotes, memes about future husbands, thread about manifesting true love, embracing the journey regardless of the pain. It was like watching her detox from him in real time. Now, she was somewhere in emotional remission. Her posts had softened. Sensual captions about missing intimacy, wanting real connection, slides about deep eye contact, kisses that meant something, and slow, spiritual intercourse. She uploaded pictures daily, proclaiming how she had forgotten her worth but was learning to love herself again. There were shots of her and Ashlyn out on the town in work clothes, dressed up at events, and she looked so damn good. Nessa had worn her natural twist their entire relationship. But now she had in some 30-inch deep wavy Brazilian or something, long, luxurious, thick hair. It hung like silk. She always had a small waist and a full top, but that hair accentuated the curves like it was made for her body. In one picture, she posed with her leg up on the bathroom counter, hip poked out and head tilted back like a damn goddess. Her hair laid against her body, riding her curves and finally resting on her full hips. The same hips Marcus loved to hold while he kissed her, made love to her, or even just watched her sleep. The hips that were supposed to bear his future children and sit next to him as he took his last breath. He shook the thoughts loose, realizing he was getting too emotional. Nessa had made her move, and now he had to make his. But he missed her like crazy. Bad, and the social media pics, they were just enough to keep him afloat. The best thing about Instagram and Facebook, she had no idea how many times he visited her page. No idea who was watching or how often. Every now and then he'd let himself indulge and watch her stories, but even that had to be limited since those did keep track of who was watching. Eventually, though, time ran out. His mama wasn't bluffing, so he had to ship Nessa's stuff back. But he had a strategy. He sent it express. Tucked inside was a small pack of her favorite candy and 2 spools of that expensive yarn she liked for crocheting. Not much, but just enough to say, "You'll never find a man who knows you better than I do." And it worked. She texted, "Thank you for sending everything and for the extras. That was thoughtful." Marcus stared at that message all day. He damn near teared up. It had been weeks since she said anything kind to him, and for a second, just for a second, he felt warmth in his chest. He didn't reply. He couldn't. That would have broken the no contact strategy. But he celebrated anyway. Let's just say he appreciated one of those sexy bathroom pictures in his own way, if you know what I mean. Then something miraculous happened. She messaged again. "Hey, just wanted to make sure you got my text. Thinking of you." He didn't respond. And that was the spiral Daryl warned him about. The one thing Daryl forgot to mention was that Marcus would miss Nessa as much as she missed him, if not more. He had to pretend not to care about someone he cared about. That wasn't easy. The distance made her miss him, but he missed her too. Probably missed her more because she could be vocal and honest about her feelings while he had to pretend. Being the one in control didn't curb the cravings for the touch of the one he loved. But he thought it would. Marcus had never left Nessa on red. Not once. He knew she was confused, probably hurt, and he felt like crap about it. But he had to keep his emotions at bay. Had to keep playing the long game. Then came the next week. Another message. "Do you want to talk in person?" He stared at his phone so long the screen dimmed. The words blurred. His heart thundered. She was inviting him in. The door wasn't open, but it wasn't locked either. She was reaching, not because she'd healed, but because the silence had gotten to her. Because the game was working. Marcus knew what this was. This wasn't love. This wasn't closure. This was power shifting. Back to him. But control? Control never lasts. Should he answer? Should he pull up? Say what she wanted to hear? Or say nothing at all? He didn't know. But one thing was certain. She bit the bait. And now, it was his move. "It was stupid," he admitted. "It was all I could think of. But I've been working on myself, trying to fix it. I know how you feel about games." "Yes," she snapped, her voice slicing through the air. "Games are for people who can't handle vulnerability. You manipulate emotions to avoid your own. But in the end, Marcus, who really wants you?" The question stunned him. It cracked something in him wide open. Nessa stepped forward again, this time her voice lowering into a venom-laced whisper. Who really fucks with you? She asked. You don't believe anyone would love you without your strategies. You hold on to control because you think it's the only thing that keeps you from being alone. But you don't know how to love. Not really. Not without trying to own someone. He couldn't respond. Couldn't even look at her. Marcus stared at her message for what felt like an hour. It was the crack in the door he'd been waiting for. And he had missed her. But shouldn't these games have amounted to much more than just an invite to talk? She wasn't begging. She wasn't unraveling. It didn't feel like surrender. It felt like curiosity, caution, control slipping through his fingers. He was no stranger to games, but this game was new for him. So he did what he always did when things felt too uncertain. He called Daryl. The phone barely rang twice. You finally got her reaching out, Daryl said eagerly. What'd she say? Marcus sat on the edge of his couch, thumb rubbing the bridge of his nose. She asked if I wanted to talk in person. Daryl paused. Then, that's it? Yeah. Nah, too soon. What do you mean? Bro, if she ain't begging, if she ain't saying I miss you or pulling up on some emotional breakdown type vibes, it's too soon. You give her a face to face right now, she gets the upper hand. She gets answers, closure, control. Marcus didn't respond, just stared at the wall while Daryl kept going. He just wanted this to be over with. But he wasn't a quitter. This ain't about talk. It's about leverage. Silence is still working. You've been in her head for weeks. The minute you show up looking soft or unsure, it's over. She'll feel safe walking away. She'll feel like she won. Marcus sighed. But what if it's real? What if this is her way of trying? Then she'll try harder. If she really wants you, she'll show up again. And this time, you won't have to guess what it means. She'll make it loud, make it undeniable. Right now, this message ain't it. This message saying she's testing the waters. Don't respond. Not yet. Marcus nodded slowly, not because it felt right, but because it made sense in the language he understood best. Strategy. He hovered over her message one last time, read it again, felt something ache in his chest he didn't know how to name. Then he locked his phone, stood up, and walked away. Nessa sat on the edge of her bed, phone in her hand, staring at the message she had sent. Sent. Read. No reply. Nothing. No typing bubble. No call. No closure. Just silence. She exhaled hard, trying to play it cool. Maybe he was thinking. Maybe he needed time. Maybe he'd call tomorrow. But as the hours stretched into a full day and then into two, a familiar ache crept in. The kind that whispered, you moved too fast. You should have listened instead of reacting. You blew it. She curled up on the couch, knees to her chest, replaying that night in her mind. The name he whispered, the fury in her chest, the way she packed her bags like her body moved without her mind. No warning, no space for a lie, no room for an explanation. Now she wondered, what if there was one? What if it wasn't what it seemed? Tears welled in her eyes and she wiped them away before they fell. Because no one knew she was struggling, not even her sister. To the outside world, she was glowing, reclaiming herself, posting affirmations and pictures of joy. But inside, she was unraveling in silence. Every day without his voice chipped away at her confidence. What if I misunderstood? What if I gave up too easily? What if I was the reason this ended? And that was the hardest part. Not the betrayal, not the silence, but the not knowing. Not knowing if he still loved her, not knowing if he hated her, not knowing if her decision to walk away was a mistake. She buried her face in her hands and sobbed quietly, the kind of tears cried when no one is looking, the kind that feel too shameful to speak out loud. She didn't know if she wanted him back. She just wanted to understand. And that's what hurt the most, because she reached out. She opened the door, and all she got in return was nothing. Nessa hadn't eaten all day. There was food in the fridge. She had even meal prepped like she always did on Sundays, but nothing tasted right. Nothing felt right. She kept checking her phone like it was broken, like maybe a message had slipped through. Maybe it didn't deliver. Maybe, always maybe. By day 4, the silence started speaking louder than any text ever could. She sat on the floor of her bedroom, surrounded by a half opened box of yarn and crochet needles she couldn't bring herself to touch. The things that used to calm her now just reminded her of him, of how well he knew her, of how much attention he paid, of how easy it had been to fall in love. Was it too easy? Did I imagine it all? She started scrolling through old pictures on her phone, their birthdays, that weekend trip to Charleston, that video of him dancing horribly in the kitchen while she cooked just to make her laugh. She smiled, then cried, then got angry at herself for crying. Why did I reach out first? Why did I even care? Her mind kept swinging between the truth and the fantasy, between he hurt me and maybe I hurt him first, between he should have chased me and maybe I was too cold. By nightfall, she was pacing her living room in circles, mumbling to herself. Maybe I was dramatic. I could have let him explain. What if I shut the door too fast? She grabbed her phone, typed out a message, deleted it, typed it again, deleted it again. She couldn't even trust her own thoughts anymore. And that's what broke her. Not the silence, not the heartbreak, but the fact that she didn't know what was real anymore. Her trust in herself, shaky. Her grip on the truth, fading. Her dignity, feeling like it was hanging by a thread she had crocheted herself. And just like that, she collapsed on the couch, clutching a pillow to her chest like it could hold her together. She didn't cry this time. The tears had dried up. All that remained was the ache. That awful, heavy ache of feeling like maybe she was the one who ruined it. Like maybe she was too much, too guarded, too hard to love. Rock bottom wasn't loud. It was quiet. It was cold. It was this moment where she didn't even know what to feel anymore. Nessa wasn't herself. She hadn't been for weeks. Her twist out was overdue. Her skin was dull. Her inbox at work was overflowing with unanswered emails. And for the first time in a long time, she didn't care. She stopped worrying. her signature lip gloss, stopped her midweek coffee runs, stopped dressing up even a little for work Zoom calls. She barely spoke to anyone unless she had to. Her phone stayed on Do Not Disturb. Even her sister backed off, assuming Nessa just needed time to grieve. People whispered. They figured it was the breakup. The engagement that ended with no details. The girl who used to radiate peace and purpose, now flickering like a dim light. So, one Saturday afternoon, without warning, her girl showed up. Ashlyn, Lex, Bree, loud, uninvited, but determined. Her sister banged on the door like she had a warrant. Nessa, I swear, if you don't open this door, I'm picking the lock with a bobby pin. Lex chimed in from behind her. And don't test her, she's done it before. Nessa opened the door, hoodie on, bonnet crooked, eyes tired. Hey, she said weakly. All three women stared. Ashlyn blinked. Girl, when was the last time you saw sunlight? Nessa cracked a half smile. I go to the mailbox. Not what I meant. Before she could protest, they were inside, pulling out outfits, grabbing makeup bags, ignoring her weak objections. Get dressed, Bree said. We're going out. Just a little vibe, nothing crazy. We miss you. Nessa sighed. Not really in the mood. Lex touched her arm gently. Then we'll bring the mood to you, but you're coming. An hour later, she was sitting in a small lounge with neon lights and soulful R&B in the background, sipping a drink she didn't ask for but was grateful to hold. That's when she saw him. He wasn't flashy, but he had that energy, calm, confident, intentional. The kind of presence that made the room lean in without knowing why. He walked past, did a double take, then came back. Excuse me, he said with a smile that didn't try too hard. I hope this isn't too forward, but I noticed you from across the room. You have this stillness about you. Stillness. The very thing she felt was swallowing her whole, yet to him, it looked like peace. She tilted her head, intrigued. Stillness? He nodded. Like, your energy doesn't need the room's permission to be present. It's rare. Nessa blinked, a little stunned. That's different. I'm Nessa. Jordan, he said, extending his hand. I'm not trying to disrupt your night, but I'd love to take you to dinner sometime. Just us. No noise. Her friends behind her were practically holding their breath. Nessa felt their eyes, felt the world tilt a little beneath her. She looked at him. His smile was kind. His eyes were honest. And for a moment, she felt seen. Really seen. And though her heart was still tangled in silence and grief, she said, Okay, I like that. Marcus was doing his usual late night scroll. He didn't like her photos anymore. He couldn't break no contact, but he damn sure stayed lurking. He hit her Instagram. New post. A picture of Nessa and her sister at some lounge, smiling, glowing, carefree. It took all of 2 seconds for him to zoom in. That's when he saw him. Some dude in the blurred background leaning in close, laughing, his hand just barely grazing Nessa's chair. Marcus' stomach dropped. He blinked, zoomed again. looked at the guy's posture, the way Nessa wasn't even looking back, like she was unbothered. Unbothered. Hell no. Green recorded the story and immediately called Daryl. Yo! Daryl sounded half asleep. What's up? I think she's talking to somebody, Marcus said, his voice low but tight, panic tucked behind fake calm. Who? Look at her sister's story. Dude in the background. Y'all close and comfortable. Daryl yawned, not impressed. Well, it's just a dude. Could be a friend. Could be the waiter. Waiters don't lean in like that. Marcus snapped. And Nessa don't be posting no randoms. So what? You think she already moved on? Daryl scoffed. This strategy is foolproof, bro. She's still in the spiral. You gave her silence. She's feeling the absence. Marcus was quiet. Daryl continued. Even if she is chilling with dude, it ain't serious. She's just trying to numb herself from the pain. That's all. She'll come back around. Trust me. Marcus rubbed his forehead. I know, he muttered. She ain't sleeping with nobody. Not this soon. Nessa don't move like that. Exactly, Daryl said. She's not built like that. She's still hurt. You still in control. But something inside Marcus shifted. For the first time, he wasn't sure. Not about the game, not about Daryl, about her. Because in that photo, blurry or not, she didn't look hurt. She looked like she might actually be okay. And that terrified him. Because if she wasn't spiraling, if she wasn't lost without him, then maybe he really did lose her. Nessa sat at the edge of the couch in Gina's apartment, her untouched glass of wine sweating on the coffee table. Lex was sprawled across the floor, flipping through a magazine without actually reading it. You've been quiet all night, Lex finally said. What's going on? Nessa shrugged, trying to play it off. Nothing. Just tired. Girl, you're not tired, Ashlyn said. You're tired of pretending. Nessa gave a half smile and looked down at her hands. It's Marcus. Both women exhaled at the same time, like they'd been holding it in for weeks. What about him? Ashlyn asked gently. Nessa hesitated. I reached out, asked him if he'd wanted to talk, and he didn't respond at all. Lex sat up. Wait, he ignored you? Yep. Nessa nodded. No call, no text, nothing. Ashlyn tilted her head. How many times did you reach out? Nessa hesitated. A few. Lex raised an eyebrow. Nessa groaned. Okay, like 6, 7. But it wasn't all at once. I thought he needed time at first. Then I thought maybe he didn't get it. Then I thought maybe he just needed to hear me say I was sorry. Both women stared at her. Lex shook her head slowly. Girl. Ashlyn sighed. Oh no. He's running game. What? No. Nessa frowned. He's just hurt. Probably thinks I abandoned him. He's not hurt, Lex said flatly. He's calculating. That man is doing something called no contact. Look it up. It's a manipulation strategy to make you chase him. Hard to get 101, her sister added. They ignore you until you spiral. They feed off your energy, your attempts, your guilt. Nessa looked stunned. So you're saying he's doing this on purpose? Yes, they said in unison. She slumped back against the couch, overwhelmed. But I didn't know. I didn't know that's what he was doing. I thought maybe he just needed time to heal. I, I thought I hurt him. Lex looked at her, soft but firm. You did what any woman with a heart would do. Try to fix it. But he's using your compassion to keep control. Ashlyn picked up Nessa's phone. It's time. For what? Nessa asked. To block him. What? No. Nessa sat up. That feels petty. It's not petty, Lex said. It's necessary. As long as he can still see your stories, still check your page, still feel you wanting him, he has power. I don't want power, Nessa said quietly. I just want to move on. Ashlyn met her eyes. Then blocking him is the first step. Not revenge. For peace. For you. Nessa stared at her phone. Her thumb hovered. And then, tap. Block. 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 Instagram. Text. Phone. Facebook. Everything. She dropped the phone on the table and exhaled like she'd been holding her breath for weeks. I don't feel powerful, she whispered. You're not supposed to, Ashlyn said. You're supposed to feel free. Nessa hadn't felt like this in years. Not anxious, not confused, not trying to decode mixed signals or replay old wounds. Just at peace. The sun hit differently these days, warm instead of heavy. Her laugh came easier. Her sleep was deeper. The weight she used to carry, the second guessing, the aching silence that haunted her after Marcus went ghost, gone. She stood barefoot in the kitchen of her new apartment. Their new apartment, stirring almond milk into her coffee while Jordan wrapped his arms around her waist from behind. You always make the best coffee, he murmured, kissing her shoulder. She smiled. You say that like I didn't show you how to make it last week. Yeah, but it tastes better when it comes from your hands. He kissed her again, gentle, uncomplicated. They'd only been back in the city for a few weeks. Jordan had gotten a job opportunity he couldn't pass up, ironically in the same city Marcus lived in. Nessa hesitated at first, but something about the move felt symbolic. Like she wasn't running anymore. She was reclaiming space, rewriting the story. This time, not as the girl who lost herself loving the wrong man, but the woman who found herself being loved the right way. Jordan was everything she hadn't realized she needed. Consistent, communicative, emotionally available. He didn't make her beg for reassurance. He gave it freely. He didn't disappear when she was vulnerable. He leaned in. He didn't make her guess where she stood. He told her daily. And she believed him because his love didn't come with confusion or games. It came with clarity, with presence, with safety. Jordan stepped back and grabbed his keys from the counter. You good for dinner at 7? Mm-hmm. I'll be dressed. Don't forget that red dress I like. She rolled her eyes with a grin. We'll see. As he walked out the door, she looked around the apartment. It wasn't just a space. It was a new beginning. No ghosts. No games. No guilt. Just her. Her heart. And a love that didn't make her question if she was too much or not enough. She was happy. And the best part, it didn't come from a man who played chess with her emotions. It came from a man who saw her clearly and simply chose her. Marcus paced his office like a man possessed, phone pressed to his ear, jaw locked. The Instagram block, the silence, and then the final blow. His mom casually talking on speakerphone with Nessa's mom while she assisted the staff with decor for the next event. Yeah, girl, the event is Saturday. Nessa's hosting it with her boyfriend. Oh, girl, he's so sweet. Clean cut, respectful, has a real job. They just moved back, you know? That was all he needed to hear. He dialed Daryl with shaking hands. Yo, Daryl answered. You good? No, nigga, I'm not, Marcus snapped. She moved on. She's hosting some event downtown with a whole new dude. My girl, bro. My fiance. Daryl paused. I breathe. No, I should have never listened to your dumb ass, Marcus barked. All this no contact, all this strategy wasn't no strategy. It was sabotage. She just bluffing, man. Trying to get a rise out of. Marcus laughed, bitter and cold. Bluff. You think this is a bluff? She blocked me. Not ignored. Not muted. Blocked. And now she got a whole new nigga. She ain't bluffing. She's done. Daryl stayed quiet. Marcus kept going. You told me to wait. You told me this plan was foolproof. But I was sitting here feeding off silence while she was learning how to be loved the right way by somebody else. Bro. No, fuck that, Daryl. I ain't about to be some cautionary tale you use to boost your ego. I'm not losing the best thing that ever happened to me to a man who just showed up. Marcus, if you go now, you lose all the power you earned. She'll see right through it. I don't give a fuck about power anymore, Marcus growled. This ain't a game. This is my life. And I'm done being a player in a game that cost me my future. Don't do it. I'm getting my woman back. I don't care if I gotta stand in front of her whole family and cry like Tyrese on Instagram. She's gonna know how I feel tonight. Marcus hung up. No hesitation. No more moves. No more silence. He grabbed his keys and his hoodie. Because if Nessa was gonna see him again, she was gonna see the real him. Not the one Daryl coached. Not the one that played the waiting game. Just the man who finally realized he lost. And the only thing left to do was fight. The bedroom was dim, lit only by the soft glow of the bedside lamp. Jordan lay against the headboard, one arm behind his head, the other resting gently on Nessa's thigh as she sat at the edge of the bed, scrolling through her phone in silence. She wasn't reading. She was thinking. Nessa set the phone down slowly. My mom called, she said quietly. Jordan looked over from the couch, eyes warm but alert. Yeah. She said Marcus has been asking about me, trying to get tickets to my event. Even lied and told people I invited him, just left the address out. Jordan scoffed. Thought dude ghosted you after y'all broke up. He did. So why now? Nessa shrugged. I blocked him after Gina, Lex, and Ashlyn told me he was pulling that no contact stunt, trying to manipulate me into missing him or something. Jordan's jaw clenched slightly. Wow, he's one of those. She nodded. Yeah, and I don't play games like that. I'm too genuine for that kind of nonsense, especially with someone who doesn't even love himself. Jordan leaned back, shaking his head. So what? He's trying to spin the block and act like he still got pull? Basically. You want me there? He asked, shifting in his seat, in case he tries to pull anything slick. Nessa looked up at him. I want you there, but I can handle him. He searched her face carefully. You sure you feel safe? She paused for a moment, then nodded. It's not about fear. I just have some things I need to say out loud to his face. The air between them shifted, quiet, but charged. Jordan leaned forward, elbows on his knees. Say the word, and I'm there. Silent. If he even breathes wrong, I got you. But this is your space, your moment. You lead. I'm just back up. Nessa smiled faintly, her fingers brushing the edge of the comforter. I'm not scared of Marcus. Not anymore. I've outgrown the version of me that needed his attention to feel worthy. Jordan reached over, kissed the back of her hand gently, and met her gaze. Then I'm with you and behind you. She leaned into his chest, his arms wrapping around her without hesitation. And in that stillness, her head resting against a man who never made her question her worth, Nessa didn't feel fear. She felt ready, not for the drama, not for revenge, just for closure, truth, and, finally, peace. Nessa arrived early with Jordan to the venue to finalize the details. Approve centerpieces, handle vendor payments, and greet guests, many of whom had followed her creative journey online from day one. With her talent spanning design, coaching, and branding, she had become more than just a creative. She was a guide, a force, someone others admired for how she moved, intentional, polished, and powerful. Jordan remained in the background, composed and observant, syncing with security to ensure everything went smoothly. His presence had always been calming, solid, especially compared to Marcus, whose love had always felt like a moving target, scattered, distracted, chaotic. As Nessa stood at the front of the room reviewing her speaking notes, one of the guards muttered something into Jordan's earpiece. Man approaching her now, kind of close. Jordan tensed slightly, ready to step in, but before he could, Nesta raised her hand gently, signaling him to stand down. She already knew who it was. She felt him before she saw him. Marcus. He walked toward her with hesitation, every step laced with uncertainty. He didn't move like someone confident in his purpose. He moved like someone bracing for impact. Her plan had been clear. Tell him off. Give the monologue she'd rehearsed endlessly in her head. But when their eyes finally met, the anger she had clung to melted into something else. Empathy. Maybe even pity. Hey, Marcus said, hands on his hips, voice low. Hey, she replied, her tone quiet and sincere, but undeniably distant. I heard your boy over there trying to cut a nigga down, he said, chuckling softly, trying to keep things light, trying to fall into old rhythms. But Nessa didn't budge. Her silence held weight. And Marcus felt it. The look she gave him. The one that cut past every defense, every excuse, every performance. It was a look that said, I see you. You? She finally said, a small smirk tugging at her lips. You're harmless. She waved off security with a gentle gesture, but her eyes, they were sad, tired. Marcus lowered his head. After all the harm I caused, I don't know if that's the right word to use. A pause stretched between them, long, fragile, heavy with things unsaid. Then Nessa stepped forward and broke the silence. What did you get out of this, Marmar? Her voice shifted, tender and intimate, almost maternal. Only she had ever called him that. Marmar. The nickname hit him in the chest. He looked like he might fall apart just hearing it. You did all this. She gestured toward the phone half tucked in his pocket. Just to have what? Control? Power? The upper hand? I just wanted you to come back. He admitted. I knew I messed up. And how else could I get a second chance without gaining control? She interrupted gently, her voice not accusatory, but curious, wanting to understand, even though she already did. Marcus hesitated. Before he could respond, she cut him off again. Daryl told me that. Daryl told you, she repeated, her calm slipping. Daryl. The same Daryl you said was too dumb to pick a partner for his own dog. You took his advice about us. She didn't raise her voice. She didn't have to. The fire behind her eyes said it all. Controlled, measured, devastating. I had to do something, Marcus insisted. I didn't want to lose you. He stepped in closer, but Nessa backed away, both palms up like a barrier. And that was the best move you could make? Her voice trembled now, cracked by disbelief. I feel sorry for you. She turned her head away, curls falling over her shoulder in a familiar, involuntary motion, one she hadn't outgrown. Marcus stared, heart breaking all over again. It was stupid, he admitted. It was all I could think of. But I've been working on myself, trying to fix it. I know how you feel about games. Yes, she snapped, her voice slicing through the air. Games are for people who can't handle vulnerability. You manipulate emotions to avoid your own. But in the end, Marcus, who really wants you? The question stunned him. It cracked something in him wide open. Nessa stepped forward again, this time her voice lowering into a venom-laced whisper. Who really fucks with you? She asked. You don't believe anyone would love you without your strategies. You hold on to control because you think it's the only thing that keeps you from being alone. But you don't know how to love. Not really. Not without trying to own someone. He couldn't respond. Couldn't even look at her. His fingers fidgeted with a piece of folded paper in his pocket. An old ticket stub, maybe. A relic of a better time. Now, just trash. Lifting his eyes, tears fell freely down his face. But I've changed, he whispered. I swear I have. I've been thinking, doing the work, trying to make it right. No, she said, voice like a blade. You've been strategizing. And that's not the same thing. She took a step back, composed herself. There's no way to make this right. You got caught cheating. Then you tried to manipulate me back. And you lost. Because the one thing you really wanted, she pointed to her chest, you'll never have again. Marcus looked like he'd just been struck. And the sick part, she added, stepping in with one last blow. You had it. You had everything. And you got greedy. Now you get nothing. Her words dropped like stones into a still pond. No yelling, no chaos, just ripples of truth too heavy to ignore. She drew in a breath and her tone softened. Not forgiving, but final. I still want more for you, Marmar. I really do. Even if it's not with me. Go to counseling. Heal. Move on. No more games. Just be real. For once in your life. She reached out and brushed his shoulder softly, like wiping away dust or guilt. Then she walked past him, her scent lingering, her footsteps fading. Marcus stood there in the middle of it all, wrecked and deserving every word. Marcus stood still, rooted to the spot, even after Nessa walked away. She didn't yell. She didn't throw a drink in his face. She didn't call him names. She did something far worse. She saw him. And then she walked away for good. His fingers curled around the folded ticket stub in his pocket. Their last concert together. He had kept it, thinking maybe, just maybe, he could use it one day to show her that he remembered the little things. But even now, it felt like a receipt for something he could never return to. Behind him, Jordan approached without a word, placing a steady hand on Marcus's shoulder. The touch grounded him, brought him back from the fog of his thoughts. Man to man, Justin said, calm but firm. The only competitive advantage you get in a relationship is love, vulnerability. Control might win you the moment, but love? He nodded toward Nessa. Love don't expire. Then, with a respectful smile, Jordan walked over and kissed Nessa's cheek before disappearing into the back. Marcus wiped his face roughly, jaw locked tight. Punk, he muttered under his breath. But the truth of it, the weight of it, settled like bricks on his chest. He had played all the right moves, pulled the strings, set the traps, calculated her reactions like numbers on a spreadsheet. But love wasn't something to outwit. It wasn't a win. It was a surrender. And now that he finally understood that, he also understood this. He lost her the moment he started playing games with her heart. He turned toward the exit, his steps heavy but no longer aimless. It was over. But the lesson had just begun. Marcus sat on the back porch of his childhood home, nursing a glass of bourbon that had long gone warm. His phone sat untouched on the table. No texts, no notifications, no Nessa, no Connie, just his tipsy thoughts and the sound of his finger tapping the side of the glass. His father stepped outside moments later, settling into the creaky wooden chair beside him. The older man looked calmer than usual, wiser, softened by the years of hard lessons. Your mom told me you've been out here a while, his father said quietly. You look like hell. Marcus gave a weak chuckle. Feel even worse. They sat in silence for a beat before his father spoke again, his voice low but steady. So, what happened with Nessa? Marcus exhaled deeply, voice thick. I lost her. Again. Playing a game. I thought that if I controlled the pieces, I could win her back. But she saw through it. His father nodded slowly, eyes trained on the fading light stretching across the yard. With women like Nessa, they love for real. They feel deep. You try to play them, you'll lose a winning hand. Marcus shook his head, wiping at his face, his tears angry and bitter. You're right. Damn. I had her heart. All I had to do was take care of it. Instead, I treated her like a strategy. His father leaned back with a quiet sigh, his voice low but steady. I used to be like that. Cold, calculated, treated your mother the same way. Silent, controlling, thought that's what being a man meant. He turned, locking eyes with Marcus. But being a man don't give you license to be cold and controlling. Once a woman gives you her heart, you gotta soften up, or you lose it. Marcus swallowed hard, the truth burning its way down. He looked away, then looked back again, eyes wet, heart wrecked. Your mom stayed because I changed. I had to learn the hard way after she moved out. Had to face myself. I stopped trying to own her. Stopped trying to win every fight. I started showing up and being vulnerable. His father's eyes glistened just a little. It wasn't easy, but it saved us. Marcus shook his head slowly, voice low. I know love isn't a game, but I don't know any other way to see it. If I can't strategize my way into her heart, how else do I get there? His father let out a quiet sigh, a knowing one, then looked him square in the eyes. You earn it, son. You show up. You be honest. You be real. You don't scheme your way into a woman's heart. You walk in with your chest open, even if it might get broken. He gripped Marcus's shoulder with a firm hand. You still got a chance to be that man, but you gotta unlearn the cold to feel the warmth. Be soft. Be open. Feel the pain. Cry if you need to, because the next time, he paused, voice sharp now. You won't be trying to control love. You'll know how to give it, and that's the only way to keep it. Marcus looked up at the sky, his chest tight, throat burning. His father's words didn't just settle in, they carved a place inside him. For the first time, he didn't want to be the player, didn't want to win, didn't want control. He just wanted to love right. And now he knew. Game's in. Love doesn't. Unless you play it wrong. Checkmate.
I wanna take it back, but I can't. I wanna leave it behind, but I can't. It's not easy to love it, darling. It's not easy to love it, darling. I should've left you in the moment. I should've told you all the problems. It's not easy to love you, baby. It's not easy to love you, baby. It's not easy to love you, baby. You just run, you don't talking. Don't wanna be behind you, baby. Behind you, baby. Let it go, let it go, let it fly. It's not love, it's not love, it's not the time. Let it go, let it go, let it fly. It's not love, it's not love, it's not love.
The line clicked. Then the host spoke. And her words sent a chill through India's entire being. You are stuck in a wrong turn, but God doesn't want you to find the road back just yet. There will be a collision, and He needs you there for now. There was a pause, a deep inhale. Then, I urge you not to turn around. Continue the road you've been driving. The divine route will make sense later. Goodbye. Click. Silence. Then, faintly, she heard the host whisper to her team. That was intense. That was the first time I envisioned a death. I need a minute. They just stood there, wrapped in a strange sort of calm, as his hands wrapped around her waist and hers around his shoulders, staring intensely into each other's eyes as if love had wrapped around them tightly and refused to let go. It's like biting into something sweet but tasting bitterness. Like standing in the sunlight without feeling its warmth. Like driving fast, foot on the gas, but never breaking 50. That's life without your soulmate. It may still move, but it doesn't move right. It plays, but it's offbeat. You don't always know what's missing, though, only that something is. And after a while, you settle for bitterness, convincing yourself it's tasty. India had lived in that hollow rhythm so long, it seemed like the part of her that once danced to it had died. This morning, she woke before the sun, as usual, jasmine tea in hand. She stepped onto the balcony to greet the dawn, watering her plants with a quiet grace. She bathed in golden rays as she showered, meditating on all she was still grateful for. 2 hours later, like clockwork, Greg rose at 8. He made breakfast, helped get the kids dressed, played his part in their tightly choreographed family routine. But in the bustle of kids and breakfast, they missed each other. It was always moving, performing, but no feeling. Not a glance, not a brush of skin, not a wink or a playful slap on the butt, not even a good morning. As they were heading out, India stopped him. She reached for his arm gently, grounding him in place, trying to pull him into her presence. She looked into his eyes and found the same thing she always did: cold, detached emptiness. Still, she offered her warmth, hoping something would spark. "Hope to see you tonight," she said softly, rubbing the inside of his forearm. Her eyes searched his face, clinging to some sliver of tenderness. Greg shifted, avoiding the pull of her gaze. "You know I don't bother with that stuff," he mumbled, eyes already drifting past her. "Just once," she whispered, barely audible. "I wrote a piece about us. I'd love for you to hear it." "I've got a lot of work to finish, India." Her grip tightened, just slightly, eyes shimmering. "Just once." Her plea hung between them like an unfinished lyric. Greg finally met her eyes and tried to return a hint of her warmth. It wasn't even half of what she needed, but it was more than he usually gave, so she accepted it. "I'll try," he offered, brushing a loose lock from her face and stroking her cheek. She smiled, because in that moment she saw a flicker of the man she married, the one who used to notice her warmth, the man who could let himself fall into that warmth occasionally. She prayed this version would stay. And for a fleeting second, she felt happy. Happier than she'd been in a long time. But Greg and India had the kind of love that looked good only on paper. House? Check. Kids? Check. Degrees? Businesses? Stability? Check, check, check. But all those check marks only filled the boxes. They never touched the soul. Because even with all that, she could still feel Greg merely tolerating her. She saw it in his eyes at the kids' birthday parties, in his body language during every anniversary dinner, in the way he refused to write wedding vows, as if love were just a contract to be signed. But India was a lover of love, a collector of moments, a woman who needed more than just presence. She craved connection, words, depth, softness, fire. She wanted a love that didn't just exist, but lived, breathed, danced, listened. Greg never understood that part of her. To him, poetry was a hobby, a distraction. He'd say, focus on what pays the bills. He didn't bother to read her poems, didn't ask about the sacred metaphors that bled from her chest onto the page, didn't recognize that the love in those verses was the same love she had once tried, desperately, to pour into him. India wanted him to see her fire, the part of her that burned with feeling, the part that once burned for him. But he never paid attention, never noticed when the flame started dying. That was her first sign they were no longer aligned. Despite the flame in her marriage dying, India kept writing, kept showing up, even when her passion felt like a secret affair, one that allowed her to escape from the cold silence inside her own home. Because something inside her refused to settle for a life void of feeling, emotional depth, passion. And she didn't even realize how deeply she needed to be seen as a poet, as a lover, as the other half of a sacred puzzle until she met Jante. The theater hums with quiet conversation and the scent of sticky eucalyptus and sunflowers. Dim lights cast a golden hue across exposed brick walls, aged wood beams, and lush velvet curtains. The decor is far from polished, but it breathes history and poetry. Jante leans back in his seat, one arm stretched across the back of the chair beside him. He came to support a friend performing spoken word tonight, but he's barely listening to the man on stage because he senses her before he sees her. A bright spirit in need of light. Third row, center aisle. Skin like burnt honey, curls gathered high and wild. She's sitting with perfect posture, but something's off. Her face is beautiful, but tired. Bright, but dim. The kind of spirit that spent a lifetime living in the shadows of people far less talented. People who feared her shine, so they taught her to fear it as well. Her energy is drained from fighting. Her soul carries fears and traumas that were never hers to bear. She is love and art personified. But she's been handled by filthy hands that didn't know her value. She's surrounded by people, yet she looks completely alone. Like her body's here, but her mind is somewhere far away. Jante tilts his head, studies her. He doesn't know her name, but something about her feels like deja vu, the kind that brings dreams that could have been memories. And then he hears it. Next up, India Coll. She stands, their eyes lock, not for long, a second too short to mean something, a second too long to mean nothing. She walks to the stage in slow, intentional steps. The crowd claps, but Jante barely hears it. His world narrows to the sound of her boots on wooden floorboards. India steps to the mic, clears her throat, looks out at the crowd, but not at him. Still, he leans in, like she's speaking only to him. And then she begins. Hoped you'd show, just for one night. No need for grand or perfect scenes. Just you and all the space between. I light the room. I pour the wine. I smile like everything's just fine. But silence sits across from me. Your absence, loud as it can be. I don't want much. Not diamond rings, just tenderness and little things. Your eyes on mine, a touch, a glance, a moment where I stand a chance. Would you have noticed if I cried? Or sensed a part of me that died? I don't need vows or skies blue. Just want you to notice. I notice you. Jante exhales slowly. He hadn't even realized he was holding his breath. Because now, he knows two things. Her name is India. And, whatever this feeling is, it's as sacred as the ancestors' unspoken prayers. India walks off stage. Her piece lingers in the air like incense. Slow, sacred, unforgettable. Jante watches her disappear behind the curtain, and something in him stirs. He hadn't planned to perform tonight. He didn't even bring anything written. But something about her made his heart pick up a pen. The host returns to the stage. We got room for one more, if anybody's feeling brave tonight. Jante stands. No announcement. No hesitation. Just motion. Like the mic had always been his. Like this moment was pre-written in someone's journal entry. India returned to the audience, sitting in the crowd, and she catches movement out of the corner of her eye. Her tired gaze lifts and widens. It's him. The man who looked at her like she wasn't just seen, but understood. He steps to the mic, adjusts it, doesn't clear his throat, doesn't need to. His voice is low, like jazz at midnight, unrehearsed, intimate. I always told myself that if I ever met love, I'd wrap my arms around her and never let go. I'd tell her how treasured she was, how her essence could fill a room like no one else. I promised that if I ever met beauty, I'd treat her right. Take her out, make her laugh, show her that those other men didn't miss her because she wasn't worthy. They missed her because they were blind. I always knew that if I met class, I'd greet her gently, meet her wherever she stood, and kiss her softly, like I was saying grace. So, when she walked on that stage, in a green wrap top and caramel brown pants, carrying all three qualities like they were stitched into her skin, my spirit rose, time stilled, and my soul filled. Because even though she looked sad, even though something in her eyes said she'd been overlooked, underloved, underappreciated, I saw her. So I wrote this to make her smile, to let her know you are treasured. Those other men were blind, and how do you do? India tries not to react, but a slow, soft smile escapes her lips, unguarded and real. Her eyes say, I know you're talking about me. But her body stays still, unsure what to do with this kind of attention. Jante smiles back, not cocky, grateful. He lifts his hand, kisses the air, and blows it softly her way. Smooth. He grabbed a sunflower off the wreath wrapped around the railing and walked over to hand it to India. Bowed, then walked off. Like her smile fixed something broken inside him. Like this moment was enough. They parted ways that night without speaking. Both respected their current situations with their spouses. A silent gaze and a warm smile would be the extent of their soul-charging exchange for tonight. Just for tonight. India arrived home with a sunflower in her hair and the lines of the poem written for her in her heart. This man who knew her all of 15 minutes had acknowledged, processed, and reflected her light back to her in ways her own husband had never even attempted to. She felt seen, but she knew this could be a slippery slope. She wanted to fight for her marriage, and no stranger was going to change that. But she could enjoy the fantasy innocently, right? Just as she began to savor the sweetness of the moment, Greg opened the door to let her in. Didn't even bother to offer an explanation as to why he didn't show up to her showcase. Just opened the door and walked away. She followed him into the bedroom quietly so she didn't wake the kids. "What happened to you tonight?" she asked as she began undressing. Greg tossed his hands up in the air and blew air out of his mouth aggressively. Frustrated, she even questioned him. "I know you have a lot going on, but I need you to try to show up. Be present, somehow. I'm losing hope," she said as he lay in bed and leaned against the headboard, hands clasped tightly as he focused intensely on the bra she tossed on the floor. "I don't know what you want from me," he replied, eyebrow arched, head tilted. "I don't do smoke-filled theaters and rooms filled with hippies dressed like Harry Potter characters. India, that's your thing," he said coldly, not even meeting her eyes. He had been honest about his disdain for artists and deep fillers. They annoyed him, plain and simple. But she was both, and she was also his wife. That meant she was different, right? In this moment, she wasn't so sure. "That's horribly offensive," she said, chuckling uncomfortably at his incredibly insensitive joke she wasn't even sure was even a joke. "I'm just asking you to be there for me, your wife, your partner," she said, kneeling beside the bed, holding his hand to her chest. "Your friend," she pleaded, searching his eyes as she always did, but as always, there was nothing there. "As my spouse, partner, and friend, I need you to understand that I can't be in those places with those people." "Even if your wife is one of them?" she asked, hoping to elicit a warmer response by softening the topic. "Even if my wife is one of them," he said so sternly. End of topic. There was no stretching for him, and there never was. India had always been a creative, a writer, a poet, and a deep filler. But Greg only approved of her utilizing her talents if she wrote for $1 million TV show. She had initially put her passion for writing aside for her career and their family. Even though she dimmed her creative light for him because it made him uncomfortable when she talked in big circles about art and the patterns of words and concepts she could pen in her poetry. A year after their youngest started school, she felt numb. She was making a lot of money, but her heart for creating was only pumping cash. She needed to feel something real, loud, and raw, so she started going to poetry nights to get her fix. The environment brought her back to life, and she wanted Greg to see that. She needed him to see how alive she felt on the stage, but she had no plans to stop just because he was uncomfortable with her talents and the spaces that helped her shape her creative gifts. And nights like that night, where her pleas fell on deaf ears, made her realize that she would never receive her husband's support. How could you face a truth so cold without resenting your partner? But India was a woman of values and morals, so she continued to honor her vows and the men she made them to, hoping that love would change his mind. But honestly, the stranger's words were on her mind. She heard him loudly every time she took her dawn showers. She'd hear him as the water soothed the aching of her failing marriage, saying, because even though she looked sad, even though something in her eyes said she'd been overlooked, underloved, underappreciated, I saw her. He saw her. There was something in his gaze that said he meant every word. She never felt so acknowledged as she did in that moment. But he was just a stranger. And if he knew, truly knew her, he'd probably run for the hills. So she moved on with her life, working, kids, marital obligations. But to tell the truth, ever since that day, for India, nothing was ever the same again. Jante had a long flight to catch back home after the open mic night at Grand Lyric Theater. He was in town on business, overseeing a short term project, and had a few hours to return home and relieve his longtime girlfriend of their 8-year-old daughter. He had a good time during his visit to his hometown. He got to visit his parents, eat at restaurants he frequented as a teen, met up with friends, and even got to see a friend he met in a Facebook group perform. Of all the things he got to do that filled him with joy, meeting India seemed to be at the top of his list. This seemed strange because she was a stranger. A beautiful stranger, but a stranger still. Something about her lit up the old, dim, and dusty theater, and a small portion of his life. Seeing her sadness did something to him. It was like seeing a valuable diamond on the ground covered in dirt. But knowing his poem made her smile, made her happy, even in the tiniest way, made him happier than anything else ever could. As he arrived home, his girlfriend greeted him at the door as she always did. "How was your flight, my love?" she said, closing the door with her foot and enveloping him into a sweet kiss as she caressed his thick locks. "It was long," he said, exhaling and rubbing the small of her back. Chantel kissed Jante intimately, alternating between sucking on his bottom and top lip as she rubbed her nose with his. Eskimo kisses is what she liked to call them. Her affectionate nature made Jante feel desired, but there were other things he needed too. "Don't you have to get to work?" he asked in between kisses. "It can wait," she said, removing her top slowly, then undoing her bra as she reached into his pants. She grabbed him in a demanding manner, like she owned him. He hated when she did that. She tried massaging him as she pressed herself onto him, forced his hand onto her chest, made him squeeze her as she tried to awaken him. But just as he started to feel himself rise, Rennie, their 8-year-old, ran into the room. "Daddy's back," she said. "Rennie, baby," she said impatiently. "What did Mommy tell you about coming into rooms without permission?" "Hey, Chantel, she... Stay out of it, Jante," she snapped. "Go back into the room until I tell you to come out," she said. But Jante wasn't having it. He grabbed Rennie and embraced her. "She just happy to see her daddy," he said, kissing her forehead. "Juice?" Rennie asked her dad as she fidgeted with his locks. "Of course," he said as he walked into the kitchen with her. Just as he sat her down on the counter and opened the refrigerator, he heard the front door slam violently. Jante didn't feel bad. His lover only ever wanted to be lovers, but she neglected the other parts of their relationship most of the time. She never truly even looked at him unless he was inside of her. This topic had been the center of many heated arguments. Jante felt his head begin to ache as he thought of the possibility of another heated exchange once Chantel returned home. He felt the pressure building in his chest from all the mean things he just knew she would say. Punishment for him refusing her sexual advances. She got mean when she didn't get her way. Downright verbally abusive. Jante started to think about their last heated exchange. How they yelled so loud that Rennie hid from them. She hid so long, they thought she had left and called the cops, only to find her hidden behind old suitcases in their bedroom closet. She told them she was afraid of the scary words they used against each other, how it made her feel afraid to look at them in that state of anger. After that day, he promised to never let that happen in front of Rennie again, but he was tired of always having to bend for her. She had committed a lot of deal breakers in their relationship, but The words hurt worse than anything she could ever do. Seeing their daughter so affected hurt worser than the ugly words that cut him deep. He took out his phone and did what he always did. I'll make it up to you later. He sent this text with the gif of a man winking. Even though he had pushed his pride to the side to make amends, she left him on red all day. He called her 2 hours before her scheduled shift in time, the time she usually took a break, but she didn't answer. Damn, he mumbled, already bracing for the hostility she would bring home with her. No bad words, Rennie yelled from her bed. In an attempt to get ahead of the situation, he rushed to feed, bathe, and put their 8-year-old daughter to sleep. He ran Chantal a bath, lit candles, and played soft R&B. He set the mood so when she got home, she wouldn't have the time to lash out. She walked in with her heels in one hand, her water bottle in the other, and her purse hanging off her shoulder. She stared at Jonte and gave him that "I know what you're trying to do" look as she set her bag onto the leather couch. She then sat her heels and her water bottle on the bathroom floor and slammed the door. He heard her exhale slowly as she splashed into the warm bath and felt a sense of relief. If he could get her calmed just a little, he could prevent the big blow-up from happening. He went into bed and waited for her to return, but instead, he heard the guest room door close. Jonte felt the relief settle onto him as he sunk deeper into his plush velvet duvet. He knew she was still upset, but his promise to his daughter was kept. For that night, Rennie could feel safe thinking her parents still loved each other. Jonte took out his phone and rewatched clips of the poetry event. His friend sent him clips of the poem he had written for India. It had gone viral. Everyone in the comments was asking if he shot his shot. "I want to know how this ends because that poem?" Fire emoji, one commenter said. Toward the end, the cameraman got a glimpse of the smile India flashed him before it ended, and the smile on her face, a stark contrast to the sad look she walked in with, gave him hope. And ever since that day, for Jonte, nothing was the same. India was full of hope as she did her rounds around the Grand Lyric Theater before the event started. She had taken a job as the director and took it upon herself to revamp the aged theater, not to improve it, but to sharpen the wisdom and history the building offered. Greg had not set foot into the theater and vehemently disagreed with her decision to quit screenwriting to care for a broken-down money pit. His words. But she loved this money pit and refused to part with it. She told him clearly that if he continued to boycott her decision, she would file. So he did his best to pretend to be supportive, did everything short of actually coming to the theater. She desired a spouse who would support her decisions, but she settled for one who would just pretend so that he wouldn't lose her. India had a meeting with her staff for the night, informing them that they had a full house for their poetry jam night. Even had some popular poets signed up to read their pieces for the night. The theater upgrades and frequent events had attracted the attention of some very famous artists and writers. India had invited some of her screenwriting contacts to get some writers' deals on television shows, movies, and even songs for movie soundtracks. She felt good, like she was finally making a difference. The theater started to fill up with artists, supportive family, friends, and agents. India took her place on the stage and introduced herself, introduced the event and the night's beautiful host. She loved opening the show. Seeing all those creatives excited her. She heard the crowd hooting and cheering for her as she stepped off, but she lost her footing as she reached the last step and felt herself slip. Just before she hit the floor, she felt a strong, muscular frame swoop beside her and hold her firmly to ensure she gained her footing. it was him, the man who wrote her the poem. The moment was fuzzy. 1 second she was fighting for her life, heels clicking and tipping, and the next she was in his arms. They just stood there, wrapped in a strange sort of calm, as his hands wrapped around her waist and hers around his shoulders, staring intensely into each other's eyes as if love had wrapped around them tightly and refused to let go. She felt at home. He felt needed. But they were strangers. Strangers committed to others. And the realization sent them flying to the other side of the room, ensuring they stayed far away from each other for the rest of the night. Jante was invited to read his poem, the poem he wrote for her, as the opening act of the show. His poem had gone viral. No matter who shared it, it always got millions of views and thousands of comments. India knew Jante would be trouble, but after seeing the comments, she realized she had underestimated the amount of trouble he could be. They wanted to know if they ever got together, if the woman he wrote the poem for ever gave him a chance, if they would be the next great love story of the internet. India was a woman of value and morals, and her vows meant way more to her than some random man who was good at his craft. They both let the media play with the idea of them potentially getting together, but last she heard, he was in a happy relationship and so was she. This had no chance of ever being anything but a one-time encounter. A beautiful poem that spoke life into her. That's all it would ever be. And she was okay with that. The event went great. There was a vibe that just couldn't be created without the synergy of the perfect artist and the perfect audience. There was a band playing covers of popular R&B songs in the background. No lyrics, no vocals, just the music. There were candles, fresh sunflowers and eucalyptus on the corner tables, and at the entrance, couples were dancing with their significant others in between the poetry readings. This was a place where love thrived, and she wished Greg would have been there for her to dance with. She sat in the audience to enjoy some of the artist's poem before retiring to her office to prepare for the next event. She heard a knock on the door as she prepared to do her final walk around and walked directly into Jante, who was standing at her door. She jumped back faster than he could say hello. "What are you doing here?" she said in a frustrated tone as she fixed her blazer. "I came to say goodnight," he said. His smile was big and bright. "Good night," she said coldly as she walked away, heels clicking faster than her heartbeat. "Chemistry doesn't mean compromise," he said in a calm tone, sensing her hesitation. "What?" she said, turning to meet his gaze. "The poem wasn't for you. It was for me. I wanted to cheer up a beautiful stranger who seemed sad. It did that. That doesn't have to mean anything if you don't want it to," he said, walking toward her. She didn't reply, just stood there, hoping the desire to want it to be more would disintegrate. But you know, this has the potential to be more. People who weren't even there that night felt it. That means you felt it too. "Did you?" she asked, adjusting her handbag from one hand to the other nervously. "I felt something," he said, "but I understand your situation and I respect it." She chuckled lightly, sarcastically. "What is your definition of respect?" she asked jokingly. He chuckled with her. The tension in the moment eased just a little. "I respect your situation and mine. I just don't want to feel like we did something wrong because we had great chemistry. That's not compromising our morals or values. It's respecting our intuition," he said. She caught a whiff of his cologne as his hands gestured between them. He smelled of sweet incense and honey. She got lost in his energy for a moment. That smile, that scent, that face. She had to end the conversation or this conversation would end her. "Thank you for the poem," she said, shaking his hand, "and good night." She then stood back, making it clear she would not continue the conversation. He gave her a nod and stepped back as well. "Good night, India," he said, but neither of them walked away. The line clicked. Then the host spoke, and her words sent a chill through India's entire being. "You are stuck in a wrong turn, but God doesn't want you to find the road back just yet. There will be a collision, and He needs you there for now." There was a pause, a deep inhale. Then, "I urge you not to turn around. Continue the road you've been driving. The divine route will make sense later. Goodbye." Click. Silence. Then, faintly, she heard the host whisper to her team, "That was intense. That was the first time I envisioned a death. I need a minute." India hadn't been sleeping well. Nights now came in long stretches of silence. She'd lie in bed with a candle flickering on the dresser, letting the soft hum of her favorite podcast, The Divine Route, settle over her like a weighted blanket. It didn't heal the ache, but it helped her subdue it temporarily. "Sometimes," the host's voice said gently, "it's not your heart that's broken. It's your spirit, tired of pretending. It doesn't need more." India pressed pause. She sat up, her journal still open in her lap, the poem she'd been trying to write hanging somewhere between her heart and her head. It was about a man she hadn't spoken to in almost a year. A man who looked at her like she was more than just seen, like she was understood. She hadn't told anyone about that night at the Grand Lyric, not even her therapist. It wasn't infidelity, but it wasn't innocent. Her phone buzzed on the couch cushion beside her. "Greg." She stared at the message, chewing the inside of her cheek. He always thought about them, but never enough to change. She locked the screen, reached for the remote, pressed play. Divine interventions feel like chaos when you're addicted to control. But what if the disruption is the first form of direction? Her chest tightened. She closed the journal, blew out the candle, and let the room fall into darkness. Across town, Jante was also awake. He sat on the edge of his bed, elbows resting on his knees, phone screen dim in the soft light. Chantal was asleep behind him, one arm flung across the pillow like a child, clinging to dreams. Her phone buzzed hours ago. She said it was her cousin. But cousins don't call at midnight, and you usually don't arrive home soaked in the smell of their cologne. Not unless they're the wrong kind of cousins. He stood slowly, walking into the kitchen, and poured himself a glass of water. Then he opened his notes app, the one where he wrote poems too raw to share. He stared at the words, saved the draft. Then he opened another. He turned off the jazz, returned to the bed, and stared at the ceiling. India and Jante had done nothing wrong, but they weren't even sure what right meant anymore. India met Greg at the restaurant 30 minutes after their scheduled time. It was raining hard, the kind of rain that swallowed roads whole. Her Uber driver had slowed to avoid collisions, carefully navigating through invisible lanes hidden beneath gallons of water. India's umbrella shielded her from the storm, protecting the effort she had made to glam up for Greg despite the tense state of their marriage. She desired to look good for him. Her auburn locks were curled and pinned up, with a few loose tendrils framing her face. She couldn't stop fidgeting with the one loose curl near her temple as Greg stood to pull out her chair and kissed her softly on the cheek. She held all the cards now, the power to keep her marriage or fold it for good. And that alone made her hands quiver slightly as she lifted the cup of water to her lips, delaying her response to his greeting. "How have you been?" he asked, reaching for the hand that held the glass. It was still damp from condensation. He squeezed it so tight she nearly lost feeling. She looked around the expensive restaurant, distracted by the free-flowing bohemian decor that reminded her of an old jazz club. Greg knew she loved places like this. Did he have a change of heart? She wondered. I've been good, she said finally, returning a light squeeze. Greg searched her eyes intently. She recognized that look. She had given him the same one every morning for years. But now he was looking for the woman he married. And she wasn't sure she could find that woman for him. Not anymore. They sat in silence. Greg stared as if trying to summon the past in her face. She looked back, coldly but patient. It was a strange flip of the script. The tables had turned, and holding the power didn't feel as good as she thought it might. Not for India. The waiter arrived, and India took her time browsing the menu, asking for clarity on different dishes before finally ordering. When the waiter left, Greg reached for her hand again and locked eyes with her. I want you to come home, India, he said softly, eyes misty. India blinked slowly, heart guarded, and waited for him to continue. I've been difficult, I know. You needed my support, and I abandoned you at a time when you needed me the most. I never meant to make you feel tolerated. You're the love of my life. If you come home, I promise there won't be a day where you second guess that again. I swear it, honey. If I come home? She asked, her brow arched so high it nearly kissed her sleek edges. Yes, I need you there. The kids need you there. We're a family, India. Please. He kissed her hand this time. Desperate, tender. And if I don't? She asked, voice still. I'll continue to suffer in silence without the woman who holds the biggest piece of my heart. But will you continue to try? I have been trying. No, you've been trying to get me home. That tells me nothing about the progress you've made to fix things that got us here in the first place. Separated on our anniversary. Her tone was cold, but firm. She needed more than sweet words and sentiments. I've been trying to fix this mess. You leaving widened the gap, made it damn near impossible to fix anything, but I have been trying. His eyes held onto hers, still searching, still lost. India didn't respond. She took a bite of her lobster fettuccine and said, If I wrote a poem for you, would that get you back home? He asked sarcastically. You don't write poems, Greg, she said with a smirk. He pulled a folded sheet of paper from his coat pocket and began reading aloud. Her heart stuttered after the first few lines. They were eerily familiar. I always told myself that if I ever met love, I'd wrap my arms around her and never let go. I'd tell her how treasured she was, how her essence could fill a room like no one else. He continued, reading it all. Once he finished, India sat expressionless. No tears, no words, just silence. Let me show you something else, he said, unlocking his phone. He played a video clip, an audience recording from the night India last saw Jante. It showed him catching her eye. Their gaze lingered. Two people standing still while the world around them moved. Greg paused it near the end and zoomed in. Look at how close you are. How you're looking at each other, he whispered. This isn't an ambush, India. I promise. I noticed a change in you 2 years ago. So I did some digging. I found the viral poem. Then I found this. I just want to know, is this why you're pulling away from me? India snickered. The nerve. I can't believe you even noticed when I pulled away. You've ignored my feelings for years. Well, I noticed, he said, and it's been painful. India continued eating in silence. She drank her wine slowly, glancing at the time. When she finished, she collected her things and ordered her Uber. This isn't out of malice, she said softly, almost to herself. I just don't know how to handle this. For years, it had always been the other way around. Her begging him for warmth, for love, for partnership. Now it was him. The desperation on his face was painful. But was it real? Or just competition? As her Uber pulled up, she slipped in her earphones and pressed play on The Divine Route. The host's voice poured into her ears like sacred water. Your wrong turn will take you for granted until they see the light of your final merge shining through you. They'll sense the shift and try to fight for you, but it'll feel wrong because it is. They don't want you, they want to win. Tears welled in India's eyes. She wiped them away before they fell. It wasn't that Jante was right for her. It was that she always knew Greg was wrong for her. How do you say goodbye to someone who was your whole world for 17 years? Jante spent the entire night digging through old purses, laptops, iPads, and anything he could find. It started with a weird post from one of Chantel's Facebook friends. Something cryptic. Chantel had been tagged in it. She hadn't commented or liked it, but she also hadn't responded to any of Jante's calls or texts that day. Every call rang out. Every message remained marked delivered, never read. And her shift had ended over 4 hours ago. By the time he went back to check the post again, it was gone. The friend had blocked him. That was all he needed to unravel. He tore their bedroom apart, yanking open drawers, flipping through laundry baskets, sifting through makeup bags. He was looking for anything: a condom, a receipt, a picture. But all he found were old credit card bills, loose earrings, lip gloss tubes dried shut, junk. He moved to her older devices. That's when he found them: photos, seductive ones, poses in lingerie he'd never even seen before, pictures of her from angles reserved for lovers, intimate snapshots she never sent him. On her laptop, there were photos of Chantel and that Facebook friend together at a restaurant, again at what looked like his home. Jante snapped. He hurled the laptop across the room, then charged into the bedroom and began packing her things. He stuffed suitcases and old purses with her underwear, her makeup, her jackets, shoes, even expensive perfume. He removed her vanity mirror from the dresser, laid it flat on top of the things he put on the porch, then shut the door and latched it so she couldn't get in. His hands trembled, his ears burned, his head throbbed with a rage so volatile it seemed to come from outside of him. He punched the wall over and over until his knuckles stung. All those times she said she was working late, all those sleepovers at her friend's house, all those nights she left Rennie to grab some food. She wasn't working. She wasn't with friends. She was with him. It all made sense now, but not the kind of sense that brought closure. This was the kind of clarity that brought corrosion to the heart, to the soul. Jante knew if she walked through the door right now, the things he'd say would be so lethal they'd never recover. Not as co-parents, not as people. He forced himself into a cold shower. He needed to come back to earth, to remember his daughter, his anchor, his reason. After drying off, he tried calling Chantel one more time. No answer. Defeated, he picked up his phone and tapped play on his favorite podcast. He turned the volume up all the way and placed it on the nightstand. The voice of the host filled the room. It's not a question of if they'll leave you. It's a question of when. Or better yet, who will see the shift first and seek more? Because you can't cheat destiny. You think you're the only one in the union who feels it's off? Nah, you're just the only one willing to accept it. The other is just pretending to avoid being alone, which means you're the one who has to bring it to a divine halt. The words hit him like an arrow, not just through the heart, but through the memory of every fight they ever had. Every time she called him clingy, every time he swallowed his gut feelings to keep the peace. They had broken up 100 times, but the habit kept reeling them back in. The comfort of the familiar, the hope that maybe this time will be different. They had a child, a home, at one point, love. He stared up at the framed photo on the wall. It was from her pregnancy photo shoot. They were wearing matching outfits. His hand cupped her belly. Her hand rested gently on his shoulder. Their foreheads were touching, faces so close even light couldn't sneak between them. The romance bled from the picture, the kind of photo people repost with captions like, "Black love is beautiful." But now, was it all a lie? Did she ever really love me? Is Rennie even mine? He hated himself for even thinking about it, but this was what Chantel had done to him and left him doubting everything, even the one person he would have died for without question. The pain pinned him to the mattress. He curled up on his side, clutching a pillow to his chest like it might give him some answer. And somewhere between rage, heartbreak, and exhaustion, Jante finally fell asleep. Still fully dressed, still listening, still searching, alone. Jante woke up before the sun rose, the faint glow of dawn creeping through the half-closed blinds. The podcast had long stopped playing, and the phone had fallen off the nightstand during the night. He didn't remember when he drifted off, only that the ache in his chest was the first thing he felt when his eyes opened. Chantel still hadn't called. No apology, no denial, no explanation, just silence. She must have tried to come home because she took her stuff off the front porch, even left her ring on the rocking chair. He seen it when he went to check on Rennie in the middle of the night. That morning, when he awoke, he sat up slowly, rubbing the sleep from his face. His knuckles were bruised and swollen from the wall he'd punched the night before. Jante moved throughout the apartment like a machine, collecting the last of Chantel's things. The forgotten pair of boots by the front door, the extra toothbrush in the bathroom, the drawer full of receipts and notes with hearts scribbled in purple ink that now felt performative and hollow. He dumped it all into a box and sealed it with tape and pushed it into the hallway. Rennie stirred in her bed, small feet kicking beneath her pink comforter. She mumbled something in her sleep and flipped over, hugging her bear close. Jante paused at the door, watching her breathe. She's what matters now. He made a list in his phone. Find daycare. Call Mally about the job opening. Cancel lease. Buy plane tickets. Move home. Home. Back to the city where he'd grown up in. The city where his mother still lived. Where his agent promised him writing opportunities. Where a Grand Lyric Theater was located. It made sense now. Too much noise and pain lingered in this home. Every room smelled of betrayal. He opened his laptop and started searching for daycare options near his childhood neighborhood. Rennie deserved a fresh start, too. A place where she didn't have to ask why mommy wasn't home or why daddy looked so tired all the time. The folder of Chantel's old photos was still open on the laptop. Lingerie, laughter, her and that man smiling like they'd never once struggled to love each other. Jante shut it click. He wasn't going to drown in this. He wouldn't let himself. He pulled out the one framed picture he kept by his bed, the one from when Rennie was born. Chantel was still in the hospital gown, exhausted but glowing. Jante cradled their newborn daughter in his arms, smiling like he'd been given the entire world. Maybe that part was real. Maybe it was enough. He put the picture in a box labeled Keep and made himself a promise. No more begging someone to stay. No more searching old phones and praying to be proven wrong. Just Rennie. Just healing. Just forward. By noon, the movers were booked. He'd leave in 2 weeks. Then he looked around his nearly empty apartment. Everything that mattered could fit in 3 boxes and one sleepy little girl's dreams. He picked up Rennie from her nap, kissed her forehead, and whispered, "Daddy's taking us somewhere better." She stirred, looked up with heavy eyes, and smiled. "Are we going to fly?" Jante smiled. "We're going to fly, baby." India had her hands full enough to distract her from the tense dinner she had with Greg a couple of weeks back. Between the full event calendar for the theater, her writing obligations as the lead writer on a hit television show, and the kids, she had barely had time to breathe. This morning, she alternated between the computer, her cell phone, and her iPad. She needed to assist Greg with shopping for the kids' back to school necessities, ensuring she purchased the required items. She had to approve the decor, staffing, and guest list for theater events, as well as review and adjust the budget. The iPad she now held played soothing meditation music to keep her grounded throughout the chaotic day. She found herself falling asleep at the table, her laptop still open and emails pouring in. She hadn't been able to catch her breath all day, and that was how she liked it. Her cell phone lay on the table, open to Greg's text thread. They were communicating about the kids. Truthfully, she had not thought of him. She intentionally avoided thinking about anything related to them. But she understood he didn't have that luxury with a 24 by 12 wedding picture of them nailed to the wall above their marital bed. She told him to get rid of it, but he refused. It seemed he either loved to torture himself or was in denial about the state of their marriage. Either way, he was stuck. She dozed off more than once and woke up 20 minutes past the time she should have left for the open mic night. She rushed around her apartment grabbing programs and devices, stuffing them into her leather briefcase while doing her makeup and getting dressed. She got to the car only to hear her dear 2012 Acura stalling. She turned the key more times than she liked to admit, only to hear the same sound. She would have to call an Uber instead. But once she opened the app, it gave her a 1 hour delay before any driver could arrive. She couldn't afford to be any later. So she made a call to the one person she knew she shouldn't call for this. Within 20 minutes, he was parked next to her dead Acura, blasting Kim with the windows down. She pranced over to the car, briefcase in front of her, embarrassment on her face as he inspected the Acura like it was a deformed horse. She stood quietly by the car, not knowing if she should even enter it. He sensed her hesitation and allowed her to work through it as he stepped out to look under the hood of her car. He wiggled through the coils and large parts like a skilled mechanic. Technical men were always her weakness. His muscles flexed as he took things apart and put them back together. Moments later, he looked up at her and said, "You'll need a new engine." As he closed the hood of her car and smoothly slid over to her, opening his passenger door, she stood there, contemplating. He gestured for her to step inside, politely bowed, and placed a gentle but firm hand on her back to encourage her to move. His eyes pulled her in, said it was okay, that they could handle whatever came next. He waited to close her door. That was different. No matter that she'd make them both late. He awaited her hesitation and made space for it. Once inside, he closed her door and they drove off to the theater. The drive was silent yet loud. She observed everything about him but said nothing. The way his muscles flexed as he worked the steering wheel, the way he excelled smoothly at every red light, like he took the time to collect his thoughts, the smoothly controlled way he operated the huge pickup truck. No abrupt stops or rushed turns. Every move for him was seamless. He even glanced at her occasionally to confirm she was okay. With a raised brow and head tilt, she would answer with a slight bow of her head. She wasn't sure if it was the way he looked at her or the calm and gentle manner in which he operated his vehicle that made her crave his touch in this moment. She wanted him to handle her like he handled this huge pickup truck. Her thoughts were wandering wildly, and she lowered the window to slightly gather herself. Jante peeked over at her tense posture, briefcase clutched to her torso, both legs crossed, lips tense. He could tell she was nervous to be in such close proximity to him after the last time they met. He put on some smooth jazz to relax her. She had rolled the window down and had her face halfway out. Her locks whipped violently as the wind tried to grab them. The scent of her shampoo filled the car, vanilla and caramel with a hint of cocoa. The curled ends of her locks were grazing the middle of her back, and she slightly swayed to allow them to collect onto her shoulder. The way she shimmied to make them flow back onto her delicate shoulder made her coat drop slightly, and her dress strap was revealed. He noticed the smell coming off her skin, her hair, her hands. Noticed the smooth caramel matte complexion of her shoulder and the slight shimmy that made her skin shimmer under the car light. He approached a red light and exhaled to collect himself. Whenever he heard her grunt, which she did every time a car got too close, he would gaze at her, raise an eyebrow to confirm she was good. She answered with a slight bow of her head. He wanted to talk to her, but didn't know what to say. Maybe he could find the right words after the event, when they had time to comprehend the weight of this moment. They arrived outside the Grand Lyric Theater just as the sky shifted from dusk to ink. The building stood tall and romantic with amber lights pouring from its ornate windows, the laughter of creatives floating in and out like smoke. Jante stepped out and made his way to open India's door before she could reach it for herself. The moment he opened it, she jetted inside the theater and didn't look back, heels clicking faster than her heartbeat and her long coat flowing furiously behind her. She wasn't mad. She was turned on, and she had to get out of his space, fast. He stood outside watching her disappear into the soft light and velvet-draped interior. Inside, the familiar buzz of spoken word, stage lights, and scented candles offered a temporary balm to the tension still vibrating in her skin. Her colleagues waved at her from the front row, already mid-program. She nodded at them but didn't take her seat. She drifted to the back of the theater instead, near the door, unfocused, distracted. Her phone buzzed. She rolled her eyes and tucked the phone back into her bag without replying. But even as she focused on the mic, the new poet, the raw lines, the tremble in his voice, her thoughts were still in that truck. Still with Jante? Still on the way he exhaled at every red light. Still on the way he waited for her to move, to breathe, to feel safe. He was in the audience for quite some time. She opened her phone to check the performance list. He wasn't on it, but this was open mic night, and the poem was still pretty popular. As the night aged, poets went one by one, filling the air with longing and hope. Toward the end, Jante walks up to the stage, passes by her to get there, and his scent greeted her nostrils. That scent of his lingered longer than it should have. Once on stage, he is staring into her. This stare was deeper than basic eye contact, like he was pushing through all her immediate thoughts and demanding her attention, demanding space in her mind. India stood frozen in the same spot she'd been in since he stepped on stage. Clipboard pressed to her chest, one foot reclined on its heel, eyes fixed on him. Jante walked down from the stage, focused, his stride direct, heading straight toward her. A moment of silence simmered between them until India finally exhaled and asked, "How do you do that?" "Been doing it for years." "This is the second time I've seen you recite something, off the cuff, no pen, no phone notes, nothing?" she asked, wondering if this was something inspired by them, or if he was just that good. "How do you think I did it?" "I have no idea," she chuckled, and he joined her. The tension eased. She lowered the clipboard that had been glued to her all night and loosened her arms. Comfort was creeping in, or maybe his warmth was defrosting the part of her that was scared or hesitant. "Let me tell you over dinner," he said, calm, smooth, no nerves. Like he already knew she wouldn't say no. Like something in her face had already invited the offer. She looked around the Grand Lyric Theater for a reason to decline, but all she felt was a quiet, divine yes. "It's just dinner." she finally said. Just dinner, he repeated, tapping her arm to bring her back to earth, flashing that huge, bright smile and giving her another hint of that rugged, sweet cologne that pulled her in deeper than she should have gone. It was like he could hear her overthinking, and she was, just not in the way she was used to. She stared into his eyes, and a slow smile spread across her lips. They arrived at the restaurant a little after 10. It was a small bohemian style diner just down the street from the theater. They walked there in a calm, easy silence, their footsteps echoing in sync. There was always this silence between them, like during the drive earlier that day and again in the moments after their last meeting nearly a year ago. A silence that felt shared, like they were thinking the same thoughts, like they were speaking to each other in ways the mouth never could. It was the first time India had experienced serene silence in the presence of someone else. I'm starving, Jante said, unrolling his napkin and scooting in. Me too, she replied, catching another whiff of that cologne and sipping her water quickly, trying to wash away the unclean thought pulling in the front of her mind. They both chuckled when they realized they'd ordered the same thing: grilled chicken club sandwich with melted mozzarella, grilled onions, and mushrooms, plus a side of barbecue sauce. While they waited, they lingered in light talk: jobs, kids, creatives they both knew and admired. But once the food was gone, the conversation deepened. Jante leaned in, the soft lamp above them casting a warm glow over his honey-toned skin and drawing out the hazel in his eyes. His muscular arm brushed hers slightly as he inhaled, like he was preparing to confess. India leaned forward, drawn into the moment as though it were written into her hopes, right behind something sacred. I like you, India, he said. His hand melted into hers. She didn't speak. She just nodded, and he understood. Still, he continued. I think this, he gestured between them, is bigger than anything I could put into words. Another nod. I'd love to see where this goes. They stared at each other, pulled by the same current, their eyes locked. Faces moved closer, lips met, breaths synced, hands lingered, thoughts raced. There was no plan to pull away until the waiter dropped off the check. If not for that, there might have been an invitation to go further. India glanced down at her wedding ring, shimmering under the streetlight pouring in through the window. Her vows, her family, her children. She pulled away before the waitress could even walk away. Grabbing her briefcase and coat, she ran out the door. Jante tossed down enough money to cover the bill, then ran after her. She stood on the sidewalk, pacing, heels tapping violently against the cement, breath pushing hard through her nostrils. He didn't approach her right away. He just watched. She was panicking. He raised his hands, signaling surrender. I know, he said softly. This is bad. This is wrong, she blurted out as she stomped in a rhythm that only panic could create. Then it won't happen again, he said calmly, but I won't apologize for it. She stopped pacing, looked the other way. Oh, he said that last time. I'm not sorry, and you shouldn't be either. She turned to him, eyes wide, intense. It only feels this intense because we're in complicated spaces in our lives. How can you be so sure? I read a book about it, she said, then burst into laughter, loud, sharp, almost manic. He stared at her, unsure if she was breaking or releasing. But after a moment, it hit him too, how absurd this all was, and he joined in. What's so funny? He asked, stepping closer. Everything's been horrible. I went out of my marriage. I asked God for a sign, and my car dies. I call my husband for a ride. He doesn't answer, never even calls me back. So I call you, and you show up. Then this happens. I don't even know what to think. He gently took her hand and got even closer. Maybe you're not supposed to think about it. Maybe you're supposed to fall into it. And she did. She let him hold her hand, and even held his in return. Let the moment swallow her whole, like she was a smooth piece of caramel in the mouth of a starving child. You never even told me how you did it, she said, breathlessly. I spoke from the heart. That's where all the verses come from anyway. No notes? She asked. None needed, he said, his eyes on hers. When it's felt, it's remembered. They didn't speak much after that, just held hands for a few quiet moments under the city's breath, street lights flickering like they too were deciding whether to stay on or not. Eventually, Jonte walked her to the passenger side of his truck and opened the door. She stepped in quietly, settling her briefcase in her lap, unsure if the buzz in her chest was anxiety or something softer. He got in beside her, started the engine, and let the quiet ride carry them away. The silence was warm, familiar now, a place they both seemed to understand. When they pulled up in front of her apartment building, neither moved right away. You good? He finally asked, eyes still on the windshield. She nodded, hand already on the door handle. I think so. He turned to face her. I meant what I said tonight. She looked back at him, eyes softer than before. I know. He leaned over, kissed her hand. Nothing dramatic, just enough to linger, and whispered, Good night, India. Good night, Jonte. She got out slowly, turned once before reaching the door, and offered him a smile. Not one of invitation, but one of understanding. He watched her disappear into the building before exhaling deeply. By the time he pulled into his mother's driveway, the house was dark, except for the porch light she always left on for him. Inside, his daughter was curled up on the couch with a blanket and a book in her lap, fast asleep. He carried her to bed, tucked her in, and kissed her cheek. Then he sat on the edge of the bed, eyes heavy, mind not quite ready to rest. Meanwhile, India stepped into her apartment, dim, quiet, familiar. She poured a glass of water, sat on the couch, and let the silence wrap itself around her like a blanket. That silence followed her upstairs. It wrapped around her shoulders as she showered, slipped into bed, and stared at the ceiling. She was caught in the in-between, between the man she married and the man who made her feel something again, between what felt wrong and what somehow felt more right than anything she'd ever known, between comfort and connection, obligation and desire. Greg had history, but Jonte had presence, and presence was something Greg hadn't shown in years. India didn't want to blow up her life for a spark, but what if it wasn't just a spark? What if Jonte was the match and she was finally ready to burn? By morning, her mind was no quieter. So she ran, not just to escape the guilt, but to survive the ache of staying stuck. And as her feet hit the pavement, the fog kissed her skin. She knew exactly where she needed to go. Not physically, but emotionally. She needed the divine route. The Divine Route was a podcast known for pulling back the veil on romantic crossroads. Its purpose? To help people figure out if their partner was a wrong turn or their final merge. Controversial, yes, but wildly addictive. Callers phoned in anonymously, their voices filtered, identities protected with fake names. And each week, the host delivered spiritual clarity with a tone so warm, it could make even heartbreak feel holy. India had listened faithfully since her separation from Greg. She often considered calling in herself to confess how meeting Jonte had lit a fire inside her that burned brighter than anything she'd ever felt. How somewhere between shared laughter and accidental touches, she'd begun to suspect that Greg was not her final merge after all. She didn't want to admit it out loud. Not yet. On days like today, when the thoughts ran too wild and the temptation to end her marriage felt too real, India didn't reach for the podcast. She ran. Hard. The park near her apartment had become her sanctuary. Mornings here were blanketed in fog, and as the mist hung low over the trees, It cooled her body and quieted her soul. Birds chirped like they were greeting each other, fluttering from tree to tree, kissing petals and branches. The rhythm of her feet striking the pavement and the gentle sway of nature worked better than therapy. She had Tim's Higher on repeat. India wasn't the type who needed a giant playlist to keep going. One song, her song, was enough to push her further, dig deeper. I won't wait for you, she sang under her breath again and again, because she had waited 15 years. 15 years of holding space for a man who barely saw her, who loved her in fragments, who never returned to her fully. India had waited in vain, in hope, in quiet desperation, as so many women do. But she was done now. She stopped running for a moment, stepped to the side of the trail, and caught her breath. Her fingers tapped open Spotify. With one swipe, she was back on the divine route. She ran again. Her body ached. Her legs were fire, but she had to move. If she stopped, anxiety would sit on her chest and shake her until she broke. A caller named Leon was on the line. His voice was layered in a digital filter, but the pain in it was unmistakable. He spoke of heartbreak, how he found out his longtime girlfriend had been cheating, how she left and never looked back, not even for their daughter. She took her things and vanished. I always knew we were misaligned, he said, voice cracking, but the spark, it felt like home. And now I'm stuck, in love with a cold woman who never really loved me. She just wanted my body, and when I asked for more, she found someone else who'd give it to her. The host paused, then gently asked him to pick a number and a letter. Leon did. There was a long moment of silence as she ran it through the system. Then her voice returned, soft and firm. She's a wrong turn. She's felt it for months and decided to follow another flame. So the real question is, do you wait for a love that will only leave you again? We have a daughter, he whispered, and India felt her chest squeeze. I know, the host replied, but your final merge is already in connection with you. Her voice brightened slightly. She's everything you never had in a woman. Your puzzle piece, the balm to your scars, and she carries the light that can pull you from this darkness. India slowed down, transfixed. The host's voice lowered into something almost prophetic. Your C gave her heart to... Oh, but I is near. God is preparing her for you, Jay. So prepare yourself for her. Clean out the remnants of this wrong turn. Heal before you rejoin the divine route. Rest. Replenish. God will place you both in the same lane, and it's going to stir your soul. The line cut. India stopped in her tracks. A shiver crawled down her arms. Damn, she's good. Each week, people called back with stories proving the host's vision's true, down to the names, dates, even cities. India sat down in the middle of the path, eyes closed, head tilted to the sky. Give me a sign, she whispered. And, as if summoned by her soul, a butterfly drifted down and landed on the bridge of her nose. She let out a startled breath, frozen in place. Just then, the host's voice echoed in her ears. Call us now if you want to know if you're stuck in a wrong turn or have settled into your final merge. The butterfly lifted off her skin and flew away. She didn't think. She just dialed. The line clicked. Then the host spoke. And her words sent a chill through India's entire being. You are stuck in a wrong turn, but God doesn't want you to find the road back just yet. There will be a collision, and He needs you there for now. There was a pause, a deep inhale. Then, I urge you not to turn around. Continue the road you've been driving. The divine route will make sense later. Goodbye. Click. Silence. Then, faintly, she heard the host whisper to her team. That was intense. That was the first time I envisioned a death. I need a minute. India's heart thudded. Her ears rang. She sat there completely still, legs trembling. A death? A collision? God needs me there? The wind picked up. Leaves rustled. And for the first time in a long time, India felt terrified.
I wanna take you back, but I can't. I wanna leave you behind, but I can't. It's not easy to love you, darling. It's not easy to love you, darling. Should I love you in the moment? Should I tell you all the problems? It's not easy to love you, baby. It's not easy to love you, baby. It's not easy to love you, baby. You just run, you don't talk, and don't wanna be behind you, baby. Behind you, baby. Let it go, let it go, let it fly. It's not love, it's not love, it's not the time. Let it go, let it go, let it fly. It's not love, it's not love, it's not